Hello and welcome to Nexus Harry, your home for amazing stories. Today's story is what if Harry was a dragon god reincarnate and used his roar to level Malfoy Manor at age 7. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy it, and subscribe if you haven't already. We post new stories regularly. Let's get started. Chapter 1, The Awakening. Harry Potter woke with a gasp, his small body drenched in sweat despite the cool autumn air seeping through the cupboard's vents. The dream had been so vivid, soaring through crimson skies, his massive wings catching thermal currents as mountains crumbled beneath his shadow. He had breathed fire that melted stone and felt the worship of thousands rising like smoke offerings. But he wasn't a giant dragon. He was just Harry. 7 years old, unwanted, and stuffed into a cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive. He rubbed his eyes, wincing as his fingers brushed against his forehead. The lightning-shaped scar had been burning again, throbbing with a strange heat that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. Lately, it felt different, not painful exactly, but alive somehow. "Boy! Are you up yet? The breakfast won't cook itself." Aunt Petunia's shrill voice penetrated his door, followed by the rapid staccato of her knuckles against the wood. "Coming, Aunt Petunia," Harry called back, his voice still rough from sleep. He fumbled for his glasses and pulled on Dudley's oversized hand-me-downs, trying to ignore the lingering sensations from the dream. Flying. Freedom. Power. Things so foreign to his daily existence that they felt like concepts from another life. As Harry entered the kitchen, Uncle Vernon barely glanced up from his newspaper. "About time. Your aunt needs you to mind the bacon while she gets Dudley ready." "Yes, Uncle Vernon." Harry climbed onto the step stool to reach the stove. Heat from the pan rose to meet his face, and something strange happened. Rather than feeling uncomfortable, the warmth seemed to resonate with something inside him. He found himself leaning closer, almost mesmerized by the dancing flames beneath the pan. "What are you doing, boy? Trying to burn the house down?" Vernon snapped, breaking Harry's trance. Harry jumped back, startled. "No, sir. Sorry." As he flipped the bacon, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something inside him was changing. Ever since his birthday last week, not that the Dursleys had acknowledged it, he'd felt different. Stronger somehow, despite his small frame. The strange dreams had started then, and other odd things too. Yesterday, Dudley and his friends had cornered Harry during their favorite game of Harry hunting. He'd been terrified, backed against the school wall with no escape. But when Piers Polkiss had thrown the first punch, Harry had felt something surge inside him, a flash of heat behind his eyes. Piers had stumbled backward, swearing his hand had been burned, though there wasn't a mark on him. Daydreaming again? Petunia entered the kitchen, steering a bleary-eyed Dudley toward his chair. "Finish that bacon and set the table. Then I need you presentable. Mrs. Malfoy is bringing her son over this afternoon." Harry nearly dropped the spatula. "Who?" Vernon lowered his paper, a gleam of anticipation in his small eyes. "Narcissa Malfoy. Her husband is some sort of important businessman with connections to the government. They've recently purchased the old Magnolia estate and are making courtesy calls to families in the neighborhood." He straightened his tie with nervous fingers. "This could be very good for Grunnings if I make the right impression." Harry had never heard of any Malfoys, but something about the name sent an uncomfortable prickle down his spine. He served the breakfast in silence, trying to ignore the strange feeling of recognition the name had triggered. "You're to stay out of sight," Petunia continued, scrutinizing Harry's appearance with narrowed eyes. "After you've cleaned up, I want you in your cupboard and not a sound. These are important people." "Yes, Aunt Petunia." But as Harry cleared the dishes, a peculiar certainty settled in his mind. He wouldn't be hiding in his cupboard today. Something important was going to happen when the Malfoys arrived. He could feel it with the same inexplicable certainty that told him when a storm was coming or which dog in the neighborhood would bite. The morning passed in a flurry of cleaning as Petunia worked herself into a frenzy preparing for their visitors. By noon, number 4 gleamed with an artificial perfection that made Harry's skin crawl. Even the garden had been meticulously groomed, with Harry spending hours pulling weeds until his fingers were raw. As the appointed hour approached, Petunia herded Harry toward his cupboard. "Remember, not a sound. If you behave, you can have dinner later." Harry nodded obediently, but as soon as she turned away, that peculiar heat flared behind his eyes again. He wouldn't be hidden away today. He couldn't explain it, but he knew with bone-deep certainty that he needed to meet these Malfoys. He waited until Petunia was upstairs helping Dudley into his best clothes before slipping out of the cupboard and into the back garden. He could watch from the hedge, he reasoned. Just a glimpse to satisfy this strange compulsion. At precisely 3 o'clock, a sleek black car with tinted windows pulled up outside number 4. Harry, hidden behind the garden hedge, felt his heart hammering against his ribs. The driver, a large man with a brutish face, opened the rear door, and a woman emerged. Narcissa Malfoy was unlike anyone Harry had ever seen in Little Whinging. Tall and slender, with platinum blonde hair pulled into an elegant arrangement, she wore a dress that seemed to shimmer between black and deep emerald. But it was her bearing that struck Harry most. She moved with the absolute confidence of someone who had never questioned her place in the world. Behind her came a boy about Harry's age, his white blonde hair slicked back from a pointed face. He wore what looked like a miniature version of a business suit, complete with a small green tie. The boy's expression was a perfect mirror of his mother's, polite disdain barely concealing boredom. Last from the car was a tall man with the same white blonde hair, flowing long past his shoulders. He carried a silver-tipped cane that he didn't seem to need for walking, and his pale eyes surveyed Privet Drive with undisguised contempt. Something about the man, Lucius Malfoy, Harry presumed, sent a flash of instinctive recognition through Harry. Not as if he'd met him before, but as if some part of him remembered something about what this man was. The feeling was accompanied by a surge of inexplicable anger that made Harry's hands clench into fists. The 3 Malfoys approached the front door, and Harry crept closer to the sitting-room window, curious despite the warning prickle at the back of his neck. Through a gap in the curtains, he could see Vernon practically bowing as he welcomed them into the house, Petunia hovering nervously beside him while Dudley stood awkwardly in his Sunday best. "How good of you to visit, Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy," Vernon was saying, his voice pitched higher than usual. "We're delighted to welcome you to the neighborhood." Lucius Malfoy's lips curved in what might generously be called a smile. "Yes, well, Narcissa thought it prudent to acquaint ourselves with the local residents." His gaze swept the room, pausing briefly on the multitude of Dudley photos adorning every surface. "This is our son, Dudley," Petunia said, pushing the boy forward. "Top of his class at Smelting's Primary." Narcissa inclined her head slightly. "How charming. This is our Draco." The blond boy stepped forward, offering a stiff hand to Dudley. "Pleased to meet you," he said in a tone that suggested exactly the opposite. Harry leaned closer to the window, fascination overriding caution. As he did, his foot slipped on the damp grass, causing him to fall against the glass with a dull thud. Inside, all heads turned toward the window. What was that? Petunia's voice had taken on a slightly hysterical edge. "Probably just a bird," Vernon blustered, moving to block the view. "Now, about that tea," but Lucius Malfoy was already striding toward the window, pulling back the curtain with one gloved hand. His pale eyes locked with Harry's, and for a moment, the world seemed to stop. "And who," Lucius asked, his voice dangerously soft, "might this be?" Harry felt frozen in place, unable to move as something electric passed between them, recognition, but twisted and wrong. The man's eyes widened almost imperceptibly, and Harry could have sworn they flickered with fear before hardening into cold contempt. "That's just the boy," Vernon said hurriedly. "Our nephew. We've been raising him since his parents died. Car crash. Terrible business. He's supposed to be in his room." Lucius turned slowly from the window, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. "Indeed? And what is his name?" Vernon hesitated, clearly unwilling to say it. Harry. Harry Potter. The effect was immediate and startling. Narcissa Malfoy, who had been examining a porcelain figurine with barely concealed disdain, dropped it to the carpet. The figurine shattered, but she didn't seem to notice, her eyes fixed on Harry with a mixture of shock and what might have been fear. Draco's bored expression vanished, replaced by wide-eyed astonishment. Lucius himself went very still, only his hand tightening on the silver head of his cane betraying any reaction. Potter, he repeated, each syllable precise and cold. How unexpected. Harry felt a sudden pressure building behind his temples, a roaring in his ears like distant flames. These people knew who he was. Not as the Dursleys' unwanted burden, but as someone else, someone they recognized. Someone they feared. Get in here, boy. Vernon hissed, opening the front door and grabbing Harry roughly by the arm. He dragged him into the sitting room, his face purple with embarrassment and rage. I apologize for the interruption, Mr. Malfoy. The boy is troubled. Doesn't always follow instructions. Lucius Malfoy's gaze never left Harry's face. No apology necessary, Dursley. In fact, I find myself quite interested in meeting your nephew. Harry stood in the center of the sitting room, acutely aware of everyone's attention fixed on him. The pressure in his head was building, throbbing in time with his heartbeat. His scar felt white-hot against his skin. You've been keeping Harry Potter here. Narcissa's voice was barely above a whisper, but it cut through the room like a blade. All this time. Vernon puffed up indignantly. We took him in out of the goodness of our hearts after his parents got themselves killed. Ungrateful little, silence. Lucius didn't raise his voice, but Vernon's mouth snapped shut as if physically forced closed. Mrs. Dursley, perhaps you could take your son to the kitchen. I believe we adults have matters to discuss. Petunia looked uncertainly between her husband and their guests. I don't think, please. Narcissa's tone made it clear this wasn't a request. After a moment's hesitation, Petunia nodded stiffly. Come along, Dudders. Let's get you a snack. She ushered a confused Dudley from the room, casting one last worried glance at Vernon before closing the door behind them. As soon as they were gone, Lucius turned to his son. Draco, wait in the car. But father, the boy began. Now, Draco. The boy's face flushed with disappointment, but he obeyed, pausing only to give Harry a long, searching look before leaving. When the front door closed behind him, Lucius removed a long, slender piece of polished wood from his cane. Harry stared at it, something deep within him recognizing it for what it was, a wand. What are you doing? Vernon demanded, finding his voice again. Put that away. We don't allow that nonsense in this house. Lucius pointed the wand casually at Vernon. Silencio. Vernon continued to speak, but no sound emerged from his moving lips. His eyes bulged in panic as he clutched at his throat. Much better, Lucius murmured, turning back to Harry. Now then, Mr. Potter. This is a most unexpected pleasure. Harry took an instinctive step backward, the pressure in his head building to an almost unbearable level. You know me. It wasn't a question, and Lucius treated it as such. Everyone in our world knows of Harry Potter, the boy who lived. His pale eyes narrowed. Though I confess, I had assumed you would be somewhere more appropriate. Our world. Harry repeated, seizing on the words. What do you mean? Narcissa laughed, a cold, brittle sound. You mean to tell me they haven't told him anything, Lucius? How delightfully ironic. Lucius smiled thinly. It would appear Dumbledore's grand plan had some flaws after all. He took a step closer to Harry, studying him as one might examine an interesting insect. You don't know what you are, do you, Potter? The roaring in Harry's ears grew louder. Images flashed through his mind, scales gleaming in sunlight, mountains crumbling beneath massive claws, fire so hot it turned stone to liquid. "What am I?" he whispered. "A wizard, Potter. Though from the looks of things, a woefully ignorant one." Lucius circled Harry slowly, his wand held loosely at his side. "Your parents were magical. Quite powerful, in fact, though they chose the wrong side in the end. And you." He paused, his eyes fixed on Harry's scar. "You survived a curse no one has ever survived before." Vernon made frantic gestures, his face turning an alarming shade of purple as he tried to intervene without a voice. "Oh, do be still, Dursley," Narcissa said with a dismissive wave. "The statute of secrecy hardly applies when the boy is already one of us." Harry's mind raced, trying to process what he was hearing. Magic was real. His parents hadn't died in a car crash. And these people, these Malfoys, they were like him. Wizards. But even as these revelations cascaded through his mind, another part of him, a deeper, older part, was watching Lucius Malfoy with growing wariness. The man's scent was wrong somehow. It carried traces of something dark and corrupt that made Harry's nostrils flare. "I think," Lucius said softly, "that we should continue this conversation somewhere more appropriate. You'll be coming with us, Potter." Harry shook his head, taking another step back. "I'm not going anywhere with you." Lucius's smile didn't reach his eyes. "I'm afraid I must insist. You see, there are many in our world who would be very interested to learn where the famous Harry Potter has been hidden all these years. And in what condition." His gaze flicked dismissively over Harry's oversized clothes and thin frame. The pressure behind Harry's eyes was almost unbearable now. Something was clawing its way to the surface of his consciousness, something ancient and powerful that recognized the threat standing before him. "No," Harry said again, his voice stronger. Lucius's expression hardened. "You misunderstand, Potter. This is not a request." He raised his wand. "Imperio." A strange, floating sensation washed over Harry, like being submerged in warm water. A voice in his head whispered, "Follow Lucius Malfoy. Trust him. Go with him willingly." But beneath that gentle suggestion, something else stirred, something vast and furious that raged against the intrusion. The floating feeling evaporated in a surge of heat that seemed to ignite in Harry's chest and race through every vein. "I said no." Harry's voice emerged deeper than it should have been, resonating with a power that made the windows vibrate. Lucius took an involuntary step backward, his confident expression faltering. "Impossible," he whispered. "No child could resist." He raised his wand again. "Stupefy." A jet of red light shot toward Harry, but before it reached him, it dissipated against an invisible barrier that rippled the air like heat rising from pavement. Harry felt it then, the change beginning. His skin grew hot, almost unbearably so. His vision sharpened until he could see the dust motes dancing in the afternoon sunlight. And deep in his chest, something ancient awakened fully, unfurling scaled wings in his consciousness. "Narcissa," Lucius said urgently, "contact Severus. Something is wrong." "The boy is, I know what he is," Narcissa interrupted, her voice tight with fear. She had backed against the wall, her face pale. "Lucius, we need to leave. Now." But Lucius Malfoy was not a man accustomed to retreat. He straightened, his face hardening with determination. "Don't be absurd. He's a child. A powerful one, perhaps, but still just a child." He raised his wand again, this time with deadly intent. "Incarcerus." Ropes materialized in the air, shooting toward Harry to bind him. They never reached their target. Harry threw his head back and roared. It wasn't the roar of a 7-year-old boy. It was the roar of something primeval, something that had soared above ancient forests and ruled skies long before humans raised their first stone tools. The sound shattered every window in the house and knocked Vernon unconscious where he stood. The photographs on the walls crashed to the floor, glass frames splintering. And with the roar came fire. Not ordinary fire. This flame burned white-hot at its core, edged with blues and purples that no natural flame should possess. It erupted from Harry in a concussive wave that blasted outward, vaporizing furniture and melting plastic fixtures instantly. Narcissa barely managed to throw up a protective shield, grabbing her stunned husband and dragging him toward the door as the flames engulfed the sitting room. Harry barely noticed them flee. The transformation that had begun inside was manifesting physically now. His skin hardened, taking on an iridescent quality that refracted the firelight. His eyes, normally emerald green, blazed with inner fire. And as the roar died away, he felt the memories flooding back, not with the haziness of dreams, but with the crystal clarity of lived experience. He was Dracorath, Ancient One, Firebringer, Mountain Shaker. He was Harry Potter, orphan, unwanted, unloved. He was both, and the knowledge of what that meant burned through him with the same intensity as the flames now consuming Privet Drive. Outside, pandemonium reigned. The Dursleys had fled the burning house, Petunia screaming hysterically as she dragged a sobbing Dudley across the street. Vernon, revived but still unable to speak, gestured wildly at neighbors who had emerged to gape at the spectacle. Fire engines wailed in the distance. The Malfoys had retreated to their car but hadn't left. Instead, Lucius was speaking urgently into what appeared to be a small mirror while Narcissa maintained a barrier around their vehicle, protecting it from the worst of the heat that radiated from the rapidly disintegrating house. Harry, or what had been Harry, emerged from the inferno untouched. The flames parted around his small form as he walked calmly down the garden path, his eyes still burning with that strange inner light. The grass beneath his feet blackened and smoked with each step. Dracorath, Narcissa whispered, her face ashen as she watched the boy approach. Lucius lowered the mirror, his expression a mixture of terror and calculation. "It's not possible," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. "The legends were just that, legends." "Then what do you call that?" Narcissa hissed, gesturing at the boy who stood watching them, the burning wreckage of number 4 creating a hellish backdrop. Before Lucius could respond, multiple cracks split the air as robed figures appeared on Privet Drive, wands drawn. Ministry officials, Harry realized through the haze of ancient memories now competing for space in his 7-year-old mind. One of the figures, a stern-faced witch with her hair pulled into a tight bun, stepped forward cautiously. "Mr. Potter," she called, her voice steady despite the extraordinary scene. "My name is Amelia Bones. I'm from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We're here to help." Harry turned toward her, the fire in his eyes dimming slightly. "The Malfoys," he said, his voice still resonating oddly. "They tried to take me." Amelia Bones's gaze shifted to the black car, where Lucius and Narcissa sat frozen. "Did they indeed?" she murmured. Then, louder, "Mr. Malfoy, I suggest you and your family remain where you are. We'll have questions for you shortly." Lucius's face contorted with rage, but he made no move to leave. The other ministry officials had formed a loose semicircle around Harry, maintaining a respectful distance. "Harry," Amelia said gently, "I need you to try to calm down. Can you do that for me?" Harry looked down at his hands, noticing for the first time the subtle scales that had formed over his skin, gleaming like opals in the firelight. With conscious effort, he pulled back the power that had surged through him, drawing it deep inside where it had slumbered for years. Slowly, his appearance returned to normal, though his eyes retained a faint glow that hadn't been there before. "That's good," Amelia said, approaching cautiously. "Very good, Harry. Now, I know this must be frightening and confusing, but I promise we're going to sort everything out." A new crack announced another arrival, this one taller than the rest, with flowing silver hair and a beard that reached his waist. Albus Dumbledore surveyed the scene with grave eyes that betrayed neither surprise nor alarm. "Ah," he said softly. "I see we have a situation." Amelia turned to him with obvious relief. "Headmaster. Thank Merlin. We have a major breach of the statute of secrecy, unexplained magical destruction, and—" She hesitated, glancing at Harry. And some very unusual manifestations of accidental magic. Dumbledore's gaze fell on Harry, and for a moment, something like recognition flashed in those blue eyes. Yes, he said quietly. Though I suspect accidental may not be the most accurate term in this case. He approached Harry slowly, kneeling to bring himself to the boy's eye level. Hello, Harry. My name is Albus Dumbledore. I was a friend of your parents. Harry stared at the old man, feeling another flicker of recognition, not from his dragon memories, but from somewhere else. A faint impression of gentle hands and twinkling eyes from when he was very small. You left me with them, Harry said, the words coming unbidden to his lips. A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face. Yes, he admitted. I believed you would be safe here. It appears I was mistaken in more ways than one. He glanced back at the smoldering ruins of number 4. Can you tell me what happened today? Harry frowned, trying to sort through the jumbled memories and sensations. The Malfoys came. They knew me. The man, Lucius, he tried to take me away. He did something with his wand that made me want to obey him, but I couldn't. It made me angry. He looked down at his hands again. Then I remembered, things. Old things. Dumbledore's expression remained carefully neutral, but his eyes had grown sharper, more focused. What sort of things, Harry? Flying. Fire. Mountains. Being bigger. Harry struggled to articulate the vast, ancient memories that had flooded his consciousness. Being someone else, but still me. I see. Dumbledore stood slowly, his gaze drifting toward the Malfoy's car. Amelia, I believe we should continue this conversation somewhere more private. And secure. Amelia nodded briskly. Agreed. My team will handle the muggles and memory modifications. She gestured toward the gathering crowd of neighbors. What about the Dursleys? They'll need temporary accommodation until other arrangements can be made. Dumbledore's tone made it clear that those other arrangements wouldn't include Harry's return. And the Malfoys? Amelia's expression hardened. If Mr. Potter's account is accurate, Lucius Malfoy attempted to use an unforgivable curse on a child. They're not going anywhere except to the ministry for questioning. As if sensing the discussion, Lucius emerged from the car, his face carefully composed. I demand to know what's happening here, he called, approaching with measured strides. My family and I were subjected to an unprovoked magical attack while making a cordial neighborhood visit. Is that so, Mr. Malfoy? Amelia replied coolly. Because Mr. Potter tells a rather different story. Lucius's gaze flicked briefly to Harry before settling on Dumbledore. Surely you don't intend to take the word of a disturbed child over a respected member of Wizarding Society? The boy clearly has no control over his magic, he's a danger to himself and others. Harry felt the fire stirring again in his chest, responding to the man's lies. Dumbledore must have sensed it, because he placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Peace, Harry, he murmured. Mr. Malfoy will face the consequences of his actions, I assure you. Lucius's face hardened. You have no evidence of any wrongdoing on my part, Dumbledore. Only the confused ramblings of a boy who just destroyed his relative's home in a fit of uncontrolled magic. Perhaps, Dumbledore conceded with a maddening smile. But there are ways of determining the truth, as you well know. Prior Incantato, for instance, would reveal what spells were cast by your wand today. And I imagine Veritaserum would provide most illuminating answers from all parties involved. A muscle twitched in Lucius's jaw. You're overstepping your authority, Dumbledore. You have no jurisdiction here. I don't, Dumbledore agreed pleasantly. But Madame Bones does. And given the severity of the situation, I imagine the full Wisengamot will take an interest as well. Before Lucius could respond, another official approached Amelia, speaking in a low, urgent voice. Her expression grew grave as she listened. What is it? Dumbledore asked when the official had finished. Amelia hesitated, glancing at Harry. "We've just received reports of a situation at Malfoy Manor. Apparently, the estate has been completely destroyed by what witnesses describe as a wall of unnatural fire that appeared out of nowhere. The building is gone, Albus. Nothing left but ash and melted stone." A heavy silence fell over the group. Harry felt a strange mixture of satisfaction and confusion. He hadn't consciously directed his power toward the Malfoys' home, but some part of him, the ancient, dragon part, had reached out with his rage and reduced their sanctuary to cinders just as they had threatened his. Lucius Malfoy's face had drained of all color. "Impossible," he whispered. "I'm afraid not," Amelia said grimly. "Preliminary reports suggest there were no casualties, thankfully. Your house elves evacuated in time." She turned to Lucius with new severity in her expression. "In light of this development, Mr. Malfoy, I must insist on taking you and your family into custody immediately for questioning. This goes well beyond a simple case of accidental magic." As two officials moved to escort Lucius away, the man's composure finally cracked. He lunged toward Harry, his face contorted with rage and fear. "What are you?" he snarled. Harry met his gaze steadily, and for a brief moment, the ancient consciousness rose to the surface again, turning his eyes to burning emerald fire. "I am what you awakened," he said simply. Hours later, Harry sat in a comfortable chair in an office he would later learn belonged to the Director of Magical Law Enforcement. The events at Privet Drive had set off a chain reaction throughout the wizarding world. Ministry officials had been scrambling to contain both the magical aftermath and the political implications of what had occurred. Dumbledore entered the office, looking weary but composed. He carried a steaming mug that he placed in front of Harry. "Hot chocolate," he explained with a small smile. "I find it helps after difficult experiences." Harry wrapped his hands around the mug, surprised to find they were trembling slightly. The rush of power had receded, leaving him exhausted and oddly vulnerable. "What's happening to me?" he asked quietly. Dumbledore settled into the chair across from him with a heavy sigh. "That, my boy, is a rather complex question. One I'm not certain I can fully answer yet." He studied Harry over the rims of his half-moon spectacles. "But I believe what we witnessed today was the awakening of something very old and very powerful that has been dormant within you." "The dragon," Harry whispered. "Dracorath." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "You know the name." "I remembered it. When the power came." Harry sipped the hot chocolate, letting its warmth spread through him. "Is that who I am?" "You are Harry Potter," Dumbledore said firmly. "First and foremost, you are the son of Lily and James Potter, who loved you very much. Whatever else you may be or become doesn't change that essential truth." Harry considered this, trying to reconcile the jumble of memories and identities vying for space in his mind. "But I'm also something else." "It would appear so," Dumbledore admitted. "There are ancient legends in the wizarding world, older than Hogwarts, older even than the founding of the Ministry, that speak of great magical beings who walked the earth in human form. Deities, some called them, though that term may be imprecise. Dracorath was one such being, a dragon god of fire and justice." Harry frowned, trying to make sense of this. "But why me? Why would this god be inside me?" Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. "Magic works in mysterious ways, Harry. Perhaps when Voldemort tried to kill you as a baby, he inadvertently awakened something that had been waiting for the right vessel." He leaned forward slightly. "Or perhaps you were always meant to carry this spirit, and that is why Voldemort sought to destroy you in the first place." "Voldemort?" Harry repeated, the name sending a fresh throb of pain through his scar. "The one who killed my parents?" "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed gravely. "A dark wizard who believed in the superiority of pure-blood wizards, those from long magical lineages. The Malfoys were among his followers, though Lucius claimed to have been under magical compulsion after Voldemort's downfall." Harry's fingers tightened around the mug. "He tried to control me. With his wand." The imperious curse, Dumbledore nodded. One of 3 unforgivable curses that carry a life sentence in Azkaban, our prison. That he would use it on a child. The old wizard's expression darkened momentarily. He will face justice for that, I assure you. And the Malfoy's house? Harry asked hesitantly. Did I really? It appears so, yes. Dumbledore didn't sound condemning, merely thoughtful. A most unusual manifestation of magic, to destroy a location you've never seen, miles from where you stood. Theoretical magical scholars will be debating the mechanics of it for years, I imagine. Harry felt a twinge of guilt, quickly followed by a surge of the dragon's unapologetic pride. The Malfoys had threatened him, the dragon had eliminated their stronghold. It was the way of things. What happens to me now? Harry asked, the question seeming to encompass far more than his immediate future. Dumbledore smiled gently. For tonight, you'll stay in secure quarters here at the Ministry. Tomorrow, we'll begin making more permanent arrangements. I think, perhaps, it's time you learned about your heritage, both as Harry Potter and as whatever else you may be becoming. He reached out, hesitating only briefly before resting a hand on Harry's shoulder. But know this, Harry, you are not alone. Whatever challenges lie ahead, you will have guidance and support. Harry nodded slowly, feeling the weight of the day's revelations pressing down on him. He was a wizard. He was the reincarnation of an ancient dragon deity. He had destroyed 2 houses with magical fire before his 8th birthday. And somehow, none of these revelations seemed as important as the simple fact that he would never have to return to the Dursleys again. As if reading his thoughts, Dumbledore added softly, your aunt and uncle will be relocated, with their memories altered to explain your absence. You will never have to return to their care. Harry felt something tight inside his chest loosen at these words. He took another sip of hot chocolate, letting its warmth spread through him. Outside the office window, the sun was setting over London, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold that reminded Harry of dragonfire. Somewhere deep inside him, ancient memories continued to unfurl, bringing with them knowledge and power that had slumbered for millennia. Harry Potter, 7 years old, orphan and dragon god reincarnate, watched the sunset and wondered what tomorrow would bring. Chapter 2, Scales and Shadows. A late-night storm lashed against the enchanted windows of the Ministry's secure residential wing. Lightning flashed, illuminating Harry's temporary quarters, a comfortable but sparsely furnished apartment that felt cavernous after years in a cupboard. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, focusing on the rhythmic sound of rain against glass. Inside him, memories continued to unfold like ancient scrolls being carefully unraveled. He remembered soaring over primeval forests, wings stretched wide to catch the thermal currents rising from sun-baked earth. He remembered the reverence in human eyes as they left offerings at stone altars carved with his likeness. He remembered battles with other great beings, some scaled like himself, others formed of storm clouds or ocean waves or living stone. Breathe, Harry, he whispered to himself, using the technique Katerina Verlaine had taught him 3 days ago. Find the center. The center was the place where Harry Potter and Dracorath existed in perfect balance, where the 7-year-old boy and the ancient dragon god shared consciousness without one overwhelming the other. Some days it felt impossible to find, other days, like now, it came almost naturally. A soft knock interrupted his meditation. Harry opened his eyes, the faint glow fading from them as he called, "Come in." Kingsley Shacklebolt, the tall Auror assigned as Harry's primary guardian, entered with a tray of food. "Thought you might be hungry," he said in his deep, calming voice. "It's nearly 9, and you missed dinner." "Thank you," Harry said, uncrossing his legs and standing. After almost 2 weeks in ministry custody, he'd grown comfortable with Kingsley, who treated him neither as a frightening anomaly nor as a helpless child. Kingsley set the tray on a small table by the window. "How was your session with Ms. Verlaine today?" Harry considered the question as he picked up a sandwich. "Interesting. She had me try something new, looking at memories from both perspectives at once. seeing them as Harry and as Dracorath at the same time. And how did that go? Kingsley asked, settling into an armchair with the easy grace that belied his imposing size. Strange, Harry admitted between bites. But helpful, I think. The memories feel less overwhelming when I can see them that way. He paused, considering. It's like they become stories that happen to me, instead of just crashing over me like waves. Kingsley nodded approvingly. That sounds like progress. A comfortable silence fell between them as Harry ate. He appreciated that about Kingsley. The man didn't feel the need to fill every moment with chatter, unlike some of the other ministry officials who rotated through guard duty. There's a meeting tomorrow, Kingsley said finally. About your situation. Harry looked up sharply. What kind of meeting? Department heads, the minister, Dumbledore, and a few others. Kingsley's expression revealed nothing. They'll be discussing more permanent arrangements for you. The sandwich suddenly felt heavy in Harry's stomach. Do I have to be there? No, Kingsley assured him. Though Dumbledore has suggested you might meet with the minister privately beforehand. It would be your choice, of course. Harry considered this. Minister Fudge had visited twice since the incident at Privet Drive. The first time, the man had been almost comically nervous, dropping his bowler hat and speaking too loudly as if Harry might not understand him otherwise. The second visit had been marginally better, with Fudge clearly trying to assess Harry's control over his abilities. Will you be at the meeting? Harry asked. Kingsley nodded. As your security detail, yes. And Ms. Verlaine? I believe she's been asked to present her findings thus far. Kingsley studied Harry's expression. You trust her? It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded anyway. She doesn't act afraid. Even when. He gestured vaguely at his eyes, which tended to glow when his emotions ran high. Katerina Verlaine has spent her career studying magical phenomena most people run from, Kingsley said with a slight smile. I suspect she finds you fascinating rather than frightening. Harry finished his sandwich, mulling over the implications of tomorrow's meeting. They're going to decide if I'm dangerous, aren't they? Kingsley's expression softened slightly. They're going to discuss how best to help you manage your unique situation, Harry. There's a difference. Before Harry could respond, another knock came at the door, this one more brisk and authoritative. Kingsley rose, wand appearing in his hand with practiced ease. Identify yourself, he called. Amelia Bones, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, came the reply. With Albus Dumbledore. Kingsley performed a quick detection spell before opening the door to reveal Madame Bones and the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as they fell on Harry, but there was a tension in his bearing that hadn't been present during his previous visits. Good evening, Harry, he said warmly. I apologize for the late hour, but something has occurred that I thought you should be informed of immediately. Harry straightened, instantly alert. Is it about the Malfoys? The preliminary hearings for Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy had begun earlier that week. Harry had been spared participation thus far, but knew his testimony would eventually be required. No, not directly, Dumbledore said, taking the seat Kingsley offered him while Madame Bones remained standing. Though it may be connected to your case in ways we don't yet fully understand. Madame Bones cleared her throat. Mr. Potter, there has been an escape from Azkaban prison. The first in its history. Harry frowned, trying to recall what he'd been told about the wizarding prison. I thought it was supposed to be impossible to escape. It was, Madame Bones said grimly. Until today. The prisoner who escaped, Dumbledore continued, his voice grave, is a man named Sirius Black. He was imprisoned nearly 6 years ago for serious crimes, including the murder of 13 people with a single curse. Harry absorbed this information, feeling a strange stirring of recognition at the name. Why are you telling me this? Was he one of the bad wizards? Like the Malfoys? A complicated expression crossed Dumbledore's face. That is a matter of some debate, Harry. What is relevant is that Sirius Black had a connection to your family. He was, in fact, your father's closest friend, and your godfather. Harry's eyes widened. My godfather? But then why would he? It was believed, Dumbledore said carefully, that he betrayed your parents to Lord Voldemort, leading to their deaths. However, recent developments have cast some doubt on this narrative. Kingsley shifted uncomfortably. Headmaster, I'm not sure this is appropriate to discuss with all due respect, Auror Shacklebolt, Dumbledore interrupted gently, Harry has demonstrated remarkable resilience and understanding. And he deserves to know why a man who may be looking for him has broken out of an unbreakable prison. Harry felt the dragon stir inside him, responding to the implied threat. He's looking for me. Why? Madam Bones stepped forward. We don't know that for certain, Mr. Potter. But prior to his escape, Black was heard repeatedly muttering in his sleep. The guards reported phrases like, he's awakening and dragonborn. In light of recent events. You think he somehow knew about me, Harry finished, a chill running through him. About what happened at the Malfoys. It's possible, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though how such information reached Azkaban is deeply troubling. The prison is supposed to be completely isolated. Harry considered this, sorting through the complicated emotions the news had triggered. He had a godfather, someone his parents had chosen to look after him if anything happened to them. But that same person might have betrayed them to their deaths. And now he had escaped from prison, possibly because of Harry's awakening as Dracorath. What happens now? He asked. Security around you will be increased, Madam Bones said briskly. Though I believe you're already quite well protected. She glanced meaningfully at the window, where rain continued to lash against the glass. Harry followed her gaze, understanding the unspoken acknowledgement of his own powers. Since the incident at Privet Drive, he'd gained more conscious control over the draconic abilities that had emerged so explosively. The ministry officials supervising his case had been both impressed and unsettled by how quickly he was learning to harness them. Tomorrow's meeting will now include discussion of Black's escape and its potential implications for your situation, Dumbledore added. I wanted you to hear this news from us directly, rather than overhearing it or reading it in the Daily Prophet. Harry nodded, grateful for the consideration. Thank you for telling me. After Dumbledore and Madam Bones departed, Kingsley stayed longer than usual, seemingly reluctant to leave Harry alone with his thoughts. They played a game of wizard's chess, a new favorite of Harry's, before Kingsley finally bid him good night. Left alone, Harry returned to his meditation spot on the floor, closing his eyes and seeking that elusive center where his dual natures existed in harmony. But tonight, a new question kept intruding on his concentration. What kind of man had Sirius Black been, to earn his father's trust and then betray it so completely? And why would his escape coincide so perfectly with Harry's awakening as Dracorath? Sleep came fitfully that night, filled with dreams of a gaunt man with haunted eyes, running through darkness toward a distant light that burned with dragon fire. Fascinating response to thermal stimuli, Katerina Verlaine murmured, making another note on her ever-present clipboard. Not just resistance, but apparent affinity. Harry sat with his hand completely immersed in a basin of water that would have scalded an ordinary person. To him, it felt pleasantly warm, like sinking into a perfect bath. It doesn't hurt at all? Katerina asked, pushing a strand of her silver-streaked brown hair behind her ear. Harry shook his head. It feels nice, actually. Like when you sit in a patch of sunlight. Katerina's quill scratched rapidly across parchment. Unlike most of the researchers who had examined Harry over the past 2 weeks, she used no magical instruments or diagnostic spells, just careful observation and thoughtful questions. In her mid-40s, with laugh lines around her eyes and a perpetually untidy bun, Katerina Verlaine had quickly become Harry's favorite visitor. She worked in the Department of Mysteries, a section of the ministry that Harry gathered was highly secretive, and specialized in what she called extraordinary magical manifestations. That's a fancy way of saying things no one else wants to study because they're too weird or scary, she had explained during their first meeting, her brown eyes twinkling. Harry had liked her immediately. What temperature is the water now? Harry asked, curious. 115 degrees Celsius, Katerina replied matter-of-factly. Well above boiling point, maintained by a controlled heating charm. Harry's eyes widened. Isn't that dangerous for you to be near? Katerina smiled at his concern. Hence the protective shield. She gestured to the shimmering barrier that separated them, visible only when the light caught it at certain angles. Though I suspect if something went wrong, you'd be in a better position to help me than vice versa. She removed the basin with a wave of her wand, replacing it with a small wooden box. Now, I'd like to try something different today. This box contains an item that belonged to Merlin, or at least, that's what the department records claim. It's been sealed away for centuries because it tends to react to certain magical signatures. Harry leaned forward with interest. What kind of reactions? Various, Katerina said vaguely. But I have a theory it might respond to you in a particular way. She flicked her wand, and the box's lid opened slowly. Don't touch it yet, just look. Inside the box, nestled on black velvet, lay what appeared to be a dragon's tooth, yellowed with age but still gleaming with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The effect on Harry was immediate and electric. His vision sharpened, colors intensifying as his pupils contracted to slits. The tooth seemed to call to him, its soft pulsing synchronizing with his own heartbeat. Yes, Katerina whispered, watching him intently. You recognize it, don't you? Harry nodded slowly. It's mine. The words came from some deep place in his memory. From my first form. When I was young and still growing. Extraordinary, Katerina breathed, her quill moving frantically across her notes. Can you tell me more about that time? About your first form? Harry closed his eyes, letting the memories surface. I was smaller then. Only the size of a mountain, not a mountain range. He spoke in the dual voice that emerged when Dracaratha's consciousness was closest to the surface, his own childish tones overlaid with deeper, resonant notes that seemed to vibrate the air. Humans were just beginning to build stone cities. They left offerings. Some worshipped, some hunted. I protected those who respected the old ways. When he opened his eyes again, they blazed with green fire. The one you call Merlin, he sought me out. Not to worship or to hunt, but to learn. He was the first human to speak to me as an equal. Katerina had stopped writing, her full attention on Harry's words. And the tooth? How did Merlin come to possess it? I gave it freely, Harry said, the memories unfolding like a tapestry. He needed something that could channel elemental fire for a ritual to bind a great darkness. I had shed this tooth during my 7th century and kept it as a focus for my own magics. When Merlin proved worthy of trust, I gifted it to him. He blinked, and his eyes returned to their normal green, though a faint luminescence remained. That's... I've never remembered that before. It was so clear. The proximity of an object from your past life seems to be triggering more specific memories, Katerina said, resuming her notes. This confirms several of my theories about the nature of your reincarnation. Harry glanced at the tooth again, feeling a strange mix of possessiveness and detachment. It had been his, yes, but in another life, another form. What will happen to it now? That depends partly on you, Katerina said, closing the box with reluctance. As the original donor, you might have some claim to it. Though I imagine the department would prefer to continue studying it, given its historical significance. Harry shrugged. They can keep studying it. But maybe I could see it sometimes. It helps with remembering. Katerina smiled warmly. I'll make that recommendation. Now, shall we try one more experiment before your meeting with the minister? The mention of the upcoming meeting dampened Harry's mood. Do I really have to go? Can't you just tell them what you've learned about me? I will be presenting my findings at the full meeting, Katerina assured him. But Minister Fudge requested this private conversation. I think he wants to form his own impression before hearing everyone else's opinions. She hesitated, then added, politics often works that way, Harry. Harry sighed. At 7 years old, he found adult politics exhausting and largely pointless. Even with Dracaratha's ancient wisdom accessible in his mind, the petty maneuverings of ministry officials seemed like a waste of energy. Fine, he conceded. What's the last experiment? Katerina produced a small silver mirror from her robes. I'd like you to look into this and concentrate on calling forth Dracaratha's consciousness, but only partially. Try to maintain awareness of yourself as Harry while accessing his memories and perceptions. Harry took the mirror cautiously. His reflection looked back at him, a small boy with unruly black hair, green eyes, and the lightning bolt scar that had taken on a faint golden hue since his awakening. He focused, drawing on the meditation techniques Katerina had taught him. The change began subtly, his pupils narrowing to slits, a faint glow emanating from behind his irises. Then his skin seemed to shimmer, taking on an almost pearlescent quality as microscopic scales formed and caught the light. Excellent control, Katerina murmured. How does it feel? Balanced, Harry replied, his voice carrying just a hint of the deeper resonance. Like standing in a doorway between two rooms, able to see into both. And what do you see when you look into Dracaratha's room? Katerina asked. Harry's expression grew distant. Countless lives. Deaths and rebirths. Purpose. He refocused on her. I have done this before. Taken human form to intervene when balance was threatened. Fascinating, Katerina whispered. Harry, do you remember why you chose to incarnate now? At this particular time? Harry frowned, searching through the swirling memories. Darkness rising. An imbalance. Someone, tampering with powers they shouldn't. His frown deepened. But I can't see clearly. It's like part of the memory is blocked. That's not surprising, Katerina said reassuringly. Even with a divine consciousness, your current brain is still developing. Some concepts or memories may be too complex for your neural pathways to fully process yet. Harry nodded, letting the partial transformation recede until he looked entirely human again. He handed the mirror back to Katerina, feeling tired but satisfied with the progress they'd made. I think that's enough for today, she said, packing away her notes and equipment. You should rest before meeting the minister. As she prepared to leave, Harry voiced the question that had been troubling him since Dumbledore's visit the night before. Ms. Verlaine. What do you know about Sirius Black? Katerina paused, her expression growing cautious. I assume you've been told about his escape. Harry nodded. And that he was my godfather. And maybe betrayed my parents. He hesitated. But Dumbledore said there were doubts about that now. What did he mean? Katerina sighed, setting her bag down and taking a seat across from Harry again. This is really more Dumbledore's place to explain, but certain aspects of Black's case have never quite made sense. He was imprisoned without a trial during the chaos following Voldemort's fall. The evidence against him seemed overwhelming at the time, but... Harry prompted when she trailed off. But those of us who knew him before, who knew your father and their friend group, have always struggled to reconcile the Sirius we knew with the crimes he supposedly committed. She looked troubled. I wasn't close to them, but I was a few years ahead at Hogwarts. Sirius Black was many things, reckless, arrogant at times, fiercely loyal, but a traitor to James Potter. It never rang true. Harry absorbed this, a strange hope kindling inside him. So he might be innocent. He might not have betrayed my parents. I don't know, Harry, Katerina said gently. But I think that's part of what Dumbledore was suggesting. The problem is, innocent or not, breaking out of Azkaban and potentially coming after you isn't helping his case. What if he's not coming after me to hurt me? Harry asked, the idea taking shape as he spoke. What if he heard about what happened with the Malfoys and wants to help me? If he's my godfather, then his first priority should be proving his innocence through proper channels, not frightening everyone by breaking out of prison, Katerina pointed out reasonably. But I understand why you'd want to believe the best of him. Harry nodded, though the dragon part of him understood desperate measures in desperate times. If Black had suffered unjustly for years, patience with proper channels might have run out. I should go, Katerina said, gathering her things again. Kingsley will be here soon to escort you to the minister's office. She paused at the door. Try to be patient with Fudge, Harry. He's not a bad man, just a cautious politician facing an unprecedented situation. After she left, Harry paced the room restlessly, his mind filled with thoughts of godparents and dragon teeth, prison escapes and political meetings. So much had changed in 2 short weeks. Sometimes he missed the simplicity of life at the Dursleys, not the cruelty or neglect, but at least the predictability. Wake up, cook breakfast, avoid Dudley, do chores, go to bed. Repeat. Now he was navigating a world of magical politics while trying to integrate the memories and powers of an ancient dragon deity into his 7-year-old self. It was, as Dracaratha's consciousness wryly noted, a unique incarnation experience. A soft tap at the window interrupted his thoughts. Harry turned to see a large raven perched on the outer sill, its glossy black feathers iridescent in the afternoon light. Its eyes, unusually intelligent even for a Wizarding World bird, fixed on Harry with unmistakable purpose. Harry approached cautiously. The ministry windows weren't supposed to open, a security measure Kingsley had explained during his first day in residence. But as Harry drew near, the raven tapped again, more insistently, and he felt a strange compulsion to respond. I can't open it, he said aloud, feeling foolish for talking to a bird. The windows are sealed. The raven tilted its head, and Harry could have sworn it looked amused. It tapped once more, and this time, a small roll of parchment tied with black thread became visible on its leg. Harry hesitated. He should call for a security officer. Any unexpected communication could be dangerous, that had been emphasized repeatedly during his stay. But something about the raven felt familiar in a way he couldn't explain. Not threatening, just significant. Before he could decide on a course of action, the raven pressed its beak to the glass. To Harry's astonishment, the beak passed through as if the window were water rather than solid matter. The bird withdrew, watching Harry expectantly. You want me to take the message, Harry guessed. Through the glass. The raven made a soft croaking sound that somehow conveyed impatience. Harry, driven by curiosity stronger than caution, reached toward the window. To his surprise, his hand passed through the seemingly solid glass with only the faintest resistance, like pushing through heavy curtains. The raven held perfectly still as Harry untied the small parchment from its leg. As soon as the message was free, the bird took flight, disappearing into the cloudy London sky with powerful wing beats. Harry withdrew his hand, finding it perfectly dry despite the apparent liquidity of the window, which now appeared completely solid again. He unrolled the small parchment with trembling fingers. Written in an elegant, slanting script were just a few lines: the dragon awakens as darkness gathers. Trust not those who would cage you for safety's sake. When moon meets water, look to the shadows of your father's house. An old friend. Harry read the message 3 times, trying to make sense of its cryptic contents. The dragon reference clearly meant Dracarath, but who would know about that besides the ministry officials involved in his case? And what was his father's house? The Dursleys' home was gone, and he had no memory of where his parents had lived before their deaths. A knock at the door startled him so badly he nearly dropped the parchment. Harry hastily stuffed it into his pocket as Kingsley entered. Ready for your meeting with the minister? The Auror asked. Harry nodded, hoping his face didn't betray the tumult of his thoughts. As ready as I'll ever be. Kingsley studied him for a moment, his perceptive gaze lingering just long enough to make Harry wonder if he'd noticed something amiss. But he merely nodded and gestured toward the door. Let's go then. Best not to keep Fudge waiting. As they walked through the ministry corridors, Harry couldn't help glancing over his shoulder, half expecting to see a raven following them through the magically reinforced hallways. But there was nothing there, just the echo of their footsteps and the weight of a mysterious message in his pocket. Minister Cornelius Fudge's office reflected its occupant perfectly, outwardly impressive but lacking true substance. Ornate furnishings and magical artifacts crowded the space, many looking more decorative than functional. Behind an imposing desk sat Fudge himself, a portly man in a pinstriped suit with his signature lime green bowler hat perched on the desk corner. "Ah, Mr. Potter, right on time," Fudge said with forced joviality as Kingsley escorted Harry in. "Thank you, Auror Shacklebolt. That will be all for now." Kingsley gave a respectful nod. "I'll wait outside, Minister." His eyes met Harry's briefly, conveying silent support before he departed. Sit down," Fudge urged, gesturing to a chair that had been modified with cushions to accommodate Harry's small stature. "Can I offer you anything? Pumpkin juice? Tea?" "No, thank you, Minister," Harry replied politely, climbing into the chair. Fudge cleared his throat, adjusting papers on his desk that didn't appear to need adjusting. "Well then. How are you finding your accommodations? Comfortable, I trust." "Yes, sir. Everyone's been very kind." Good, Fudge nodded, seeming relieved. "We want you to feel welcome, of course. Your situation is unusual, but the ministry is committed to providing whatever support you need." Harry waited, recognizing the platitudes as a preamble to whatever the minister really wanted to discuss. "I've been reading the reports from Ms. Verlaine and the other specialists," Fudge continued after a moment. "Fascinating stuff. Quite extraordinary." He leaned forward slightly. "Is it true you've been regaining memories of your previous existence?" Harry nodded cautiously. "Some memories, yes. They're clearer when something triggers them specifically. Like the incident with Merlin's artifact this morning," Fudge said, revealing he'd already been briefed on Harry's session with Katerina. "Remarkable. Simply remarkable." A portrait on the wall, an elderly wizard with an elaborate mustache, rolled his eyes dramatically at Fudge's obvious stalling. Harry bit back a smile. "Minister," he said quietly, "Ms. Verlaine said you wanted to talk to me before the meeting about my situation. Is there something specific you wanted to ask?" Fudge looked momentarily startled by the directness, then chuckled nervously. "Quite perceptive, aren't you?" "Yes, well." He straightened in his chair. "The fact is, Harry, may I call you Harry? We're facing an unprecedented situation. A young wizard with the emerging consciousness and abilities of an ancient magical entity, it presents certain challenges from a regulatory standpoint. You're worried about what I might do," Harry translated. "Not worried, exactly," Fudge backpedaled. "Concerned, perhaps. For your well-being as much as anything else." He fidgeted with a quill. The incident at Privet Drive and the simultaneous destruction of Malfoy Manor demonstrated considerable power, after all. Power that might be difficult for someone your age to control. Harry considered his response carefully. The dragon part of him bristled at the implied weakness, but he understood the minister's position. "I'm learning control," he said finally. "Ms. Verlaine has been helping a lot. And I don't want to hurt anyone. What happened with the Malfoys was because they tried to take me away, to control me." Yes, of course," Fudge hastened to agree. "Lucius's actions were reprehensible. Using an unforgivable on a child. He'll face the full consequences of his actions, I assure you." Harry said nothing, watching the minister's discomfort grow in the silence. "The thing is," Fudge finally continued, "certain parties within the ministry have expressed concerns about security. Not just your security, though that's paramount, of course, but also, well, broader security considerations. They think I'm dangerous," Harry said flatly. Fudge winced. Some have raised questions about potential risks, yes. Particularly in light of your age and the still developing nature of your abilities. He straightened, adopting a more official tone. There have been proposals for certain protective measures. Specialized training in a secure facility. Expert supervision. That sort of thing. The message in Harry's pocket suddenly felt heavier. Trust not those who would cage you for safety's sake. Was this what the mysterious sender had meant? You want to lock me away, Harry said, feeling heat rise in his chest, the dragon's anger kindling. No, nothing so dramatic, Fudge protested, though his eyes darted nervously to Harry's face, perhaps noticing the faint glow beginning in his irises. Merely a structured environment where your extraordinary gifts can be nurtured safely. For your own protection as much as anything. Harry took a deep breath, forcing the heat back down. Showing anger now would only confirm the minister's fears. And what does Professor Dumbledore think of these proposals? He asked, suspecting the answer already. Fudge's expression soured slightly. Dumbledore has his own views, naturally. He favors a more integrated approach. But the headmaster doesn't always appreciate the political realities the ministry must consider. Political realities, Harry repeated. You mean people being afraid of me? Fudge sighed, removing his spectacles to polish them. Harry, you must understand. The wizarding community has just begun to recover from the terror of you-know-whose reign. People are still skittish about any unusual display of power. The reports of what happened at Privet Drive and Malfoy Manor have already leaked to the press, despite our best efforts at containment. He replaced his glasses and fixed Harry with what was probably meant to be a paternal look. I'm on your side, my boy. I'm trying to find a solution that protects you while reassuring the public. That's why I wanted to speak with you privately, to hear your thoughts before tomorrow's meeting. Harry considered his options. The dragon part of him wanted to demonstrate exactly why attempting to confine him would be foolish, but the human boy recognized the political trap being laid. If he reacted with anger or defiance, it would only reinforce the argument that he needed containment. I understand people might be scared, he said carefully. But putting me somewhere isolated won't help me learn to be part of the wizarding world. And he hesitated, then decided to play his strongest card. Dracarath doesn't respond well to confinement. That part of me, sees it as a threat. It might make things worse, not better. Fudge paled slightly. Ah. I see. That's valuable insight, certainly. He shuffled papers nervously. Are you suggesting there could be difficulties if such a course were pursued? I'm just telling you how it feels, Harry said, keeping his voice innocent. Ms. Verlaine says it's important I'm honest about what triggers strong reactions from the dragon consciousness. Quite right, Fudge muttered, making a note. Well, that's precisely the sort of information we need to consider in making these decisions. Very helpful, Harry, thank you. The conversation meandered for another 15 minutes, with Fudge asking carefully worded questions about Harry's abilities and memories. Harry answered truthfully but selectively, instinctively understanding the political game being played. By the time Kingsley returned to escort him back to his quarters, Harry had the distinct impression he'd won the first round of a match the minister hadn't realized they were playing. How did it go? Kingsley asked as they walked through the corridors. Harry shrugged. He wanted to know if I'd be upset about being locked away in a specialized training facility. Kingsley's expression darkened momentarily. I see. And what did you tell him? That Dracarath doesn't like cages, Harry said simply. A smile tugged at the corner of Kingsley's mouth. I imagine that gave him something to think about. After a pause, he added more seriously, Harry, you should know there are many of us who will oppose any attempt to isolate you unnecessarily. Dumbledore, Ms. Verlaine, myself, and others. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely touched. Then, deciding to trust his instincts, he added, Kingsley, if I wanted to send a message to someone outside the ministry, would you help me? The Auror's stride faltered slightly. That would depend on who the message was for and what it contained, he said carefully. There are security protocols in place for your correspondence. Harry nodded, having expected that answer. Just wondering, he said lightly, though his mind was already turning over possibilities. The mysterious message in his pocket might be a trap, but it might also be from someone who truly wanted to help him. Either way, he needed more information before deciding whether to act on it. When they reached his quarters, Harry was surprised to find Katerina waiting for them, her expression unusually grave. "What's wrong?" he asked immediately. She exchanged a look with Kingsley before answering. "There's been an incident, Harry. A sighting of Sirius Black in Godric's Hollow, near the remains of your parents' home." Harry's heart jumped. "My parents' home? In Godric's Hollow?" "Yes," Katerina confirmed. "It's been preserved as a memorial since their deaths. Black was spotted there by a local resident about 2 hours ago, but disappeared before Auror's arrived. Look to the shadows of your father's house." The words from the mysterious message blazed in Harry's mind. This couldn't be coincidence. Why would he go there? Harry asked, watching their reactions carefully. "We don't know," Kingsley admitted. "It could be sentimentality, given his history with your parents. Or he could be looking for something," Katerina finished when Kingsley trailed off. "Something connected to you or your parents." Harry felt a strange certainty settle over him. "I want to go there," he said firmly. Both adults looked startled. "To Godric's Hollow?" Kingsley asked. "Harry, that's not possible right now. Black is still at large, and security. I need to see where my parents lived," Harry insisted, feeling Dracorath's determination rising within him. "If Black is looking for something there, shouldn't we find out what it is before he does?" "The Auror office has that covered," Kingsley assured him. "They're conducting a thorough search of the property and surrounding area." Harry wasn't deterred. "But they don't know what Black might be looking for. I might recognize something. Something connected to my parents, or to Dracorath." Katerina was watching him with sharp interest. "Have you had some kind of insight, Harry? A memory or feeling about Godric's Hollow?" Harry hesitated, torn between revealing the mysterious message and keeping it secret. "Just a feeling," he said finally. "But a strong one." Katerina and Kingsley exchanged another meaningful look. "I'll speak with Dumbledore about the possibility," Katerina said finally. "He has considerable influence with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and if anyone can arrange a secure visit, it would be him." Harry nodded, knowing that was the best he could hope for at the moment. "Thank you." After they left, Harry returned to the window where the raven had appeared, staring out at the darkening London sky. The parchment felt warm in his pocket, almost alive with potential. "When moon meets water, look to the shadows of your father's house." He needed to find out when the next full moon would rise over water near Godric's Hollow. And somehow, he needed to be there when it happened. Sleep eluded Harry that night, his mind too full of the day's revelations to find rest. Shortly after midnight, he gave up trying and instead sat cross-legged on the floor, practicing the meditation techniques Katerina had taught him. As his breathing steadied, he directed his consciousness inward, seeking the ancient wisdom of Dracorath. "What do you remember about Godric's Hollow?" he asked silently, addressing the dragon consciousness that shared his mind. "Why is it important?" Images flickered behind his closed eyelids, a modest stone cottage with roses climbing its walls, a nursery with magical creatures dancing around the ceiling, a secret room beneath the floorboards where something precious was hidden. Harry's eyes snapped open, the vision of the hidden room crystal clear in his mind. Something was there, something connected to both Harry Potter and Dracorath. Something Sirius Black might be seeking. A soft tapping at his window disrupted his thoughts. The raven had returned, its black feathers nearly invisible against the night sky except for the faint moonlight reflecting in its intelligent eyes. Harry approached cautiously, half expecting the bird to deliver another message. Instead, when he drew near, the raven simply tilted its head and fixed him with an expectant stare. "What?" Harry whispered, feeling foolish for talking to a bird but unable to shake the feeling that it understood him perfectly. "I can't leave here. There are guards, and alarms, and magical barriers." The raven made a soft sound, almost like laughter, and tapped the glass with its beak. Once again, the solid surface rippled like water, allowing the bird to push its head partially through. "You want me to follow you," Harry realized with sudden clarity. "But how? I can't fly, and even if I could get through the window, we're several floors up." The raven withdrew its head and spread its wings, revealing an unusual pattern of white feathers on its breast that formed what looked like a crescent moon over water. The exact words from the mysterious note, "When moon meets water." Harry's heart raced with understanding and nervous excitement. This was no ordinary bird. "Who sent you?" he whispered. "Was it Sirius Black?" The raven merely tapped the window again, more insistently this time. Harry stood frozen in indecision. If he followed the bird, he would be leaving the Ministry's protection, possibly walking into a trap set by an escaped prisoner. But if he stayed, he might miss his only chance to discover the truth about his godfather and whatever was hidden in his parents' former home. Dracaratha's consciousness stirred within him, projecting not words but a feeling, confidence mixed with caution. The dragon was not afraid of this adventure, only wary. "Okay," Harry whispered to the raven. "Show me how." The bird responded by pressing its entire body against the window, which stretched and rippled like a soap bubble. To Harry's amazement, the raven passed completely through, landing on the interior windowsill with barely a sound. Up close, the bird was even more impressive, larger than an ordinary raven, with feathers that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its eyes held an unmistakable intelligence as it hopped to Harry's shoulder and tugged gently at his ear. A strange sensation washed over Harry, like being submerged in warm water. The raven's touch seemed to trigger something deep within his draconic consciousness, a memory of transformation, of changing form to suit need. "I can't." Harry began, but even as the words formed, he felt his body respond to the ancient memory. His perception shifted, the room suddenly appearing much larger around him. The weight of the raven on his shoulder disappeared as his human form melted away, replaced by sleek black feathers and hollow bones. Where Harry Potter had stood moments before, a smaller raven now perched, its feathers gleaming with the same iridescent quality that Harry's skin took on when he partially transformed. Only the eyes remained distinctly his, emerald green rather than black, with a faint inner glow. The larger raven croaked what sounded unmistakably like approval, then hopped back to the window. This time, when it pressed against the glass, the window dissolved completely, revealing the night air beyond. Without hesitation, the raven launched itself into the darkness. Harry, still adjusting to his new avian form, followed awkwardly, his first wing beats uncoordinated but instinctively correct. By the time they had circled the Ministry building once, he was flying with growing confidence, reveling in the sensation of wind through his feathers. The larger raven led him north, away from the lights of London toward darker countryside. As they flew, Harry found his mind strangely clear, the human and dragon aspects of his consciousness working in perfect harmony to maintain the transformation and follow his mysterious guide. They flew for what felt like hours, though time was difficult to judge in this form. Eventually, the landscape below changed, revealing a small village nestled among rolling hills. Even from the air, Harry could sense the magic permeating the place, Godric's Hollow, a community where wizards and muggles had coexisted for centuries, each largely unaware of the other's true nature. The raven descended toward the edge of the village, where a small cottage stood partially in ruins. Even in the darkness, Harry could see that one side of the upper floor had been blasted away, the damage preserved rather than repaired, a memorial to the tragedy that had occurred there. They landed in a tree opposite the cottage, the larger raven watching as Harry struggled momentarily with returning to human form. The transformation back was harder, requiring conscious effort rather than instinctive memory. After several attempts, Harry managed it, finding himself precariously balanced on a branch in human form once more. That was, he whispered, still processing the extraordinary experience of flight. Thank you. The raven made a soft sound that might have been acknowledgement, then took wing again, circling toward the back of the cottage. Harry carefully climbed down from the tree and followed, staying close to the shadows. He was acutely aware that if ministry officials discovered his absence, there would be a massive search underway, and his unauthorized visit to the very place Sirius Black had been spotted would look damning indeed. The ruined cottage was surrounded by a low wall, with a gate that creaked softly as Harry pushed it open. The garden beyond was overgrown, wild roses and ivy reclaiming the space that had once been carefully tended. As Harry approached the back door, a plaque became visible, emerging from the tangled vegetation like a ghost. On this spot, on the night of October 31st, 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. Their son, Harry, remains the only wizard ever to have survived the killing curse. This house, invisible to Muggles, has been left in its ruined state as a monument to the Potters and as a reminder of the violence that tore apart their family. Harry's throat tightened as he read the words. This was where it had happened, where his parents had died protecting him, where his life as an orphan had begun. He reached out to touch the plaque, his fingers tracing the engraved letters of his parents' names. The raven had landed on the cottage's back step, watching Harry with those intelligent eyes. After giving him a moment with the memorial, it tapped its beak against the door, which swung open at the touch. Harry hesitated. Is this allowed? It's a memorial. The raven made an impatient sound and hopped inside. After a moment's more hesitation, Harry followed. The interior of the cottage was preserved much as it must have been the night of the attack. Dust covered everything, but the furniture remained in place, a sofa with faded cushions, bookshelves lining one wall, magical photographs in frames showing a handsome couple with a baby who must have been Harry himself. The scene was eerily frozen in time, as if the family had just stepped out and might return at any moment. The raven led Harry through the ground floor to a particular spot in what had once been the living room. There, it pecked insistently at a section of wooden flooring that looked no different from the rest to Harry's eyes. There's something under there? Harry asked quietly. The bird nodded, an unmistakably human gesture that confirmed Harry's suspicions about its true nature. He knelt and ran his fingers over the floorboards, feeling for any sign of a hidden compartment. One board shifted slightly under his touch, and when he pressed its edge, the opposite end rose up just enough to grip. With trembling fingers, Harry lifted the board, revealing a small space beneath. Inside lay a flat wooden box, ornately carved with symbols that made his vision blur when he tried to focus on them directly. The box was about the size of a large book, with no visible lock or hinge. As soon as Harry touched it, a jolt of recognition passed through him. This belonged to him, both to Harry Potter by inheritance and to Dracorath by ancient claim. The dragon consciousness stirred powerfully within him, a wordless certainty that this object was significant beyond measure. The raven hopped closer, watching intently as Harry lifted the box from its hiding place. It felt warm in his hands, thrumming with dormant magic that responded to his touch. How do I open it? Harry whispered. The bird made a soft sound and pecked gently at Harry's chest, just over his heart. Understanding bloomed in Harry's mind, the box would open only for him, responding to the unique dual signature of his being. He closed his eyes, letting his consciousness settle into that perfect balance between human and dragon that Katarina had helped him find. When he opened his eyes again, they glowed with emerald fire. He pressed his palm flat against the top of the box and whispered, I am Harry Potter. I am Dracorath. Open for me. The carved symbols on the box flared with golden light, rearranging themselves before Harry's eyes into a pattern that matched the scales forming on his skin. With a soft click, the top of the box lifted, revealing its contents, a folded piece of parchment and what appeared to be a curved fang or claw, much larger than the dragon tooth he had seen in the Department of Mysteries. Harry lifted the parchment first, unfolding it carefully. The handwriting was neat and precise, to our son Harry, if you are reading this, then our worst fears have come to pass, and we are no longer with you. We hope this box has found its way to you when you are old enough to understand its contents and their significance. From the moment of your birth, we knew you were extraordinary. Not merely as our beloved child, but as something more, something ancient and powerful reborn into our world at a time of great darkness. Lily's research into old magics and my family's connection to Godric Gryffindor led us to an astonishing discovery. You carry within you the essence of Dracorath, the Dragon of Dawn, a being of immense power and wisdom who has appeared throughout history at pivotal moments. The claw enclosed belonged to Godric Gryffindor, who was himself a partial incarnation of Dracorath in his time. It has been passed down through generations of his descendants, including, it seems, the Potter line. When we placed it near you as an infant, your eyes would glow and tiny scales would appear on your skin. There could be no doubt. We have taken measures to protect both you and this knowledge. Few know of your true nature, ourselves, Dumbledore, though he may not understand the full truth, and your godfather, Sirius Black, whom we have entrusted with your guardianship should anything happen to us. If Voldemort has discovered this secret, it may explain his determination to destroy you. Trust your instincts and those who show themselves worthy of that trust. The powers within you will awaken fully when the time is right. With all our love, James and Lily Potter. Harry read the letter 3 times, his hands trembling so badly by the third reading that the parchment rustled continuously. His parents had known. They had discovered his dual nature even before Voldemort's attack had triggered the first awakening of Dracorath's consciousness. The revelation was overwhelming. For his entire life with the Dursleys, Harry had been told his parents were worthless, drunks who died in a car crash. Then, after the incident with the Malfoys, he'd learned they were wizards who died protecting him from a Dark Lord. Now, this letter revealed they had been far more, researchers who had uncovered an ancient magical truth and protected that knowledge with their lives. And Sirius Black, the man he'd been warned was a dangerous escaped criminal, had been entrusted with both Harry's guardianship and the knowledge of his true nature. If his parents had trusted Black with something so significant, could he really have betrayed them? Harry reached for the dragon claw, his fingers tingling as they made contact with the ancient artifact. It was easily as long as his forearm, curved and sharp despite its great age, with a pearlescent quality that shifted colors in the dim light. The moment he touched it, a surge of power ran through him, not explosive like at Privet Drive, but controlled and focused, like a key turning in a lock. More memories unfurled in his mind, Godric Gryffindor wielding a sword imbued with dragon magic, a ritual performed in this very village to bind a piece of Dracorath's essence to the Gryffindor line, promises made across centuries to watch over magical Britain in times of great need. The raven, which had been watching silently, suddenly became agitated. It hopped to the window, peering out into the night, then returned to Harry with urgent sounds. Someone's coming. Harry guessed, carefully returning the letter to the box but keeping the dragon claw in his hand. It seemed unwilling to be separated from him now that contact had been re-established. The raven nodded sharply, then grew very still, its head tilted as if listening. Harry followed suit, extending his heightened senses outward. Footsteps, multiple sets, approaching the cottage with deliberate stealth. Ministry officials? Harry whispered. The raven shook its head, its agitation growing. It pecked at the wooden box, then at Harry's pocket. Understanding, Harry quickly placed the box in his pocket, which should have been too small to accommodate it. To his amazement, the box seemed to shrink just enough to fit perfectly, the magic within it adapting to his needs. The raven then hopped to the open floorboard, clearly indicating Harry should replace it. He did so quickly, ensuring it sat flush with the surrounding boards again. Just as he finished, the sound of the front gate creaking reached his ears. The raven darted to the back door, Harry close behind. They slipped out into the overgrown garden just as voices became audible from the front of the cottage. Must be here somewhere. The tracking charm led directly to this location. Perhaps it was triggered by residual magic. This place is saturated with old spells. No, this was active magic. Recent. Powerful. Keep searching. Harry recognized the voices with a chill. Lucius Malfoy, supposedly in ministry custody awaiting trial, and someone else he couldn't identify, a woman with a harsh, imperious tone. The raven tugged at Harry's sleeve, drawing him deeper into the shadows of the garden. Behind a tangled mass of rose bushes, it stopped and fixed Harry with an intense stare. Then, astonishingly, it began to change, feathers melting away, form expanding and reshaping until a man stood where the bird had been. Sirius Black was thinner than in the old photographs Harry had seen, his handsome face gaunt from years in Azkaban. His dark hair hung in matted tangles around his shoulders, and his robes were tattered and filthy. But his grey eyes were clear and alert as they fixed on Harry's face with desperate intensity. "Harry," he whispered, his voice rough from disuse. "Thank Merlin. We don't have much time." Harry stood frozen, the dragon claw still clutched in his hand, ready to defend himself if necessary. "You're Sirius Black." A smile flashed across the man's haggard face. "I am. Your godfather, though I've done a poor job of it so far." His expression grew serious again as voices from the cottage grew louder. "Listen carefully. I don't have time to explain everything, but you need to know, I never betrayed your parents. I wasn't their secret keeper. It was Peter Pettigrew, another friend who turned to Voldemort." "The letter," Harry said, his mind racing to process this revelation. "My parents' letter says they trusted you with knowledge about me. About Dracorath." Black's eyes widened. "You found it. Good." "Yes, James and Lily discovered the truth during Lily's pregnancy. Ancient magic recognizes ancient magic. The Potter line had been carrying traces of Dracorath's essence for generations, but in you, it manifested fully." He glanced nervously toward the cottage. "The Malfoys and their associates have been searching for evidence of your true nature since your powers manifested. That's why I had to get out, to reach you before they did." "But how did you know?" Harry asked. "About what happened with the Malfoys. You were in Azkaban. The Black family has old connections to the Dementors," Sirius said grimly. "Terrible dark magic, but useful in this case. I could hear things, sometimes. Fragments of news. When I heard about a boy destroying Malfoy Manor with dragon fire, I knew it had to be you. That your heritage was awakening." The voices from the cottage grew suddenly louder. Lucius and his companion had moved to the back of the house. They had minutes, perhaps seconds, before discovery. "Harry, you need to return to the ministry," Sirius said urgently. "It's not safe for you here. Take the claw and the letter, keep them with you always. Trust Dumbledore, but be cautious about who else you confide in. There are forces gathering that seek to either control or destroy what you represent." "What about you?" Harry asked, surprising himself with how much he suddenly cared about this stranger who was nonetheless his godfather, his parents' chosen guardian. Sirius smiled sadly. "I'll continue to watch over you as best I can. When the time is right, when I've found proof of my innocence, we'll meet properly." He began to transform again, his form shrinking and darkening. "Now, think of your raven form. Remember how it felt. The transformation will be easier this time." Harry closed his eyes, clutching the dragon claw as he focused on the memory of feathers and hollow bones, of wings cutting through night air. The change came swiftly, his body reshaping itself with far less effort than before. The larger raven, Sirius, nodded approval, then led Harry into the air just as shouts erupted from the garden below. A jet of red light shot past them, missing by inches as they climbed higher into the night sky. "Stop them." Lucius Malfoy's voice carried on the night air, fury evident in every syllable. "It's Black and the boy." But they were already beyond reach, speeding through darkness back toward London, the dragon claw somehow still secure in Harry's transformed grasp, magic adapting to necessity. As they flew, Harry's mind raced with revelations. His parents had known about Dracorath. Sirius Black was innocent, framed by the true traitor, Peter Pettigrew. And Lucius Malfoy, supposedly in ministry custody, was free and hunting for evidence of Harry's true nature. By the time they reached the ministry building in London, dawn was breaking on the horizon. Sirius led Harry to his window, which still appeared open to their magical perception though it would look solid to anyone else. Before Harry could enter, Sirius transformed briefly back to human form, keeping a careful grip on the windowsill. Remember, trust your instincts. Dracorath chose you for a reason. The powers awakening within you are meant to protect, not just destroy. Without waiting for a response, he changed again to raven form and disappeared into the lightning sky, leaving Harry to slip back into his room and transform to human form just moments before Kingsley knocked on his door for the morning check-in. The dragon claw, now shrunk to the size of a pendant, hung warm against Harry's chest on a chain that had materialized from nowhere, magic responding to his need for concealment. The wooden box with his parents' letter remained hidden in his pocket, similarly reduced in size. "Sleep well?" Kingsley asked as Harry opened the door, yawning convincingly. "Very well, thanks," Harry replied, hoping the Auror wouldn't notice the leaves tangled in his hair or the garden dirt under his fingernails. "Any news about today's meeting?" Kingsley nodded, his expression serious. "It's been moved up. The minister wants everyone assembled by 9. He hesitated, then added, "There have been developments overnight that have changed the situation somewhat." Harry maintained a carefully neutral expression. "What kind of developments?" "Lucius Malfoy has escaped ministry custody," Kingsley said grimly. "And there's been another sighting of Sirius Black, this time at your parents' cottage in Godric's Hollow, along with an unidentified accomplice. The minister is concerned." Harry nodded, feigning surprise while his mind raced. How much should he reveal about what he had learned? Who could he truly trust with the knowledge he now possessed? As Kingsley left to let him prepare for the day, Harry touched the hidden dragon claw through his shirt. Its presence was reassuring, a tangible connection to both his parents and his ancient heritage. Whatever happened in today's meeting, he was no longer a powerless child at the mercy of others' decisions. He was Harry Potter, son of James and Lily, godson of Sirius Black. He was Dracorath, Dragon of Dawn, ancient protector reborn. And he was ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 3, Fire and Friendship. 2 years had reshaped Harry Potter in ways no one could have predicted. 9-year-old Harry stood at the edge of the cliff, salt wind whipping his unruly black hair as he watched the sun rise over the restless Atlantic. Dragon's Point Sanctuary, his home for the past 18 months, perched on this remote headland in western Wales, a sprawling complex of ancient stone structures and modern magical additions hidden from Muggle eyes by layers of protective enchantments. Harry extended his arms, feeling the familiar heat rise from his core as he called forth a controlled transformation. Iridescent scales shimmered into existence across his exposed skin, gleaming like opals in the morning light. Behind him, the ambient temperature rose several degrees as his eyes shifted to their draconic form, emerald irises with slitted pupils, glowing softly with inner fire. "Looking good, Harry," called a cheerful voice. "But your left arm is still transitioning slower than your right." Harry glanced over his shoulder to see Zara Patel approaching along the cliff path, her clipboard already in hand despite the early hour. At 25, Zara was the youngest of his regular instructors at the sanctuary, specializing in physical transformations and their control. "I can feel the imbalance," Harry agreed, focusing on equalizing the flow of heat through both arms. The scales on his left side responded, spreading more rapidly until both arms were evenly covered. "Better?" Zara nodded, making notes. "Much. Your conscious control is really coming along." Her dark eyes twinkled as she added, "Professor Kurosawa will be impressed." Harry grinned, the expression slightly disconcerting with his transformed features. Hideo Kurosawa, his primary instructor in magical theory and meditation, was notoriously difficult to impress. The elderly Japanese wizard had forgotten more about ancient magical beings than most scholars would learn in a lifetime, and he maintained exacting standards for all his students, particularly Harry. Did you come all the way out here just to check my scale symmetry? Harry asked, letting the transformation recede until only his eyes retained their draconic appearance, a habit he'd developed that was now second nature. Partly, Zara admitted. But also to remind you that we have visitors arriving this morning. The ministry delegation will be here by 10. Harry groaned. Again. Didn't they just inspect the place last month? This is different, Zara said, her expression growing more serious. This group includes the new head of the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Beings. He's been pushing for reclassification of your status. Let me guess, Harry said dryly. He thinks I should be under Beast Division instead of Being Division. Zara's lips thinned. Something like that. Dumbledore's been blocking his efforts, but Grayson has gathered support from some of the more conservative elements in the Wizengamot. Harry nodded, unsurprised. The political battle over his status had been raging since the day he destroyed Malfoy Manor. 2 years later, the ministry was still divided into factions, those who saw him as a dangerous creature to be controlled, those who recognized him as a sentient being with rights, and a nervous middle group who simply wanted the issue to disappear from public attention. Well, I'll try not to breathe fire on anyone this time, Harry promised with a wry smile. Even if they deserve it. Zara laughed. That's the spirit. Now come on, Ellie and Theo were looking for you at breakfast. Something about testing a new shield charm configuration. Harry's mood brightened immediately. Ellie Wright and Theodore Knott had become his closest friends at Dragon's Point. Like all the sanctuary's residents, they possessed unusual magical abilities that had made conventional education difficult or dangerous. Unlike Harry, however, neither had destroyed a manor house with magical fire at age 7, which they occasionally teased him about during their training sessions. They followed the winding path back from the cliffs toward the main complex, a curious blend of medieval stonework and contemporary magical architecture. The oldest sections of Dragon's Point dated back to the 13th century, when it had served as an outpost for wizards studying the Welsh green dragons that once nested nearby. Its modern incarnation as a sanctuary for magically gifted or challenged children was Dumbledore's creation, established shortly after Harry's dramatic arrival in the wizarding world. The dining hall, once a knight's feast chamber, was still half full when they arrived. Morning sunlight streamed through enchanted stained glass windows that depicted famous magical creatures, their images occasionally shifting position or breathing animated fire. Harry spotted his friends immediately. Ellie's wild curly hair was distinctive even from across the room, a mass of copper-colored spirals that seemed to possess a life of their own. Beside her, Theo's methodical movements as he organized his breakfast plate into precise sections reflected his personality perfectly. There you are. Ellie called as Harry approached. We've been waiting for ages. Theo thinks he's solved the resonance problem with the shield matrix. Theo looked up, his pale face serious as always. Only theoretically. We need your fire to test it properly. Harry slid onto the bench across from them, grabbing an apple from the fruit bowl. Good morning to you too, he said with exaggerated politeness. Yes, my meditation went very well, thank you for asking. Ellie rolled her eyes. Sorry, your scalliness. Good morning, how was your crack of dawn brooding session on the cliffs? Very dragon-y and majestic, I assume. Extremely, Harry confirmed solemnly, before breaking into a grin. Actually, Zara says my transformation control is improving. The scales are spreading more evenly now. Fascinating, Theo murmured, and unlike Ellie's teasing, his interest was entirely genuine. Are you experiencing the same improvement with your fire production? The shield modifications I've calculated are based on your current maximum heat output. Harry considered this as he bit into his apple. I haven't pushed to maximum recently. Professor Kurosawa says I should focus on precision before power. Wise, Theo nodded. Though for our testing purposes, consistent output would be more valuable than precision. Ellie leaned forward eagerly. We've set up in the East practice chamber. The new design uses layered crystal matrices instead of pure magical fields. In theory, it should absorb and redirect the thermal energy rather than just blocking it. Which would be significantly more efficient, Theo added. Conventional shield charms waste enormous amounts of magical energy when confronted with sustained elemental attacks. Harry glanced at his watch, a gift from Kingsley on his 8th birthday. We have about an hour before the ministry people arrive. That should be enough time for a preliminary test. As they left the dining hall, Harry nodded greetings to other sanctuary residents, a pair of 12-year-old twins with unpredictable telekinetic abilities, a solemn girl whose emotions affected weather patterns, a boy who involuntarily shifted into various animal forms when stressed. Dragon's Point currently housed 17 children with unusual or difficult-to-control magical talents, each with individualized training programs and safety protocols. Harry's own protocols were among the most extensive, though they had relaxed considerably since his early days at the sanctuary. His first months had been marked by nightmarish episodes of uncontrolled transformation, triggered by nightmares or sudden stress. More than once he'd awakened to find his bed reduced to cinders and the stone floor beneath it glowing cherry red with heat. The Eastern Practice Chamber was one of several specialized training spaces in the sanctuary, this one specifically designed for testing potentially dangerous spells or abilities. Its walls were reinforced with multiple layers of protective enchantments, and the ceiling was high enough to accommodate substantial magical effects. Theo had already prepared the testing area. A complex arrangement of crystals floated in the center of the room, suspended in geometric patterns by nearly invisible threads of magic. Behind this crystal matrix stood what looked like a shop mannequin, heavily warded and equipped with multiple magical sensors. The test subject looks nervous, Harry commented, eyeing the mannequin's blank face. Ellie snorted. After what happened to the last one, can you blame it? That was an anomaly, Theo said defensively. The arithmetic calculations were perfect, I couldn't have predicted the resonance cascade. Resonance cascade is just a fancy way of saying everything exploded spectacularly, Ellie stage whispered to Harry. Theo ignored her, focusing instead on making final adjustments to the crystal array. At 9, Theodore Knott was already showing the mathematical brilliance that had led his father to push him toward advanced magical studies at a dangerously young age. Those studies had backfired when Theo had accidentally created a localized time distortion in the family library, trapping his father in a 3-second loop for 6 hours before ministry specialists could reverse the effect. Theo had been sent to Dragon's Point immediately thereafter. Okay, Theo said finally, stepping back from the array. The matrix is calibrated. Harry, you'll need to position yourself exactly 7 feet from the primary node, I've marked the spot on the floor, and produce a continuous flame at approximately 60% of your maximum output. How exactly am I supposed to measure 60%? Harry asked, taking his position at the marked spot. Just aim for, pretty hot but not melt-stone hot, Ellie suggested. She had retreated to a monitoring station near the entrance, where multiple magical gauges and instruments would record the test's results. Harry nodded, centering himself with a few deep breaths. He extended his right hand, palm outward toward the crystal array, and called forth the heat that always simmered just below his surface. His eyes shifted first, the emerald glow intensifying as his pupils contracted to draconic slits. Then his extended arm transformed, iridescent scales flowing like liquid across his skin. Ready, he called. Whenever you are, Theo confirmed, his voice tight with anticipation. Harry focused on the central crystal, a large quartz prism that gleamed with inner runes, and released a controlled stream of fire from his palm. The flame emerged blue-white at its core, tinged with shades of amber and gold at its edges, striking the crystal dead center. The effect was immediate and beautiful. The fire didn't break against the crystal as it would against a conventional shield. Instead, it seemed to flow into the quartz, which began to glow with absorbed energy. From there, the fire energy transferred visibly through the geometric arrangement, each crystal in the array lighting up in sequence as it received and channeled a portion of the power. It's working! Ellie exclaimed, her eyes darting between Harry and the monitoring instruments. Temperature distribution is exactly as predicted. Theo's normally serious face broke into a rare smile. The secondary crystals are absorbing excess energy and feeding it back into the stabilization circuit. It's a perfect conversion loop. Harry maintained the fire stream, fascinated by how the crystal array was handling his power. Unlike conventional shields, which simply blocked his flames and eventually overloaded, this system seemed to be working with the fire, directing and distributing its energy rather than opposing it. How long should I keep going? Harry asked, noting that the central crystal was beginning to vibrate slightly. Just another 30 seconds, Theo called. I want to see if the tertiary nodes reach full capacity. Harry nodded, continuing the controlled burn while monitoring his own energy levels. After nearly 2 years of training, he had developed a much better sense of his capabilities and limitations. He could maintain this level of output for almost an hour now before fatigue became an issue, a vast improvement over his early days at the sanctuary when even small fire manifestations had left him exhausted. Time. Ellie announced, and Harry immediately cut off the flame, letting his arm return to normal appearance while maintaining the draconic eyes, his preferred state when among friends who weren't bothered by it. Theo was already examining the crystal array, muttering measurements and calculations to himself. Exceptional energy distribution, he noted. The tertiary nodes reached 86% capacity with minimal stress on the primary crystal. And the mannequin? Harry asked, gesturing to the test subject behind the array. Ellie checked her instruments. Ambient temperature increase of only 12 degrees. The shield absorbed and redirected approximately 94% of the thermal energy. She grinned broadly. That's nearly twice the efficiency of standard protection charms. Not bad for a morning's work, Harry said, genuinely impressed. Theo, this could be really useful beyond just protecting against my fire. Think about applications for dragon reserves, or potion accidents, or, he broke off as the chamber door swung open, revealing Katerina Verlaine. Though she now served as Dragon Point's administrative director, she had maintained her role as Harry's primary researcher and advocate at the ministry. Ah, productive as always, I see, she said, eyeing the still-glowing crystal array with interest. Mr. Knott, another breakthrough? Theo straightened slightly, unable to entirely hide his pride. Initial testing indicates successful thermal energy redistribution with minimal loss, Director. Impressive, Katerina nodded. We'll need to schedule comprehensive safety verification before applying for a research patent, of course, but this shows tremendous promise. She turned to Harry with a more serious expression. I'm afraid I need to borrow Harry for the remainder of the morning. Our ministry visitors have arrived early, and they've brought an unexpected guest. Harry raised an eyebrow. How unexpected? Draco Malfoy is with them, Katerina said quietly. Harry froze, memories of that day at Privet Drive flashing through his mind. He hadn't seen Draco since the incident, though he'd heard plenty about the aftermath for the Malfoy family. Lucius had eventually been recaptured after his escape, with evidence of multiple crimes beyond the attempted abduction of Harry. He was now serving a 15-year sentence in Azkaban. Narcissa and Draco had avoided charges but suffered significant social and financial consequences, losing much of their fortune to ministry fines and reparations. Why would they bring him here? Ellie asked, her protective instincts flaring. Though 2 years younger than Harry, she had appointed herself his unofficial defender against political maneuvering. Apparently, young Mr. Malfoy has been displaying some concerning magical issues of his own, Katerina explained. Uncontrolled outbursts, particularly when your name is mentioned, Harry. The new department head thought it would be educational to include him in today's inspection. Or provocative, Harry muttered. His control had improved tremendously, but deliberate provocation was still dangerous around him. The ministry officials knew this, which meant bringing Draco was either shocking incompetence or a deliberate attempt to trigger an incident. Precisely our concern, Katerina agreed. Dumbledore is already here. He arrived unannounced this morning, apparently anticipating some sort of trouble. He's with the delegation now, but asked that you join them in the conference room as soon as possible. Harry sighed, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. So much for our shield testing. We'll continue the analysis, Theo assured him. The data we've gathered is sufficient for preliminary calculations. Ellie gave Harry's arm a squeeze. Want me to come with you? I can set something on fire if they get too obnoxious. Harry smiled at the offer. Ellie's particular talent was pyrokinesis, not on the scale of Harry's dragon fire, but impressive nonetheless. She could control existing flames with remarkable precision, a skill that had initially drawn her and Harry together during training exercises. Better not, he said reluctantly. Let's not give them any more ammunition than they already have. He followed Katerina through the sanctuary's winding corridors, using the walk to center himself and prepare mentally for the coming confrontation. By the time they reached the conference room, his expression was composed and his eyes had returned to their normal human appearance, a mask of calm he had perfected for dealing with ministry officials. The voices from inside the room fell silent as Katerina opened the door. 6 adults and 1 child turned to look at Harry as he entered, some with curiosity, others with barely concealed apprehension. Dumbledore, seated at the far end of the long table, smiled warmly. "Ah, Harry. Thank you for joining us. I was just telling our guests about the remarkable progress you've been making in your studies." Harry nodded politely to the headmaster before scanning the rest of the group. He recognized Madame Bones, who had been a consistent ally since the Privet Drive incident. Beside her sat a thin, nervous-looking wizard Harry didn't know, and beyond him a severe woman in formal ministry robes. On the near side of the table were an older wizard with a meticulously groomed beard and a younger man whose robes bore the insignia of the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Beings, presumably the new department head Zara had mentioned. And then there was Draco Malfoy. The blonde boy sat stiffly beside the bearded wizard, his pointed face set in a carefully neutral expression that didn't quite hide the tension in his shoulders. He had grown taller since Harry had last seen him, but appeared thinner than Harry remembered, with shadows under his eyes suggesting recent difficulty sleeping. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Potter," said the younger ministry official, rising to his feet. "I'm Damian Grayson, recently appointed to head the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Beings. This is my colleague, Healer Everett Walsh," he indicated the nervous wizard, "and Madame Wilhelmina Burke from the Wisengamot Administrative Office." Harry took the empty seat Katerina indicated, directly across from Draco. "It's nice to meet you all," he said, the practiced politeness feeling stiff on his tongue. "Though I'm a bit confused about why this visit was necessary so soon after last month's inspection." Grayson's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Routine follow-up, I assure you. The ministry takes its responsibility to unique cases like yours very seriously." "Indeed," Dumbledore interjected mildly. "Though I must say, bringing young Mr. Malfoy along seems rather beyond the scope of a routine follow-up." Grayson turned to the bearded wizard. "Perhaps you'd care to explain the reasoning behind your nephew's presence, Lord Rosier?" The bearded wizard inclined his head slightly. "Certainly. For those unfamiliar, I am Everard Rosier, Draco's maternal uncle and his current guardian while his mother recovers from recent health difficulties." His voice was cultured and precise. "Draco has been experiencing some magical instability since the unfortunate events of 2 years ago. When I learned of this inspection, I requested his inclusion, believing it might provide closure." Harry kept his expression neutral, though inwardly he was analyzing every word. The Rosiers were an old pure-blood family with historical connections to dark magic. If this man was now Draco's guardian, it suggested Narcissa Malfoy's situation was more serious than the public reports had indicated. "And what sort of closure did you envision this visit providing, Lord Rosier?" Katerina asked, her tone professionally curious though Harry detected the wariness beneath it. "Simply an opportunity for Draco to see that Mr. Potter is being properly cared for and trained," Rosier replied smoothly. "The destruction of our family home was traumatic for him, naturally. Children often construct elaborate fears around such events in the absence of factual understanding." Throughout this explanation, Draco himself remained silent, though his eyes had not left Harry's face. There was something in that steady gaze beyond simple resentment or fear, a calculating quality that seemed out of place on a 9-year-old. "Well," Dumbledore said cheerfully, breaking the growing tension, "since young Mr. Malfoy is here, perhaps this is an excellent opportunity for the boys to speak directly to each other, under appropriate supervision of course. Such conversations can be remarkably healing at any age." Grayson frowned. "I'm not sure that's advisable, given the history." "I think it's an excellent idea," Madame Bones interrupted firmly. "With proper precautions. Perhaps in the garden pavilion? It's warded but open enough to provide both privacy and security." A silent battle of wills played out among the adults, with Grayson clearly reluctant but unwilling to directly oppose both Dumbledore and Bones. Finally, he nodded stiffly. "Very well. But I insist that Healer Walsh accompany them to monitor for any signs of magical distress." "I have no objection," Dumbledore agreed, "provided Ms. Verlaine is also present, as Harry's advocate." Lord Rosier placed a hand on Draco's shoulder. "Draco, are you comfortable with this arrangement?" For the first time since Harry's arrival, Draco spoke, his voice quieter than Harry remembered but with the same precise diction. "Yes, Uncle. I would like to speak with Potter." Harry met Draco's gaze directly. "I'm okay with it too." And so, 15 minutes later, Harry found himself seated across from Draco Malfoy in the sanctuary's garden pavilion, a circular structure of white stone with open arches offering views of the carefully tended magical plants that thrived in the protected microclimate of Dragon's Point. Katarina and Healer Walsh had positioned themselves at opposite sides of the pavilion, close enough to intervene if necessary but far enough to provide a semblance of privacy. For a long moment, neither boy spoke. Harry studied Draco, noting the changes 2 years had wrought. The pampered, confident child he briefly encountered at Privet Drive had been replaced by someone more reserved, with an underlying tension visible in the tight set of his shoulders and the way his fingers restlessly traced patterns on the stone bench. "You look different," Draco finally said, his voice carefully neutral. Harry shrugged. "So do you." Another silence fell, less hostile than the first but still awkward. In the garden beyond, magical butterflies with gently glowing wings flitted among flowers that slowly changed colors throughout the day. "Is it true you can turn into a dragon?" Draco asked suddenly, the question bursting from him as if he'd been holding it back with great effort. Harry hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Not exactly. I can take on some dragon characteristics, but I can't fully transform. Not yet, anyway." Draco absorbed this, his expression unreadable. "My father said you're dangerous. That you shouldn't be allowed around normal wizards." "Your father tried to kidnap me," Harry pointed out, keeping his voice level. "And used an unforgivable curse to do it." A flash of something, anger, pain, crossed Draco's face before his expression smoothed again. "I know. I didn't understand what was happening that day. Mother never explained why we were visiting Muggles." Harry felt a flicker of surprise at the admission. He'd assumed Draco had been fully aware of his parents' intentions. "I didn't understand either," he offered. "I'd only just learned I was a wizard at all." Draco's eyebrows rose slightly. "Those Muggles didn't tell you? Even though you were living with them?" "They hate magic," Harry said simply. "They tried to keep it from me." A complex series of emotions crossed Draco's face, confusion, disbelief, and something like reluctant sympathy. That doesn't make sense. Even if they're Muggles, how could they not see that you're—" He trailed off, seemingly unsure how to complete the thought. "Different?" Harry suggested. Draco nodded. "Father always said Muggles are stupid, but to not notice something like that." Harry felt an unexpected urge to laugh at the bewildered disdain in Draco's voice, but suppressed it. "They noticed I was different. They just didn't know why, and they didn't want to." The conversation lapsed again, but the quality of the silence had changed. Some of the initial tension had dissipated, replaced by cautious curiosity on both sides. "Do you hate me?" Draco asked abruptly, his gray eyes suddenly intense. "For what my parents did?" Harry considered the question seriously. "No," he said after a moment. "I was angry about what happened, but not at you specifically. You didn't do anything. But I lost everything because of you," Draco said, a flicker of the old resentment surfacing. "Our home, our position. Father in Azkaban, mother in St. Mungo's." He stopped himself, as if he'd said more than he intended. "I'm sorry about your mother," Harry said, genuinely meaning it. Whatever Narcissa Malfoy had done, her son's pain was real. "Is she going to be okay?" Draco's shoulders tensed again. "The healers say it's complicated. After father was sentenced, she started having episodes. Magic lashing out without control. Uncle Everard says it's the Black family instability finally showing itself." Harry filed away this information, thinking of Sirius and the Black family connection. In their infrequent, clandestine communications over the past 2 years, Sirius had mentioned his family's history of magical instability, often manifesting as both brilliance and madness. "Is that happening to you too?" Harry asked carefully. "The uncontrolled magic?" Draco's pale cheeks flushed slightly. "Sometimes. When I get angry or when I have the dreams." "Dreams?" Harry leaned forward, his interest piqued. Draco glanced toward the adults, lowering his voice. "About fire. And flying. And something hunting me." His eyes fixed on Harry's with sudden intensity. "But it's not a normal dragon in the dreams. It's bigger, and it speaks. And sometimes I think it's you." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the pleasant garden temperature. Dracaratha's memories included hunting other powerful beings, some who had opposed him, others who had simply drawn his attention through their own growing power. "How long have you been having these dreams?" he asked quietly. "Since that day," Draco replied. "At first they were just nightmares about the house burning. But they've changed. Become clearer." He hesitated, then added, "Uncle Everard says it's because of what you are. That something in you recognized something in me." Before Harry could respond to this cryptic statement, a commotion from the main building drew their attention. Raised voices and what sounded like breaking glass carried across the garden. Katerina was immediately alert, moving closer to the boys. "Something's happening. We should return to the main building." Healer Walsh looked nervous, his hand moving to his wand. "Perhaps we should remain here until we know what's occurring." But Harry was already on his feet, a familiar warmth building in his chest as his instincts responded to the distant sounds of conflict. "Someone's attacking the sanctuary," he said with absolute certainty, his eyes beginning to glow. Draco stood as well, looking both frightened and oddly resolute. "It's because of me," he said quietly. "Uncle Everard said something about drawing you out this morning. I thought he meant emotionally, but..." A thunderous crash shook the ground, followed by screams from the direction of the eastern training chambers, where Ellie and Theo had been working. Harry's transformation accelerated, scales flowing across his skin as his eyes blazed with emerald fire. "My friends are in there," he growled, the dual-toned voice of Dracarath emerging as his control slipped. "Harry, wait!" Katerina called, but he was already moving, racing toward the sound with inhuman speed. Behind him, he heard Draco call out, "Potter! It's a trap!" But the warning barely registered as the dragon consciousness surged forward, responding to the threat with protective fury. The scene that greeted Harry as he rounded the corner of the main building was chaos. The eastern wall had been breached, stone and mortar blasted inward by some powerful spell. Black-robed figures were pouring through the gap, their faces concealed by ornate masks shaped like dragon skulls. Sanctuary staff were attempting to rally a defense, but had clearly been caught by surprise. Harry scanned frantically for his friends, spotting Theo helping a younger student away from the fighting. But where was Ellie? A flash of copper hair near the breach answered his question. Ellie was using her pyrokinetic abilities to manipulate a wall of flame, trying to hold back the intruders while others escaped. But she was outnumbered, and even as Harry watched, a spell broke through her defenses, striking her squarely in the chest and sending her flying backward. Something snapped inside Harry. The careful balance he'd maintained between human boy and ancient dragon dissolved in an instant. Fire erupted around him, not the controlled stream he'd demonstrated earlier but a swirling vortex of blue-white flame that scorched the very air. Ellie. The name emerged as a roar that shook the ground, drawing the attention of everyone in the courtyard, defenders and attackers alike. One of the masked intruders pointed toward Harry. The vessel. Subdue him but do not kill. Remember the prophet's instructions. 3 of the black-robed figures broke from the main group, advancing on Harry with wands raised. They moved with the coordination of trained fighters, spreading out to approach from different angles. Containment pattern Alpha, the lead attacker called. On my mark. But Harry was beyond tactical considerations. The dragon's protective instincts had fully awakened, recognizing these intruders as threats to his territory and those under his protection. Fire continued to swirl around him, expanding outward in pulsing waves that turned the courtyard stones cherry red with heat. Now, the leader shouted, and 3 spells shot toward Harry simultaneously, jets of silvery light that converged to form a cage-like structure of magical energy. For a moment, it seemed the containment might succeed. The silvery bars surrounded Harry, contracting inward. But then his eyes blazed brighter, and he extended both arms outward with a gesture of pure rejection. The fire vortex expanded explosively, shattering the magical cage and knocking the 3 attackers off their feet. Harry advanced on them, each footstep leaving a glowing imprint in the stone. "Who sent you?" he demanded, the dual-layered voice reverberating with power. "Who dares attack my friends?" The lead attacker scrambled backward, fumbling with something at his belt, a small silver device that gleamed with runes. "The prophet warned us of your power, usurper," he snarled. "But you are not the only one with ancient allies." He activated the device, which emitted a high-pitched sound just beyond the range of normal human hearing. Harry winced as it pierced through his enhanced senses, momentarily disorienting him. Taking advantage of his distraction, the other attackers regrouped. 2 of them grabbed their fallen comrade while others continued to battle sanctuary defenders near the breach. Harry shook off the disorienting effect of the sound, his focus returning to Ellie, who lay motionless where she had fallen. He needed to reach her, to protect her, but the attackers stood in his way. For a heartbeat, he considered unleashing his full power, the cataclysmic fire that had reduced Malfoy Manor to ash. The dragon part of him urged this course, seeing these enemies as insects to be eradicated. But even in his enraged state, Harry retained enough humanity to recognize the moral line such an action would cross. This wasn't Privet Drive, with only enemies present. His friends and teachers were scattered throughout the battlefield. Instead, he adopted a different strategy. Focusing his power more precisely, he sent a concentrated blast of fire at the ground beneath the attackers' feet. The stone liquefied instantly, trapping their lower legs in what would soon cool to a movable rock. Their screams of pain and panic cut through the chaos of battle, momentarily drawing all eyes to the spectacle of 3 grown wizards trapped and helpless before a transformed 9-year-old boy. "Call off your people," Harry demanded of the lead attacker, advancing until he stood just beyond arm's reach. "Now. Or I'll see how well those masks protect your faces from dragon fire." The threat was calculated. Harry had no intention of burning anyone's face off, but the attackers couldn't know that. The leader stared up at Harry, fear evident even behind the skull mask. "You don't understand what you are," the man hissed. "What danger you represent. The prophet sees the truth, the ancient cycle must be broken." "I don't care about your prophet," Harry growled. "Call them off." Before the standoff could resolve, a new voice cut through the chaos, amplified magically to reach every corner of the courtyard. "Enough. Harry turned to see Dumbledore standing at the entrance to the main building, his wand raised and his power radiating outward in palpable waves. The headmaster rarely displayed the full extent of his magical abilities, but when he did, even Harry, with all of Dracaratha's ancient power, felt a momentary awe. "Sanctuary defenders, secure the wounded," Dumbledore continued, his voice commanding without shouting. "Intruders, lay down your wands immediately or face consequences beyond ministry justice." The effect was immediate. Several of the attacking force dropped their wands, clearly recognizing they were outmatched. Others hesitated, looking to their trapped leaders for guidance. Harry used the distraction to move swiftly to Ellie's side, kneeling beside her still form. To his immense relief, he found her breathing steadily, apparently stunned rather than seriously injured. "She'll be all right," came Katerina's voice as she appeared beside him, her own wand drawn. "It was a strong stunning spell, but nothing worse." Harry nodded, some of the dragon's fury receding as he confirmed his friend was not gravely harmed. His scales remained, however, and the heat radiating from him kept others at a cautious distance. The courtyard had become a standoff. Dumbledore and the sanctuary staff had the situation largely contained, with most of the attackers either surrendering or trapped. Ministry officials from the inspection group were assisting, with Madame Bones efficiently organizing the custody of those who had surrendered. Only then did Harry remember Draco. He scanned the courtyard, finally spotting the blonde boy near Dumbledore, looking pale but unharmed. More surprisingly, he appeared to be arguing with his uncle, who had emerged from the main building with Grayson at his side. "You said no one would get hurt," Harry heard Draco saying, his voice cracking with emotion. "You promised it was just to talk to him." Lord Rosier placed a restraining hand on his nephew's shoulder. "Control yourself, Draco. This is not the time or place." Harry's eyes narrowed, the dragon's perceptions picking up the subtle signs of Rosier's involvement, the lack of genuine surprise, the calculating look he cast toward the trapped attackers, the way his hand kept moving to an inner pocket of his robes. Moving with draconic speed, Harry crossed the courtyard, stopping directly in front of Rosier and Draco. "You knew," he said, his voice still carrying Dracaratha's deeper resonance. "You helped them plan this." Rosier drew himself up with aristocratic disdain, though Harry could smell the fear beneath his confident facade. "What an outrageous accusation. I am as shocked as anyone by this attack." "No," Harry said flatly. "You're not. I can sense it." He turned to Draco, whose expression was a complex mixture of shock, betrayal, and shame. "Did you know about the attack?" Draco shook his head vehemently. "No. I swear, Potter. I just knew Uncle wanted me to talk to you, to find out more about your abilities." His voice dropped to a whisper. "I didn't know about this." Harry believed him, recognizing the genuine distress in the other boy's face. Before he could respond, however, Dumbledore appeared beside them, his usual benign expression replaced by one of grave authority. "Lord Rosier," Dumbledore said quietly, "I believe Madame Bones would like to ask you some questions regarding today's events." Rosier's composure finally cracked, fear showing clearly on his face. "This is absurd. I am a respected member of Wizarding Society, not some common criminal to be interrogated." Yet curiously, Dumbledore continued as if Rosier hadn't spoken, "Several of the captives have already mentioned a lord who provided them access to information about the sanctuary's defenses. Information that would have been available to today's official visitors." As if on cue, Madame Bones approached, two aurors at her back. "Everard Rosier, you are being detained for questioning regarding conspiracy in an attack on a protected magical institution and endangerment of magical minors." Rosier's hand darted to his robe pocket, but Dumbledore was faster. With a casual flick of his wand, he summoned whatever Rosier had been reaching for, a small silver device similar to the one the lead attacker had used. "An interesting artifact," Dumbledore noted, examining it without touching it directly. "Ancient Nordic runes combined with what appears to be Sumerian binding magic. Designed to suppress draconic energy," if I'm not mistaken. He looked up at Rosier, his blue eyes cold. Rather specific preparation for someone who claims no knowledge of today's events. As the Aurors moved to take Rosier into custody, the man's composure completely collapsed. "You're all blind," he shouted, struggling against the magical restraints being placed on him. "The prophet has seen the truth. The cycle must be broken before the ancient powers fully awaken. That boy is not what you think, he's the harbinger of destruction." Draco stood frozen, watching his uncle's breakdown with horrified fascination. When Rosier was finally led away, still ranting about prophecies and ancient cycles, the blond boy turned to Harry with an expression of numb shock. "I didn't know," he repeated hollowly. "I swear, Potter." Harry nodded, believing him. "It's not your fault," he said, his voice returning to its normal register as the last of his draconic features receded. The transformation always left him exhausted, and he swayed slightly on his feet. Dumbledore steadied him with a gentle hand on his shoulder. "I think that's quite enough excitement for one day," he said, the twinkle returning to his eyes. "Perhaps we should adjourn to the infirmary to check on Miss Wright and the other injured." "What about Draco?" Harry asked, glancing at the other boy, who stood alone and uncertain now that his uncle had been taken away. Dumbledore sighed. "A complicated situation. With both parents incapacitated and his guardian now under investigation, Mr. Malfoy's immediate placement will need to be determined." "He could stay here," Harry found himself suggesting, surprising both Dumbledore and himself. "At least until things are sorted out." Draco's head snapped up, his expression incredulous. "Here? With you? After everything?" Harry shrugged, too tired to fully examine his own motivations. "You have those dreams for a reason. And you didn't know about the attack. Why not?" Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "An interesting proposal. Dragon's Point does specialize in children with unusual magical manifestations, and young Mr. Malfoy certainly qualifies at present." He turned to Draco. "Would such an arrangement be acceptable to you, Mr. Malfoy? At least temporarily?" Draco looked around at the sanctuary, the damaged courtyard, the staff tending to wounded, Harry standing exhausted but unbowed after defending his home. Something shifted in his expression, the calculation giving way to genuine consideration. I think it might," he said finally, sounding surprised at his own answer. Harry nodded, satisfied for reasons he couldn't entirely articulate. Perhaps it was simply that Draco was another piece of the puzzle that was his emerging life and purpose, connected through dreams and circumstance to whatever ancient cycle Rosier and the mysterious prophet believed was unfolding. Or perhaps it was just that he recognized the look of someone who had lost their home and needed a safe place to land. Either way, as Harry made his way to the infirmary to check on Ellie, he felt as if an important connection had been made, one that might prove crucial in the challenges that surely lay ahead. 3 weeks later, Harry sat cross-legged on the floor of his room, the dragon claw pendant resting in his open palm. Since retrieving it from his parents' cottage, he had found it an invaluable focus for meditation and memory access. Tonight, however, his attempts at concentration were repeatedly interrupted by thoughts of the day's events. The aftermath of the attack had been chaotic but ultimately strengthening for the sanctuary. Security had been enhanced, with additional protective wards and more stringent visitor protocols. The ministry's attitude had shifted significantly, with even Grayson acknowledging that Harry had demonstrated remarkable restraint in defending his home without casualties. More importantly, interrogation of the captured attackers had revealed disturbing information about a growing cult dedicated to opposing what they called the Divine Reawakening. Led by someone known only as the Prophet, the group believed that ancient magical beings were reincarnating in human form, and that this cycle needed to be stopped to prevent some unspecified catastrophe. A soft knock at his door interrupted Harry's thoughts. "Come in," he called, tucking the pendant back under his shirt. Draco Malfoy entered cautiously, still not entirely comfortable in Harry's personal space despite 3 weeks of cohabitation at the sanctuary. He had been assigned quarters in the same wing as Harry but had largely kept to himself, attending training sessions as required but rarely joining the other children for recreational activities. Not said you wanted to see me, Draco said, remaining near the door as if prepared for a quick exit. Harry nodded, gesturing to the chair across from him. I wanted to ask you about the dreams again. Have they changed since you've been here? Draco hesitated before taking the offered seat. They're clearer now. More detailed. He frowned, struggling to articulate the experience. It's like watching a story unfold, but I'm both watching and participating somehow. What happens in the most recent ones? Harry asked, leaning forward with interest. There's a great hall, like something from ancient times, Draco said slowly. Being seated around a massive table, not all human-shaped. Some are, elemental, I guess. Made of storm clouds or ocean waves or living stone. He paused, his grey eyes distant with memory. And there's you, or not exactly you, but the dragon you become. Seated at the head of the table, mediating some kind of dispute. Harry absorbed this, connecting it with his own fragmentary memories of what Dracaratha's consciousness called, the Divine Council, a conclave of reincarnated deities who maintained balance in the magical world. And your role in these dreams, he prompted. You said you're participating somehow. Draco's expression grew troubled. That's the strangest part. In the dreams, I'm one of them. Seated at the table. But I'm opposed to you. Challenging your decisions. He met Harry's gaze directly. In the dreams, I'm something ancient too. Something that sees itself as your counterbalance. The dragon claw pendant grew warm against Harry's chest, as if responding to this revelation. Dracaratha's memories stirred, bringing forward images of a sleek, silver-scaled dragon with eyes like frozen mercury, Lunaris, the moon dragon, ancient rival and occasional ally to Dracaratha's fire. The counterbalance, Harry murmured. Ice to my fire. Moon to my sun. Draco's eyes widened. Yes. That's exactly how it feels in the dreams. He leaned forward, his usual reserve forgotten in sudden excitement. You know what it means, don't you? Harry hesitated, uncertain how much to share. The sanctuary staff knew about his draconic nature, of course, but the full implications of Dracaratha's memories, the Divine Council, the cycle of reincarnation, the cosmic balance maintained by incarnated deities, were topics he discussed only with Dumbledore and Katerina. But Draco's dream suggested he was already part of this hidden world, whether he fully understood it yet or not. I think, Harry said carefully, that you might be experiencing memories similar to mine. Not just dreams, but recollections from a previous existence. Like reincarnation? Draco asked, remarkably calm considering the magnitude of the suggestion. Harry nodded. Something like that. The being I carry within me, Dracarath, had relationships with other powerful entities. Some were allies, some rivals, some, complicated. And you think I might be carrying one of these entities? Draco's voice held equal parts fascination and apprehension. It would explain the dreams, and the magical instability you've been experiencing, Harry confirmed. It might even explain why your mother is having similar problems. These essences often follow bloodlines. Draco absorbed this in silence, his expression thoughtful rather than frightened. Finally, he asked, if it's true, if I'm carrying some ancient dragon consciousness like you are, what does that mean? For me. For. He gestured vaguely between them, this rivalry the dreams suggest. Harry smiled slightly. I don't think we have to be rivals just because Dracarath and Lunaris were. We're not just vessels for their consciousnesses, we're ourselves too. Our choices matter. The sincerity in Harry's voice seemed to surprise Draco. That's not what my father would say. He always taught me that blood and heritage determine everything. That some wizards are inherently superior to others because of their ancestry. And look where that got him, Harry pointed out, then immediately regretted the bluntness when Draco's expression closed off. Sorry. That wasn't fair. To his surprise, Draco shrugged. It's true, though. Father's beliefs put him in Azkaban and left Mother in St. Mungo's. And me. He looked around Harry's room, taking in the personal touches that made it a home, here. Which is not where anyone would have predicted a Malfoy would end up. Life's funny that way, Harry agreed. 2 years ago, I was living in a cupboard under the stairs, not knowing magic existed. Now I'm apparently the reincarnation of a dragon deity, living in a magical sanctuary in Wales. The absurdity of their situation struck both boys simultaneously, and for the first time, they shared a genuine laugh, tentative at first, then growing in confidence. It was a small moment, but significant, a crack in the wall of suspicion and resentment that had separated them. So what now? Draco asked when their laughter subsided. Do we just wait for more memories to surface? Hope we don't burn down any more manor houses. Actually, Harry said, reaching a decision, I think it's time you met someone who might be able to help you understand what's happening. He stood, moving to his desk where he kept writing materials. I need to send a message, but if all goes well, you could be talking to an expert on divine reincarnation within a week. Who? Draco asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Harry grinned. An old friend of my parents'. Someone who's been helping me navigate this whole ancient being in a kid's body situation from the beginning. He dipped his quill in ink and began to write, Dear Snuffles, remember that rival you mentioned, the one with scales of moonlight? I think I've found him. Time for a proper introduction, don't you think? Your godson. As Harry sealed the letter, he reflected on how much had changed in 2 years. The boy who had accidentally leveled Malfoy Manor was now consciously building alliances, recognizing connections to an ancient magical order, and preparing to integrate even former enemies into his emerging circle. Dracaratha's consciousness stirred with approval. The dragon recognized the value of turning rivals into allies, especially with darker forces gathering on the horizon. Whatever the mysterious prophet and his followers represented, Harry sensed they were merely the harbingers of greater challenges to come. But for now, sitting in his room with the unlikeliest of potential allies, Harry felt a quiet confidence in the path ahead. Fire and ice. Sun and moon. Perhaps the ancient rivalry could evolve into something new and stronger in this incarnation, a partnership forged by children who understood, better than their ancient predecessors, the value of moving beyond old conflicts. Outside his window, stars glittered in the clear Welsh night, countless distant fires burning in the darkness. Harry thought of Ellie, recovering well from her injuries. Of Theo, already incorporating the attack's lessons into new shield designs. Of Draco, tentatively accepting a place in this unusual community. Fire and friendship. The two forces that had shaped his life since that fateful day at Privet Drive continued to guide his path forward. And as the dragon claw pendant pulsed warmly against his chest, Harry welcomed the strength both provided. Chapter 4, The Divine Council. Harry's 10th birthday arrived with the summer storms, lightning splitting the Welsh sky above Dragon's Point as if heaven itself were celebrating another year of his existence. He stood on the cliffside, rain plastering his dark hair to his forehead while thunder echoed across the churning sea below. The dragon within him rejoiced in the elemental display, drawing strength from nature's raw power. You'll catch your death out here, called a voice behind him, though the concern was belied by amusement. Harry turned to see Sirius Black picking his way along the muddy path, a wrapped package tucked beneath his waterproofed cloak. 2 years of freedom had transformed his godfather from the gaunt, haunted figure who had first revealed himself in the garden of Godric's Hollow. Regular meals, safety, and purpose had restored much of his former vitality, though his eyes still carried shadows of Azkaban that would never entirely fade. Dragons don't catch colds, Harry replied with a grin, but he moved away from the cliff edge nonetheless. Perhaps not, Sirius acknowledged, but 10-year-old boys might. And Katerina would have my hide if you missed the party because you were sneezing fire all over the cake. Harry rolled his eyes but followed his godfather back toward the sanctuary buildings. Though Sirius still officially lived, in hiding, his status had evolved into an open secret among those connected to Dragon's Point. Dumbledore and several key allies in the Ministry were quietly building a case for his formal exoneration, gathering evidence against Peter Pettigrew, who remained elusive despite occasional confirmed sightings. "Nervous about tomorrow?" Sirius asked as they walked. Harry considered the question. Tomorrow would bring his formal introduction to the Divine Council, the conclave of reincarnated deities that Dracorath had once led. After months of preparation and negotiation, mediated primarily by Dumbledore and a mysterious contact known only as the Curator, the Council had agreed to meet the young vessel of their former leader. "A little," Harry admitted. "What if they don't accept me? Or what if Dracorath tries to take over when I see them?" Sirius's expression grew serious. "That's why we've spent so much time on your control exercises. You've made remarkable progress, Harry. 2 years ago, a storm like this might have triggered an involuntary transformation. Now you're standing in it completely at ease. But the Council is different. These are beings who knew Dracorath in his prime. Beings he had relationships with, alliances, rivalries, maybe even enemies. All the more reason for them to understand the complexity of your situation," Sirius pointed out. "They've all experienced the same process of reincarnation and integration. Some have done it many times." They reached the main building, shaking off rain in the entrance hall. The sound of voices and laughter echoed from the dining hall, where Harry's birthday celebration was being prepared. Before joining the others, Sirius handed Harry the wrapped package he'd been carrying. "I wanted to give you this privately," he explained. "It's significant." Harry unwrapped it carefully to reveal a book bound in what appeared to be silver scales that shifted subtly in the light. The cover bore no title, just an intricate symbol that seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at it. "It's beautiful," Harry said, running his fingers over the unusual binding. "What is it?" "A record of the Divine Council's history, or parts of it, anyway," Sirius explained. "Written in a script that only those with divine essence can read. It belonged to your father." Harry looked up in surprise. "Dad was part of the council?" "Not exactly. The Potter line has carried traces of Dracorath's essence for generations, as you know. James wasn't a full incarnation like you, but he had enough of the connection to serve as what they call a keeper, someone who maintains knowledge and artifacts between full incarnations." Sirius's expression softened with memory. "He took the responsibility very seriously, even though he didn't fully understand it until you were born and showed signs of being more than just a keeper." Harry opened the book carefully. Instead of parchment, the pages appeared to be made from some silvery material that was neither metal nor paper. And as Sirius had mentioned, the writing was in no language Harry consciously recognized, yet he found he could understand it perfectly, the meaning flowing directly into his mind as his eyes traced the unfamiliar symbols. "The Covenant of Flame and Sky, established in the Third Age of Magic." "This is incredible," Harry whispered, reluctantly closing the book after reading just the first few lines. "I'll study it before tomorrow's meeting." Sirius nodded approvingly. "Good idea. Now, shall we join your party? I believe Ellie threatened grievous bodily harm to anyone who let you delay too long." Harry laughed, tucking the precious book securely into an inner pocket of his robes. "We can't have that. Her control over fire has gotten almost as good as mine." The dining hall had been transformed for the celebration. Floating lights in all colors of the rainbow hovered near the ceiling, while enchanted decorations depicting various dragons flew in elaborate patterns above the tables. Most of Dragon Point's current residents were present, along with staff and a few trusted visitors. "Finally!" Ellie exclaimed when Harry entered. Her copper curls had been partly tamed into an elaborate braid for the occasion, and her freckled face was alight with excitement. "We thought you'd decided to spend your birthday communing with the storm or something equally dramatic." "I considered it," Harry replied with a straight face, "but I heard there was cake." Theo, standing nearby with characteristic precision, adjusted his glasses. "The cake is an experimental recipe incorporating actual phoenix ash. It's supposed to enhance magical regeneration for approximately 24 hours after consumption." Only Theo would turn birthday cake into a magical experiment, Draco drawled, though without the malice that would have accompanied such comments when he'd first arrived. 6 months at Dragon's Point had softened many of his sharper edges, though his sarcasm remained intact. The four of them had formed an unlikely but effective group, Harry with his draconic powers, Ellie with her pyrokinetic abilities, Theo with his mathematical genius and time manipulation talents, and Draco with his newly awakening lunar dragon essence. The sanctuary staff had taken to calling them the Elemental Quartet, a name that made Harry roll his eyes but secretly pleased him. Professor Kurosawa, resplendent in formal midnight blue robes, approached with a ceremonial bow. 10 is an auspicious age, Mr. Potter. The double-digit threshold often marks a significant advancement in magical integration for those with dual natures. Is that why I've been feeling the dragon more strongly lately? Harry asked, grateful as always for the elderly wizard's straightforward approach to his condition. Unlike many adults who tiptoed around the topic of his divine nature, Kurosawa discussed it as matter-of-factly as he might address a particularly interesting homework assignment. Precisely. The physical vessel is becoming strong enough to channel more of the divine consciousness without damage. Kurosawa's dark eyes twinkled. I suspect tomorrow's council meeting will accelerate this process further. Proximity to other divine entities tends to have a resonance effect. Before Harry could ask more questions, Katerina called for everyone's attention, and the birthday celebrations began in earnest. There were games both magical and mundane, a feast featuring all of Harry's favorite foods, and finally, Theo's experimental cake, which, true to his description, gave everyone who ate it a faint golden glow for several hours afterward. As the evening progressed, Harry found himself drawn into so many different conversations and activities that he almost forgot the momentous event awaiting him the next day. Almost, but not quite, the book in his pocket seemed to pulse occasionally with its own subtle magic, a reminder of the legacy he carried. It was nearly midnight when the party finally wound down. Harry was helping clear away some of the decorations when Dumbledore, who had arrived midway through the festivities, approached him quietly. A moment, Harry, if you can spare it, the headmaster said, his blue eyes serious despite the party hat still perched at a jaunty angle on his silver hair. They moved to a quiet corner of the hall, where Dumbledore cast a subtle privacy charm before speaking. I've just received word from our contact at the council. Tomorrow's meeting has acquired additional significance. The old wizard's expression was grave. Another vessel has awakened, one whose divine counterpart had complicated relations with Dracorath in the past. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the storm still raging outside. Someone dangerous? Potentially. The being in question is Nidhogg, the Void Dragon, whose relationship with Dracorath was characterized by what might generously be called intense philosophical differences. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. In previous cycles, these differences occasionally escalated to open conflict. The name resonated in Harry's deepest memories, calling forth images of a massive dragon with scales like the space between stars, whose very presence seemed to drain light and heat from its surroundings. Dracorath's ancient enemy, who believed that magic should be hoarded rather than shared, that power was meant for domination rather than protection. Who is the vessel? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. A young woman named Morwen Crane. She's 22, recently graduated from Durmstrang with honors, and currently working as a researcher specializing in ancient magical artifacts. Dumbledore's expression revealed his concern. From what our contact reports, her integration with Nidhogg's essence is proceeding rapidly, more rapidly than would be expected without assistance. Someone's helping her awaken the dragon consciousness, Harry realized. Like what happened with me, but deliberate. Precisely. And given recent events with the so-called prophet and his followers, I fear we may be seeing the first moves in a larger strategy. Dumbledore placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. I'm telling you this not to alarm you unnecessarily, but to prepare you. Ms. Crane will be at tomorrow's council meeting, and it would be unwise to walk in unaware of the potential tension. Harry nodded, grateful for the warning despite the anxiety it provoked. Thank you, Professor. I'll be careful. Dumbledore's expression softened. I have every confidence in you, Harry. In both aspects of your nature. Your human compassion tempers Dracorath's power, just as his ancient wisdom enhances your natural courage. Together, you represent something new, perhaps even something better than what came before. With that encouraging thought, the headmaster bid Harry good night, leaving him to ponder this new development as he prepared for bed. In his room, Harry retrieved Sirius's gift and spent several hours reading the ancient record of the Divine Council, absorbing information about the beings he would meet the next day and the complex history they shared. One section particularly caught his attention, an account of how the cycle of divine reincarnation had begun, born from a compact made in the earliest days of human magic, when the elder powers grew weary of direct interaction with the mortal realm, yet could not abandon their responsibilities to magic and its wielders. The covenant of flame and sky established the pattern of rebirth. Divine essences would be carried in human vessels, combining cosmic power with mortal perspective. Through this union, balance would be maintained without the dangers of gods walking openly among men. But balance requires opposition, and so the divine forces aligned in complementary pairs, fire and water, earth and air, creation and destruction, and others beyond simple categorization. Together they formed the council, charged with guiding magic's flow through the world without dominating those who used it. Dracorath, eldest of the fire spirits, took the first vessel willingly, setting the pattern for others to follow. Only Nidhogg resisted, believing the mingling with humanity would weaken divine purpose rather than refine it. Harry read until his eyes grew heavy, the ancient history merging with his dreams as he finally succumbed to sleep. In those dreams, he soared through skies both familiar and strange, his massive wings carrying him toward a mountain peak where other great beings awaited his arrival, some welcoming, others wary, all powerful beyond mortal comprehension. Morning arrived with lingering clouds but no rain, as if the previous night's storm had cleared the air for the day's momentous events. Harry dressed with unusual care, selecting robes that Katerina had specially commissioned for him, deep emerald fabric with subtle scale-like patterns woven through it, designed to accommodate partial transformations without damage. The dragon claw pendant hung at his throat, no longer disguised but proudly displayed as the symbol of his heritage. In the 2 years since retrieving it from Godric's Hollow, it had become both a focus for his meditation and an amplifier for his controlled transformations. Nervous? Asked Draco, who had appeared in the doorway. Though not invited to the council meeting, he had been helping Harry prepare, drawing on the emerging memories of Lunaris to provide insights into council protocols and personalities. A bit, Harry admitted, adjusting his pendant. What if they reject me? Or what if Dracorath tries to assert full control when I'm there? They won't reject you, Draco said with surprising confidence. You're the strongest incarnation of Dracorath in centuries, I can feel it, and I'm not even fully awakened yet. He leaned against the doorframe, his pale hair nearly white in the morning light. As for losing control, that's not how it works, from what I understand. The more you acknowledge both sides of your nature, the more integrated they become. Harry nodded, appreciating both the insight and the fact that Draco had offered it without his usual protective layer of sarcasm. Their relationship had evolved significantly in recent months, moving from cautious tolerance to something approaching friendship. The shared experience of carrying ancient draconic consciousnesses had created a bond that transcended their complicated history. Thanks, Harry said simply. Any last advice before I go face a room full of reincarnated deities? Draco considered this, his gray eyes thoughtful. Remember that they're all like you, in a way. Divided beings trying to balance human lives with divine purposes. Even the ones who've gone through multiple incarnations still struggle with it sometimes. Wise words, Mr. Malfoy, came Dumbledore's voice as the headmaster appeared behind Draco. And most accurate. He smiled at Harry. Are you ready, my boy? Our escort should be arriving any moment. As if summoned by his words, a soft chime echoed through the sanctuary, the alert for an approved visitor at the outer wards. Harry took a deep breath, centered himself as Professor Kurosawa had taught him, and nodded. I'm ready. The journey to the Divine Council's meeting place was unlike any magical transportation Harry had previously experienced. Their escort, a tall, ageless woman who introduced herself only as Vera, led them to a seemingly ordinary standing stone on the furthest edge of the sanctuary grounds. But when she pressed her palm to its weather-worn surface, the stone glowed with internal light, revealing symbols similar to those in the book Sirius had given him. "The pathways remember the old ones," Vera explained, her accent impossible to place. "This stone has stood here since before the sanctuary, before even the wizards who studied dragons in these parts. It is a marker on a road few remember how to walk." She instructed Harry, Dumbledore, and Sirius, who had insisted on accompanying his godson, to place their hands on the stone alongside hers. "Close your eyes," she said. "Breathe with me. 3 counts in, hold for 3, release for 6. Feel the rhythm of the stone beneath your palm." Harry followed her instructions, syncing his breathing with the pattern she described. As he did, a curious sensation spread through him, as if the stone were breathing too, its ancient solidity somehow becoming permeable. The dragon consciousness within him stirred in recognition, memories of countless similar journeys rising to the surface of his mind. "Step forward," Vera commanded softly. "Do not open your eyes until I tell you." Harry stepped forward, expecting to feel his foot hit grass. Instead, there was a moment of vertigo, a sense of passing through something thick yet yielding, and then solid ground beneath his feet again, but different, smooth stone rather than the uneven earth of the Welsh headland. "You may look now," Vera said, a smile evident in her voice. Harry opened his eyes and gasped. They stood in a vast circular chamber carved from what appeared to be a single piece of crystal, its faceted walls reflecting light in rainbow patterns across the floor. Above them, instead of a ceiling, the crystal opened to a sky Harry had never seen, deep violet rather than blue, with 2 suns visible, one gold and one pale silver. "Welcome to Nexus Mundi," Vera said, "the crossroads of worlds, where the Divine Council has gathered since the Covenant was sealed." "Extraordinary," Dumbledore murmured, his blue eyes wide with wonder. "I've read accounts, of course, but they hardly do it justice." Sirius looked equally amazed, turning slowly to take in the impossible architecture and alien sky. "James mentioned this place once, but I thought he was exaggerating." Vera smiled, her ageless features softening. "Few mortals have seen the Nexus, fewer still remember it clearly afterward. It exists at the convergence of multiple realities, what some call the places, between, conventional space." "It feels familiar," Harry said quietly, the dragon consciousness within him resonating with the environment. Memories that weren't his, or weren't exclusively his, flickered through his mind, countless meetings in this chamber, decisions that shaped the flow of magic through multiple worlds, arguments and alliances formed across millennia. To Dracorath, it would be, Vera acknowledged. He helped create this space, in the time before the Covenant. She gestured toward a massive doorway on the far side of the chamber. "The Council awaits. They've been in session since dawn, discussing various matters before your arrival." As they approached the doorway, Harry felt a subtle pressure building in his mind, Dracorath's consciousness rising closer to the surface, drawn by the proximity to a place of such significance in his past. Harry focused on the techniques Professor Kurosawa had taught him, neither suppressing the dragon's emergence nor allowing it to overwhelm his human identity. Balance was key, a partnership rather than a struggle for dominance. The doors, which appeared to be made of some metallic substance that shifted colors like oil on water, opened soundlessly at their approach. Beyond lay an even larger circular chamber, dominated by a round table of the same crystal-like material as the walls. Seated around this table were 12 figures of wildly varying appearance, all radiating power that Harry could perceive even without his draconic senses fully active. A hush fell over the assembly as Harry entered with his companions. At the head of the table, directly opposite the doorway, sat an empty chair larger than the others, its back carved with the same symbol that adorned the cover of the book Sirius had given him, Dracorath's sigil. "The vessel approaches," announced a being seated to the right of the empty chair, a woman of indeterminate age with skin the color of mahogany and eyes that shifted between deep blue and sea green as she spoke. Let him be recognized according to the covenant. Harry felt Vera's gentle pressure on his shoulder, guiding him forward while Dumbledore and Sirius remained by the entrance. Following an instinct that came from Dracaratha's memories, Harry stopped precisely at the edge of the table and bowed deeply from the waist. "I come seeking wisdom and offering service," he said, the formal words rising unbidden to his lips. "I am Harry Potter, mortal vessel of Dracarath, flame of the first dawn." A ripple of energy passed through the chamber, and Harry felt something shift in the air around him, as if the space itself were acknowledging his declaration. "The vessel is recognized," said the woman with the shifting eyes. "I am Nerissa, current keeper of the Covenant and vessel of Thalassi, the Ocean Mother." She gestured around the table. "The Divine Council welcomes you, Harry Potter, though some among us have reservations." Harry's gaze was drawn to a figure seated halfway around the table, a striking young woman with pale skin and hair so black it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Her eyes, when they met his, were violet with slitted pupils similar to his own when partially transformed. She did not smile or speak, but he knew immediately who she was, Morwen Crane, vessel of Nidhogg. "Reservations are natural when greeting one so young," said another council member, a man who appeared to be in his 50s, with intricate tattoos visible on his dark skin where it showed beneath his robes. "No vessel of Dracarath has manifested powers so early or so dramatically in all our recorded cycles. It raises questions of timing and purpose. Questions best addressed through direct conversation rather than speculation," Azim, Nerissa replied smoothly. "Harry Potter stands before us now, as the Covenant requires when a new vessel reaches sufficient awareness." She gestured to the empty chair. "Will you join us, vessel of Dracarath? Your place awaits." Harry hesitated, suddenly acutely aware of his youth and inexperience compared to the ancient beings surrounding the table. Dracaratha's consciousness surged forward again, not to take control but to offer support, memories of countless similar moments, protocol observed through centuries of incarnations. Drawing on that shared knowledge, Harry approached the chair with measured steps. As he reached it, he placed one hand on its crystal back and felt an immediate response, warmth spreading up his arm as the chair's material recognized him, the carved sigil glowing briefly with inner fire. "I join the council with gratitude and respect," Harry said, seating himself. The chair, which had appeared far too large for a 10-year-old boy, shifted subtly beneath him, adjusting to his size while maintaining its dignity and prominence. "Well spoken," said Nerissa, approval evident in her tone. "Now, as is traditional for a returning member, perhaps you would share with us the circumstances of your awakening and the progress of your integration thus far." Harry nodded, gathering his thoughts. Then, with a clarity and confidence that surprised even him, he began to recount the events of the past 3 years, from the first strange dreams before the Malfoy incident, through the explosive awakening of his powers, to his current training at Dragon's Point. He spoke of Sirius and Dumbledore, of the sanctuary and his friends there, of the gradual process of understanding and accepting his dual nature. As he spoke, he could feel the council members evaluating him, not just his words but his magical signature, the balance between human and divine elements in his aura. Some, like Nerissa, seemed approving. Others maintained careful neutrality. Morwen Crane watched him with undisguised intensity, her violet eyes never leaving his face. When Harry finished his account, a thoughtful silence fell over the chamber. Finally, a council member who had not yet spoken, an elderly Asian man with eyes that seemed to contain swirling galaxies, leaned forward. "The timing is significant," he said, his voice surprisingly youthful despite his apparent age. "A vessel of Dracarath manifesting such power at this juncture, followed so closely by Nidhogg's emergence, the pattern suggests the beginning of a convergence." Several council members shifted uneasily at these words. Nerissa's expression grew grave. Jinwoo raises an important point. If a convergence is indeed approaching, it would explain much about recent events in the magical world, including the rise of Voldemort and his obsession with the Potter family. Harry straightened in his chair. What exactly is a convergence, he asked, the term triggering vague but troubling impressions in Dracaratha's memories. A time when multiple divine essences awaken in close succession, Nerissa explained. Usually in response to some significant threat or imbalance in the magical world. The last major convergence occurred approximately 1,000 years ago, during the founding of Hogwarts. The founders were vessels? Harry asked, startled. Godric Gryffindor carried a portion of Dracaratha's essence, as you know, said Azim. Though not a full incarnation like yourself. Rowena Ravenclaw hosted Zephyria, the Wind Sage. Helga Hufflepuff carried Gaia's nurturing power. And Salazar Slytherin. He hesitated, glancing toward Morwen. Salazar was mine, Morwen said, speaking for the first time. Her voice was melodic yet cold, like wind through ice crystals. Or rather, Nidhogg's. One of his more successful vessels, by most accounts. A tense silence followed this statement. Harry could feel the weight of history and conflict hanging in the air, centuries of philosophical disagreement and occasional outright hostility between the draconic forces Dracarath and Nidhogg represented. The question before us, Nerissa said finally, is not just what this convergence means, but how we should respond to it. Particularly regarding the education of our youngest member. She looked directly at Harry. You will be eligible to attend Hogwarts next year, yes? Harry nodded. My letter should arrive on my 11th birthday, according to Dumbledore. And do you wish to attend? Asked Chinwu. It would mean leaving the controlled environment of your sanctuary for a school filled with children unaware of your true nature. I do, Harry said firmly. I've learned a lot at Dragon's Point, but I can't stay isolated forever. Besides, my friends will be attending too, Ellie, Theo, and Draco. At the mention of Draco, several council members exchanged meaningful glances. Yes, the Malfoy boy, Azim said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Another interesting development. Lunaris choosing a vessel from a family traditionally aligned with darker magics. Draco isn't his family's legacy, Harry said defensively. He's still awakening to Lunaris's consciousness, but he's handling it well. And he's changed a lot since coming to Dragon's Point. Morwen leaned forward, her violet eyes intense. How touching. Dracarath defending Lunaris. History takes unexpected turns. Her tone made the words more mocking than they might have appeared on the surface. But surely the council recognizes the risk of allowing an untested vessel of Dracarath to attend a school filled with potential collateral damage. One emotional outburst could be catastrophic. Harry met her gaze steadily, refusing to be provoked. I've been training specifically for that kind of control. My last incident was over a year ago, and even then, no one was harmed. Impressive, Morwen acknowledged with a thin smile. But school presents unique stressors. Competitions, rivalries, the normal social challenges of adolescence, all amplified by your unusual status. Which is precisely why attendance would be valuable, interjected a new voice. A woman with warm brown skin and silver-white hair twisted into elaborate braids had spoken. I am Amara, vessel of Solara the Light Weaver. I believe controlled exposure to normal wizarding education would benefit Harry greatly. Isolation, however well-intentioned, often breeds its own problems. There is also the matter of prophecy, said Jinwoo quietly. Both the one made before his birth regarding Voldemort, and the older writings concerning the return of the great dragons during a time of fundamental magical transformation. At the mention of prophecy, Harry felt Dracaratha's consciousness stir more powerfully, pushing forward memories of ancient predictions and their often unpredictable manifestations. We should not guide our decisions based on prophecy alone, Nerissa cautioned. But neither can we ignore the convergence of so many significant factors, Dracaratha's powerful re-emergence, Nidhogg's awakening, Lunaris stirring, and the continued threat of Voldemort, diminished but not destroyed. Not to mention this prophet and his followers who have already attempted to abduct or kill Harry once, Azim added grimly. The council fell into intense debate then, discussing the various risks and benefits of Harry attending Hogwarts, the potential meaning of the convergence, and the best approach to monitoring and supporting the unusually early awakening of multiple divine vessels. Harry listened carefully, occasionally contributing when asked direct questions but mostly absorbing the perspectives and concerns of these ancient beings in human form. Throughout the discussion, he remained acutely aware of Morwen Crane's attention. Unlike the others, who addressed the full council when speaking, she seemed focused almost exclusively on him, studying, evaluating, perhaps even challenging. The dragon within him recognized the implicit tension, the ancient rivalry simmering beneath the surface of civilized debate. Finally, after what felt like hours, Nerissa called for a formal decision. The matter before us is whether to support Harry Potter's attendance at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with all the protections and monitoring such an arrangement would require. She looked around the table. Those in favor? 8 hands rose, including Nerissa's own. Those opposed? 3 hands, including Morwen's, were raised in opposition. One council member, a silent figure wrapped in robes that seemed woven from living shadow, abstained. The council has spoken, Nerissa declared. Harry Potter will attend Hogwarts, with appropriate safeguards and regular reporting to this body. She turned to Harry. You understand that this privilege comes with serious responsibilities. Any significant loss of control, any danger to other students, would require immediate intervention. I understand, Harry said solemnly. I won't let you down. See that you don't, Morwen said quietly. Some of us will be watching very closely. The statement carried unmistakable warning, but before Harry could respond, Nerissa stood, signaling the end of the formal meeting. There are many details to arrange, but those can be handled through appropriate channels. For now, let us welcome our youngest member properly with the traditional feast. The formality of the council chamber gave way to a more relaxed gathering in an adjacent room, where a sumptuous meal appeared on long tables. Dumbledore and Sirius were invited to join, and Harry was finally able to speak with them about the meeting's developments. You handled yourself admirably, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling. Most adults would struggle to maintain composure before such an assembly. Sirius nodded agreement. James would be proud. Lily too. You didn't just present yourself, you advocated for Draco and stood your ground with dignity. Harry appreciated their praise but found his attention continually drawn to Morwen Crane, who stood apart from the main gathering, speaking in low tones with the shadow-robed figure who had abstained from voting. She's trouble, Sirius murmured, following Harry's gaze. I knew Morwen's family distantly, the Cranes have always dabbled in magic most would consider questionable. Not openly dark like the Blacks, but certainly grey. She doesn't like me, Harry observed. Or rather, Nidhogg doesn't like Dracorath. An ancient philosophical disagreement that has occasionally erupted into open conflict, Dumbledore confirmed. Dracorath believes magical knowledge should be shared and preserved for all worthy practitioners. Nidhogg advocates for restriction and control, believing that power should be concentrated among those already proven worthy by birth or inherent ability. Sounds like she'd get along with Lucius Malfoy, Harry said dryly. Indeed, such philosophies often find common cause across the centuries, though their underlying motivations may differ, Dumbledore agreed. Be wary of Ms. Crane, Harry. Nidhogg is subtle and patient, preferring to work through proxies and manipulations rather than direct confrontation. As the gathering continued, Harry found himself approached by various council members, each seemingly curious about this young vessel of their former leader. Some asked about his training, others about his experiences integrating Dracorath's consciousness, and a few even shared memories of previous incarnations and interactions with Dracorath throughout history. It was Amara, the vessel of Solara, who offered the most practical advice. The secret to successful integration is not domination but harmony, she told him, her warm voice carrying the wisdom of multiple incarnations. Neither suppressing the divine consciousness nor surrendering to it entirely. Think of it as a dance where both partners must sometimes lead and sometimes follow. That's what Professor Kurosawa teaches, Harry said. Finding the balance point where both aspects can exist without conflict. Imara smiled approvingly. He sounds wise. The best vessels aren't merely containers for divine essence but true partners with it, creating something greater than either would be alone. As the gathering began to wind down, Nerissa approached with a small wooden box. A gift, she said, presenting it to Harry. From the council to its youngest member. Inside the box lay a pendant similar to Harry's dragon claw but made of crystal rather than organic material. Within the crystal, colors shifted and swirled like captured auroras. A focus stone, Nerissa explained. Attuned to the council's collective energy. It will help stabilize your connection to Dracorath during times of stress and can be used to contact us in emergencies. She demonstrated how to activate it, showing Harry the simple mental technique required. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely moved by the gift and its implications. Despite some reservations, the council was officially accepting him as one of their own, not just tolerating his existence but actively supporting his development. As Harry prepared to depart with Dumbledore and Sirius, he found his path blocked by Morwen Crane, who had positioned herself near the exit with deliberate casualness. A word before you go, young vessel, she said, her voice silky with controlled power. Up close, Harry could see that her violet eyes had slitted pupils, much like his own when partially transformed, and her pale skin had a subtle shimmer to it, like black opals catching light. Of course, Harry replied cautiously. Morwen studied him with undisguised curiosity. You're different from previous vessels, she said finally. Younger at awakening. More powerful more quickly. It makes one wonder what catalyst triggered such an unusual manifestation. Voldemort's attack, probably, Harry said, though something in Dracorath's memories suggested there might be more to it. Near-death experiences can accelerate awakening, according to Professor Kurosawa. Perhaps. Morwen's smile didn't reach her eyes. Or perhaps something else is at work, something even the council doesn't fully understand yet. She leaned slightly closer, her voice dropping. Has it occurred to you to question why Dracorath chose this particular moment to return in such force? Why not during Grindelwald's rise, or at the height of Voldemort's first campaign? Harry hadn't considered this specific question, though similar ones had occurred to him during his studies. I assumed it was related to the prophecy, the one about Voldemort and me. Convenient explanations are rarely complete ones. Morwen straightened, her manner shifting to something more formal. In the interest of historical context, you should know that Dracorath and Nidhogg have not always been adversaries. In the earliest cycles, before the Covenant was fully established, we were actually allies of a sort. This revelation sent a ripple through Dracorath's consciousness, calling forth fragmented memories that seemed to confirm her words, two great dragons, one of fire and one of void, working in tandem to shape the foundations of what would become magical society. What changed? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Perspective, Morwen replied. Priorities. The direction magic should take as humanity evolved. Her expression turned contemplative. Perhaps this cycle offers an opportunity to reassess old positions. Time will tell. With a slight nod, she stepped aside, clearing his path to the exit. Until we meet again, Harry Potter. I suspect it won't be long. The journey back to Dragon's Point was a blur of motion through the strange pathway system, leaving Harry with much to process. By the time they returned to the familiar grounds of the sanctuary, evening was falling, the sky painted in streaks of orange and purple above the Welsh headland. Well? Ellie demanded, practically pouncing on Harry the moment he entered the main hall. What was it like? Are they all ancient and wise? Did they have cool powers? Did they approve you for Hogwarts? Harry laughed, the normal exuberance of his friend grounding him after the otherworldly experience of the council. Yes to Hogwarts, yes to ancient and wise, mostly, and yes to cool powers, though they're pretty subtle about it. Theo appeared behind Ellie, his expression serious as always. Did they provide any useful information about the integration process? Any techniques we could apply to help Draco? Some, Harry confirmed. One of them, Amara, talked about integration as a dance rather than a battle. I think that approach might work well for Draco, given Lunaris's nature. Speaking of Draco, the blond boy approached more cautiously than the others, his grey eyes searching Harry's face. Did they mention Lunaris specifically? Or me? Harry nodded. They're aware of you. They seem to think it was significant that you're awakening at the same time as me, especially given our history. He hesitated, then added, they called it part of a convergence, multiple divine essences awakening around the same time, usually in response to some magical crisis or imbalance. Fascinating, Theo murmured, already mentally cataloging this new information. That would explain the statistical anomalies in magical incident reports over the past decade. I've been tracking them as part of my research project. Did they mention anything about this prophet person who sent those attackers last year? Ellie asked, her expression darkening at the memory. The attack on the sanctuary had left her with both physical and emotional scars, though she rarely spoke of them. Only briefly, Harry admitted. They seemed more concerned about Voldemort and the convergence in general. He glanced around, noting that they had gathered quite an audience of curious sanctuary residents. Look, there's a lot to process. Can we talk more tomorrow? I'm exhausted. His friends agreed, though somewhat reluctantly, and Harry was finally able to retreat to his room. Once alone, he removed both pendants, the dragon claw and the new crystal focus from the council, and placed them side by side on his desk. They seemed to recognize each other, the crystal glowing faintly in response to the claw's presence. Two aspects of his heritage, one from his family line and one from his cosmic connection, both acknowledging his dual nature and responsibility. Harry changed into sleep clothes and settled on his bed, not to sleep but to meditate. The day's experiences had stirred up Dracoratha's consciousness more powerfully than anything since the attack on the sanctuary, and he needed to process and integrate these new memories and insights before they overwhelmed him. As he focused his breathing and centered his awareness, he reflected on Morwen's parting words. Had Dracorath and Nidhogg truly been allies once? What had driven them apart, and was reconciliation possible in this cycle? The dragon's memories on this point were frustratingly fragmented, suggesting either great age or deliberate obscuration. More importantly, what did this convergence truly signify? The council members had seemed concerned, even alarmed, by the pattern they were observing. Divine essences awakening, a dark wizard spirit lingering after death, mysterious cults forming around prophecies of ancient powers returning, all pointing to some approaching crisis in the magical world. And at the center of it all, somehow, was Harry himself. Not just Harry the boy, but Harry the vessel of Dracorath, whose awakening had apparently set larger wheels in motion. Sleep came eventually, bringing dreams of fire and ice, of great winged shapes circling a meeting place between worlds, of ancient voices debating the fate of magic itself. And through it all, a sense of something approaching, a confrontation, a revelation, a turning point that would test both the human boy and the dragon god whose essence he carried. The remainder of the summer passed with increased intensity in Harry's training. Following the council meeting, Professor Kurosawa adjusted the curriculum to focus more on rapid transitions between human and draconic states, magical resistance to external influence, and the subtle magics of concealment that would be crucial at Hogwarts. You must be able to contain your transformations even under extreme provocation, the elderly professor explained during a particularly grueling session. Schoolchildren can be remarkably adept at triggering emotional responses. Harry, concentrating on maintaining his human appearance while Kurosawa cast increasingly irritating hexes at him, managed a strained smile. Sounds like you're speaking from experience, Professor. Indeed. I taught at Mahudakoro for nearly 40 years before coming to Britain. Children are fundamentally the same everywhere, curious, creative, and occasionally cruel. He flicked his wand, sending a spell that caused intense itching across Harry's skin. Resist the urge to transform. Harry gritted his teeth, focusing on containing the heat that automatically rose in response to the discomfort. After several seconds of concentration, he managed to dispel the itching without allowing even his eyes to shift to their draconic form. Excellent progress, Kurosawa nodded approvingly. You're developing finer control over the autonomic responses. This will serve you well at Hogwarts. Similar specialized training was being developed for Draco, whose manifestations of Lunaris's essence were becoming more frequent and pronounced. Unlike Harry's fiery transformations, Draco's involved a cooling effect, his skin taking on a silvery luminescence while the temperature around him dropped noticeably. His eyes, when transformed, became mercury silver with the same slitted pupils as Harry's. The two boys often trained together now, their complementary abilities creating interesting magical interactions that the sanctuary staff studied with fascination. Fire and ice, sun and moon, opposing forces that could either cancel each other out or amplify to greater heights depending on how they were directed. It's getting easier to control, Draco commented one evening as they practiced in the Eastern Training Chamber. His right arm had transformed completely, covered in fine scales that gleamed like polished silver in the light. But it's still strange, feeling Lunaris's thoughts and memories mixing with my own. Harry nodded in understanding. It's like having two libraries in your head, with books constantly being moved between them. Eventually, they start to merge into one collection, but you can still tell which books came from where. Exactly, Draco agreed, looking surprised and pleased at the apt metaphor. And some of the books are in languages I'm still learning to read. Their training sessions often included Ellie and Theo as well, the four of them working on coordination and complementary tactics. Theo had developed a series of arithmetic formulas that predicted how their various abilities would interact, creating what he called optimal harmonic configurations for different scenarios. If Draco creates an ice barrier here, he would explain, pointing to his meticulously drawn diagrams, and Harry applies controlled heat there, the resulting pressure differential allows Ellie to direct any ambient fire with maximum efficiency while I manipulate the time field around the target area. Ellie usually rolled her eyes at these technical explanations but followed the strategies nonetheless. Just tell me where to point the fire, she would say, and leave the fancy explanations for the research papers. As Harry's 11th birthday approached, bringing with it the expected Hogwarts letter, preparations at the sanctuary intensified. Katerina held regular meetings with Dumbledore to establish protocols for Harry's attendance, focusing on safety measures and contingency plans. The enchantments on your dormitory will need reinforcement, she explained during one such session. Standard fireproofing charms won't be sufficient if you experience a transformation during sleep. I haven't had an uncontrolled night transformation in over a year, Harry pointed out. True, but Hogwarts itself may affect your manifestations, Dumbledore noted. The castle's ambient magic is ancient and complex. It tends to amplify innate magical traits, particularly those connected to the founders. And since Godric Gryffindor carried a portion of Dracaratha's essence. Harry connected the dots. Precisely. We anticipate that certain areas of the castle may resonate more strongly with your draconic nature. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I suspect the Gryffindor common room might feel particularly welcoming, should you be sorted there. The mention of house sorting raised another question that had been troubling Harry. What if I'm not in Gryffindor? With Dracaratha's connection to Godric, everyone seems to assume I will be, but... The Sorting Hat considers many factors beyond ancestral connections, Dumbledore assured him. And regardless of your house placement, the safety protocols we're establishing will apply throughout the castle. Harry nodded, though the question continued to nag at him. Dracaratha's essence had indeed influenced Godric Gryffindor, but the dragon's memories suggested a complexity that transcended simple house categorizations. Courage, yes, but also cunning, intellect, and profound loyalty, traits valued by all four founders. His birthday arrived with the expected Hogwarts letter and a small celebration at the sanctuary. Unlike the previous year's elaborate party, this was a quieter affair, partly because everyone was focused on the upcoming transition, and partly because a sense of impending change hung in the air. Hard to believe it's been 3 years since you destroyed my family home, Draco remarked dryly as they enjoyed cake in the sanctuary's garden. Now we're heading to Hogwarts together. Life takes strange turns. Harry snorted. That's putting it mildly. If someone had told me then that you'd become one of my closest friends, I'd have thought they were mental. Friends? Draco raised an eyebrow, though the slight smile belied his skeptical tone. Is that what we are, Potter? Fellow vessels of ancient dragon deities who don't actively try to kill each other anymore, Harry amended with a grin. Is there a proper term for that? Probably not in any human language, Ellie interjected, flopping onto the grass beside them. You two are weird magical anomalies. Own it. Their banter was interrupted by the arrival of a sanctuary staff member, who approached with an unusually serious expression. Harry, Director Verlaine would like to see you in her office immediately. She says it's urgent. Harry exchanged concerned glances with his friends before following the staff member to the administrative wing. He found Katerina in her office with Sirius and, surprisingly, Kingsley Shacklebolt, whom Harry hadn't seen in several months. What's happened? Harry asked immediately, noting the grave expressions on all three adults. Katerina gestured for him to sit. We've received troubling information from multiple sources. First, there's been another prison break at Azkaban, not Sirius's level of security, but concerning nonetheless. Augustus Rookwood, Kingsley elaborated, his deep voice somber. Former unspeakable convicted of passing ministry secrets to Voldemort during the war. Highly intelligent and very dangerous. But that's not all, Sirius added grimly. My sources in the less reputable parts of Wizarding Society report unusual movements among former Death Eaters, secret meetings, unexplained disappearances, that sort of thing. And finally, Katerina concluded, Dumbledore's contacts have identified the leader of the group that attacked the sanctuary last year. The self-proclaimed prophet is a man named Thaddeus Nott. Nott? Harry repeated, immediately thinking of his friend. Any relation to Theo? His uncle, Katerina confirmed. Theo's father's younger brother, who disappeared approximately 5 years ago after becoming obsessed with obscure prophecies regarding the return of ancient powers. Harry absorbed this information, connecting it with what he'd learned from the Divine Council about the approaching convergence. He believes the awakening of divine vessels like me and Draco is dangerous, he guessed. That's why his followers tried to capture me. That appears to be the case, Kingsley agreed. Based on interrogations of those captured during the attack, Thaddeus Nott believes the cycle of divine reincarnation has become corrupted and must be broken before it culminates in catastrophe. Does Theo know? Harry asked, concerned for his friend. Not yet, Katerina said. We wanted to inform you first, given your closer connection to both situations. Both situations? Harry frowned. You mean Rookwood's escape and Thaddeus Nott? The three adults exchanged meaningful glances before Sirius spoke. There's reason to believe they might be connected. Rookwood specialized in Department of Mysteries research before his conviction, specifically, prophecies and their magical mechanisms. And Thaddeus Nott appears to be building his movement around a particular prophecy, one he claims to have discovered in ancient texts related to the divine cycle, Katerina added. Harry was beginning to see the concerning pattern. So Rookwood escapes, former Death Eaters are meeting secretly, and a cult obsessed with stopping divine reincarnations is gaining followers. That can't be coincidence. We don't believe it is, Kingsley confirmed. There's one more piece of information that ties this together. Prior to his escape, Rookwood received a visitor at Azkaban, one who used considerable political influence to arrange the meeting despite security protocols. Who? Harry asked, though he was beginning to suspect the answer. Morwen Crane, Sirius said flatly. Officially, she visited as a researcher studying the effects of long-term Dementor exposure on magical cognition. Unofficially. Nidhogg is making moves, Harry concluded, the dragon's awareness sharpening his perception of the emerging threat pattern. But why connect with Death Eaters? From what I understand of the divine cycle, Nidhogg believes in controlling magic, not destroying Muggleborns or establishing pure-blood supremacy. Philosophies can find common cause without perfect alignment, Katerina pointed out. Voldemort's followers believed in concentrating power among the worthy, not so different from Nidhogg's position that magical knowledge should be restricted to those deemed inherently deserving. Temporary allies of convenience, Kingsley suggested. Each using the other to advance their own agenda. Harry considered this, drawing on both his human understanding and Dracaratha's ancient wisdom. And what about Voldemort himself? If his followers are mobilizing. The uncomfortable silence that followed confirmed his suspicion before anyone spoke. There have been indications that Voldemort's spirit remains active, seeking ways to return to corporeal form, Katerina finally admitted. Dumbledore has been tracking these signs for years. And he thinks Voldemort might be behind this current situation? Harry pressed. Not directly, Sirius said. But opportunistically involved. If Morwen and Thaddeus Nott are destabilizing the magical world for their own purposes, Voldemort's essence would naturally be drawn to the resulting chaos, like a parasite seeking a weakened host. The implications were staggering. Harry had always known he would likely face Voldemort again someday, the prophecy made that clear enough, but the addition of Nidhogg's machinations and the Prophet's cult created a far more complex threat landscape. Does this change the plans for Hogwarts? He asked, the practical question foremost in his mind despite the swirling concerns. No, Katerina said firmly. In fact, it reinforces the Council's decision. Hogwarts remains one of the most secure locations in magical Britain, and keeping you isolated would only play into Thaddeus Nott's narrative about dangerous divine vessels requiring containment. But we are increasing security measures, Kingsley added. Both visible and invisible. Auror presence in Hogsmeade will be strengthened, and certain trusted staff members will be briefed more fully on your situation. And I'll be nearby, Sirius said, his expression determined. Dumbledore has arranged a secure location within emergency response distance of the school. Harry nodded, appreciating their thoroughness while feeling the weight of responsibility settling more heavily on his shoulders. I should tell Theo about his uncle, he said after a moment. He deserves to hear it from a friend, not a security briefing. Katerina nodded agreement. Just be gentle. It's a difficult thing to learn that a family member has taken such a dark path. As Harry left the office, his mind was racing with implications and possibilities. The convergence the Council had mentioned was clearly accelerating, drawing various players into position for some approaching confrontation. Dracaratha's memories provided context but no clear solutions. This particular configuration of threats appeared to be unprecedented even across multiple incarnations. He found Theo still in the garden with Ellie and Draco, the three of them now engaged in a complex magical game involving floating light patterns. Seeing Harry's expression as he approached, they immediately abandoned their play. What's wrong? Ellie asked, her intuition for emotional states as sharp as ever. I need to talk to Theo, Harry said, then glanced at the others. All of you, actually. It's important. They gathered closer as Harry related what he'd learned, being particularly careful with how he presented the information about Theo's uncle. The mathematical genius listened with an expression of increasing distress, his normally precise movements becoming agitated as the full picture emerged. I suspected something like this, Theo said finally, his voice unnaturally controlled. The timing of my accident with the time distortion was never random. Uncle Thaddeus visited the day before, asking strange questions about my arithmetic research on magical resonance patterns. You think he triggered the incident deliberately? Draco asked, shocked. Theo nodded grimly. To get me sent here. To be near Harry. He looked up, meeting Harry's eyes directly. I think he wanted me to spy on you, though he never actually said so. He just emphasized how important it was to understand the nature of divine vessels before I was transferred. But you didn't, Harry said, not a question but a confirmation of trust. Of course not, Theo replied, looking mildly offended at the suggestion. I was curious about your abilities from a theoretical perspective, yes, but I never reported anything to him. After the first few months here, I stopped responding to his letters entirely. Ellie placed a supportive hand on Theo's shoulder. This isn't your fault. You couldn't have known what he was planning. I should have recognized the pattern sooner, Theo insisted, his natural tendency toward self-criticism asserting itself. The arithmetic indicators were present in his correspondence, subtle frequency variations in word choice, syntactic structures that form recognizable patterns when properly analyzed. Theo, Harry interrupted gently, no one expects you to have decoded secret messages in your uncle's letters. What matters is what we do now. What can we do? Draco asked. It's not like they're going to let 4 children fight a cult leader, escaped Death Eaters, and a possessed teacher. Harry frowned. Possessed teacher? Draco shrugged. Just guessing based on patterns. If Voldemort's spirit is looking for a way back and we're all heading to Hogwarts, that's the obvious move. Possess someone with legitimate access to the school and use them to get close to you. The others stared at him with varying degrees of surprise. What? Draco said defensively. I grew up around people who talked about the Dark Lord constantly. I know how he thinks. Or used to think, anyway. That's, actually a really good point, Harry acknowledged. We should be watching for any staff members behaving oddly when we get to Hogwarts. So we are going to do something, Ellie said, excitement creeping into her voice. Not just letting the adults handle everything. Harry hesitated, balancing the dragon's instinct for direct action against his human understanding of their limitations. We need to be smart about this. The adults aren't wrong about the dangers, but they also don't always see things from our perspective. A coordinated intelligence-gathering operation, Theo suggested, his analytical mind already structuring the problem. Each of us has different strengths and will likely be sorted into different houses, giving us access to varied information streams. Exactly, Harry agreed. We keep our eyes open, share what we learn, and only act directly if absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, I'll keep Dumbledore and Katarina informed about anything significant we discover. They spent the next hour outlining their approach, how they would communicate across house boundaries, what warning signs to watch for, and contingency plans for various scenarios. Despite the serious circumstances that had prompted it, Harry found himself energized by the planning session. This was what Dracorath had always done best, gathering allies, strategizing, preparing for confrontations with forces that threatened the magical balance. As dusk fell and they headed inside for dinner, Harry felt Dracorath's consciousness settle into a state of focused readiness. Whatever lay ahead at Hogwarts would test both aspects of his nature, the human boy eager for education and friendship, and the ancient dragon prepared to defend the magical world from threats it barely remembered. The sanctuary's farewell dinner for departing students was a bittersweet affair. Of the 17 children currently in residence, 5 would be attending Hogwarts that year: Harry, Draco, Ellie, Theo, and a quiet girl named Celine who could communicate with magical creatures but struggled with human interaction. Professor Kurosawa had prepared special parting gifts for each of them, personalized focusing objects designed to help maintain control over their unique abilities while at school. Harry's was a simple leather wristband inscribed with runes that would help regulate his body temperature during emotional spikes. It won't prevent transformation if your intent is strong, Kurosawa explained, but it should provide a buffer against accidental manifestations during typical school stress, exams, competitions, minor conflicts. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, genuinely touched by the thoughtfulness of the gift. Over the past 2 years, Kurosawa had become far more than just an instructor. He was a mentor who understood the complexity of Harry's dual nature better than almost anyone. After dinner, as the others drifted off to finish their packing, Katarina asked Harry to join her for a final briefing in her office. To his surprise, he found Dumbledore waiting there as well, along with Sirius. Just a few last-minute details before tomorrow's departure, Katarina explained, gesturing for Harry to take a seat. Primarily regarding communications protocols while you're at Hogwarts. "I've arranged for a secure post owl that can reach Sirius without being tracked," Dumbledore said. "For routine updates and non-urgent matters. For emergencies." He gestured to Sirius, who produced a small mirror from his robes. "This is a two-way communication mirror," his godfather explained. "I have its mate. Simply speak my name while holding it, and we can talk directly, regardless of distance." "Like magical video calling," Harry said, examining the mirror with interest. "Video?" Sirius repeated, puzzled. "Muggle technology," Harry explained. "Like magical photographs but with sound and movement together." "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured. "The ingenuity of Muggles continues to impress." "But yes, the principle is similar. The mirror connection is also untraceable by conventional magical means, a useful feature given Sirius's continued semi-fugitive status." "There's one more thing," Katerina said, her expression growing more serious. "Regarding Morwen Crane." Harry's attention sharpened. "Has she done something else?" "Not exactly," Katerina said carefully. "But we've confirmed she's applied for the position of assistant researcher in Hogwarts Library, specifically working with the restricted section." "And Dumbledore approved this?" Harry asked, surprised. "Sometimes it's better to keep potential threats where you can see them," Dumbledore replied, his usual twinkle absent. "Miss Crane is highly qualified for the position, and denying her application without cause would only push her activities further into the shadows. This way, we can monitor her interactions while maintaining plausible deniability about our concerns." "Won't she recognize me?" Harry asked. "I mean, she knows I'm attending Hogwarts this year, but if she sees me in person." "She will certainly recognize your magical signature," Dumbledore agreed. "But that's unavoidable regardless of her position. The question is what she might do with that recognition. Based on her behavior at the council meeting, direct confrontation seems unlikely," Sirius observed. "She's playing a longer game." "Precisely," Dumbledore nodded. "And that game is what concerns us. The convergence of Rookwood's escape, Thaddeus Knott's cult activities, and Morwen's placement at Hogwarts suggests coordinated action towards some specific goal. A goal likely related to the prophecy Thaddeus Knott is fixated on," Katerina added. "Unfortunately, we don't know the exact content of this prophecy, only that it concerns the divine cycle and what he calls the corruption of the vessels." Harry thought about this, drawing on Dracaratha's ancient wisdom. In previous cycles, what typically triggered a convergence of divine awakenings? The adults exchanged glances before Dumbledore answered. "Based on historical records, major threats to the magical balance, powerful dark wizards rising, potential exposure of the magical world to Muggles, or fundamental disruptions to the nature of magic itself. The last major convergence coincided with the founding of Hogwarts," Katerina elaborated. "A time when British magical society was consolidating and formalizing its separation from the Muggle world." "And before that?" Harry pressed. "The rise of Morgana Le Fay," Sirius said. "Who was attempting to create permanent bridges between multiple magical realms, a project that could have destabilized reality itself, according to some accounts." Harry nodded slowly, pieces falling into place. "So whatever's happening now is on that scale. Not just Voldemort trying to return, but something more fundamental to magic itself." He looked directly at Dumbledore. "You have theories." It wasn't a question, and Dumbledore didn't treat it as one. "Several," he acknowledged. "Most concerning is the possibility that someone, perhaps Voldemort, perhaps another player we haven't identified yet, is attempting to alter the divine cycle itself. To interrupt or redirect the pattern of reincarnation that has maintained magical balance for millennia. Is that even possible?" Harry asked, a chill running through him at the thought. "Theoretically," Dumbledore said carefully. "The cycle, while ancient and powerful, is ultimately a magical construct, created by the original divine beings as a way to maintain their connection to the mortal world while limiting their direct intervention. Like any magical construct, it could potentially be modified or broken by someone with sufficient knowledge and power. And sufficient disregard for consequences, Katerina added grimly. The implications were staggering. If the divine cycle were disrupted, what would happen to beings like Dracorath, Lunaris, and the others? What would happen to their human vessels? And more broadly, what would such a disruption mean for magic itself? This is why your time at Hogwarts is about more than just education, Dumbledore said gently. The castle holds secrets and resources that may prove crucial in understanding and addressing these threats. Its library contains works on the divine cycle not available anywhere else in Britain. And its very foundations are infused with the magic of 4 founders who were themselves connected to divine vessels. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settling more heavily on his shoulders. I understand. I'll be careful, but I'll also be thorough. He hesitated, then added, I should tell you, my friends and I have already discussed keeping watch for anything unusual at school. Instead of objecting, Dumbledore smiled. I would expect nothing less. The bonds you've formed with Mr. Malfoy, Miss Wright, and Mr. Knott are powerful in their own right. Such friendships have changed the course of magical history before. With final arrangements made and contingencies discussed, Harry was eventually released to finish his own packing for the journey to Hogwarts. In his room, he carefully organized his trunk according to Professor Kurosawa's recommendations, placing potentially reactive items in specially warded compartments, ensuring his focus objects were easily accessible, and leaving space for the inevitable accumulation of school supplies and memorabilia. The dragon claw pendant and the council's crystal focus both went into a small pouch that he would wear under his robes at all times. His wand, 11 inches of holly with a phoenix feather core, purchased during a carefully supervised trip to Diagon Alley earlier that summer, was placed in its protective holster, ready for the formal magical education that had thus far taken a back seat to his specialized training. As Harry completed these preparations, he felt Dracorath's consciousness stirring with anticipation. The ancient dragon recognized the significance of Hogwarts from previous cycles, a nexus of magical learning and power, built on foundations laid by vessels who had carried divine essence in their time. There would be resonances there, echoes of past incarnations that might trigger new memories and abilities. A soft knock at his door interrupted these reflections. Harry opened it to find Draco standing there, looking uncharacteristically uncertain. Can't sleep either? Harry guessed, stepping aside to let him in. Draco shrugged, trying for nonchalance but not quite achieving it. Just making sure you're not forgetting anything important. Knowing you, you've probably packed nothing but Quidditch books and fire-resistant underwear. Harry snorted. My underwear preferences aside, what's really on your mind? Draco paced the small room for a moment before stopping at the window, staring out at the night sky where a half-moon hung among scattered clouds. What if we're sorted into different houses? He finally asked, the question clearly having troubled him for some time. We probably will be, Harry said practically. You're practically the definition of Slytherin, Ellie's as Gryffindor as they come, and Theo could easily end up in Ravenclaw. And you? Draco pressed. Harry shrugged. I honestly don't know. Dracorath's connection to Godric suggests Gryffindor, but there are aspects of all 4 houses in both my human and dragon natures. That doesn't answer my question, Draco persisted. What happens to this? He gestured vaguely between them, if we end up in rival houses with different friends and obligations. Harry finally understood the real concern. For all his progress and growth at Dragon's Point, Draco still carried the insecurities instilled by his upbringing, the belief that relationships were conditional, that loyalty was determined by external factors like house affiliation or family status. Nothing changes, Harry said firmly. We're connected by something deeper than schoolhouses, Draco. You know that. Dracorath and Lunaris have a bond that's thousands of years old, complicated as it might be. And you and I have been through too much together to let something like dormitory assignments come between us. Some of the tension eased from Draco's shoulders. Even if I end up in Slytherin and the entire house hates you on principle. Even then, Harry confirmed. Though I expect you'll be too busy reforming Slytherin from the inside to worry about ancient rivalries. Draco snorted. Reform Slytherin? You have an overinflated sense of my leadership abilities. I don't think so, Harry said seriously. You've changed a lot since coming here. The old Draco Malfoy would never have questioned his father's beliefs or considered friendship with someone like me possible. The Draco you're becoming, the vessel of Linares, has the potential to redefine what Slytherin means for a new generation. A complicated mix of emotions crossed Draco's face, doubt, hope, determination, and a flash of the old pride, now tempered with something more substantial than mere arrogance. We'll see, he said finally. Though I maintain that you're being ridiculously optimistic about interhouse cooperation. They talked a while longer, discussing various scenarios for their first year and refining their plans for information sharing across house boundaries. By the time Draco left, both boys felt more settled about the transition awaiting them the next day, not just the physical journey to Hogwarts but the more significant shift from the sheltered environment of Dragon's Point to the complex social and political ecosystem of Britain's premier magical school. Harry's last thought before falling asleep was that regardless of the house sorting to come, he was entering Hogwarts with advantages his parents could never have imagined for him: knowledge of his heritage, control of his abilities, true friends already established, and a clearer understanding of the threats arrayed against him. Whatever challenges awaited, he would face them as both Harry Potter and Dracorath, drawing strength from both aspects of his nature. Outside his window, stars wheeled through the night sky above the Welsh headland, countless distant fires burning in endless darkness, much like the divine sparks carried within mortal vessels throughout magical history. Tomorrow, Harry would take his place in that ancient tradition as he began his formal wizarding education at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Chapter 5, Hogwarts and Beyond. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with the nervous energy of hundreds of students and their families. Steam billowed from the scarlet Hogwarts Express, wreathing the crowd in a dreamlike haze as trunks clattered, owls hooted indignantly, and parents delivered last-minute instructions to children both attentive and distracted. Harry stood slightly apart from the chaos, flanked by his three closest friends. Their arrival had been carefully timed and orchestrated, a ministry car dropping them off with minimal fanfare, Kingsley Shacklebolt escorting them through the barrier with casual vigilance that belied the seriousness of his assignment. Everyone staring, Ellie muttered, her copper curls partially hidden under a knit cap despite the mild September weather. So much for keeping a low profile. She wasn't wrong. Though they were attempting to blend in, subtle glances and not-so-subtle pointing followed their group. Harry Potter's story was too well known to allow for anonymity. The boy who lived, who had later destroyed Malfoy Manor with unexplained magic and subsequently disappeared into a specialized educational program. Rumors had circulated for years, growing more outlandish with each retelling. Let them stare, Draco said with a dismissive shrug, though Harry noted his friend's shoulders were tenser than usual. They'll find something new to gossip about by dinner. Theo, methodically checking his trunk locks for the third time, looked up with a frown. Unlikely. Social interest in statistical outliers typically follows a logarithmic decay pattern. Given Harry's multiple deviations from standard magical parameters, we can anticipate approximately 3 weeks of elevated attention before regression to baseline curiosity levels. Ellie rolled her eyes. Thanks for that completely unhelpful analysis, Theo. Actually, 3 weeks sounds about right, Harry said with a small smile. Just long enough for classes to get difficult and for the first Quidditch practice schedules to be posted. Kingsley checked his watch. You should board soon. Remember your communications protocols and security measures. His deep voice was pitched low enough to avoid eavesdropping, but carried the weight of serious instruction. Harry nodded. Beyond the official ministry security measures, he and his friends had developed their own systems over the summer, code words, meeting schedules, and contingency plans for various scenarios. Professor Kurosawa had helped design specialized protection charms for each of them, keyed to their unique magical signatures. As they moved toward the train, a familiar figure appeared through the steam, tall, silver-haired, and wearing robes of midnight blue that somehow looked both flamboyant and dignified. "Ah, excellent timing," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "I was hoping to catch you before departure." His presence caused another ripple of whispers through the platform. The headmaster rarely appeared at King's Cross, making his arrival alongside Harry Potter even more noteworthy. "Professor," Harry greeted him. "Is everything all right?" "Perfectly fine," Dumbledore assured him, though his eyes conveyed additional meaning. "I simply wanted to inform you that all preparations at the castle are complete. Your special accommodations have been arranged exactly as we discussed." What went unsaid but clearly understood was that the enhanced security measures were in place: reinforced dormitory walls, modified fireproofing charms, and emergency protocols should Harry's draconic nature manifest unexpectedly. "Thank you, sir," Harry replied. "We appreciate your thoroughness." Dumbledore's gaze swept over the four friends. "I expect great things from all of you this year, though perhaps with somewhat less property damage than your previous educational experiences have entailed." Draco actually smiled at this. "No promises, Headmaster." With final farewells to Kingsley and Dumbledore, the four friends boarded the Hogwarts Express, finding an empty compartment near the rear of the train. As the whistle sounded and the platform began to slide away, Harry felt a curious mixture of emotions: excitement and apprehension, yes, but also a deeper sense of rightness, as if he were moving toward a destination long predetermined. The dragon consciousness within him stirred with recognition. Hogwarts was no ordinary school to Dracorath, but a nexus of magical significance, a place where his essence had influenced one of the founders, where ancient knowledge was preserved, where the cycle of divine reincarnation had been observed and documented for centuries. "You're doing the glowy eye thing," Ellie said quietly, breaking into his thoughts. "Might want to tone that down before someone walks by." Harry blinked, consciously dampening the draconic manifestation. "Thanks. Just thinking about what Hogwarts means, to both parts of me." "Going to be strange," Draco acknowledged, gazing out the window as London began to give way to suburbs. "After Dragon's Point, where everyone knew what we are. At Hogwarts, we'll be pretending to be normal wizarding children," Theo suggested. "A statistical impossibility given our respective conditions, but a necessary social performance nonetheless." "I was going to say, keeping secrets," Draco replied dryly, "but yes, that too." The conversation paused as the compartment door slid open, revealing a girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville has lost one," she said, her tone brisk and somewhat bossy. Before any of them could answer, her eyes widened in recognition. "You're Harry Potter," she stated, as if confirming a fact she'd read in a book. Her gaze swept over the others. "And you're Draco Malfoy. I've read about both of you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts." Harry exchanged a glance with Draco, whose eyebrows had risen nearly to his hairline. "Not everything in books is accurate," Harry said carefully. "Especially recent history." The girl frowned slightly, then nodded. "That's a valid point. Historical accounts can be subjective and politically influenced." She straightened, suddenly remembering her manners. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way." "Nice to meet you," Harry replied. "These are our friends, Ellie Wright and Theodore Nott." Hermione's eyes lit with new interest. "Theodore Nott? The one who published that paper on arithmetic approaches to temporal manipulation in Theoretical Magic Quarterly last spring? I found your recursive formula for predicting charm decay rates absolutely fascinating, though I had some questions about your derivation method in Section 3. It was Theo's turn to look surprised. "You've read my paper." "It was published in a postgraduate level journal." "I read everything I can get my hands on," Hermione said simply, as if this were perfectly normal behavior for an 11-year-old. "When I found out I was a witch, I wanted to learn everything possible about the magical world." "You're Muggle-born?" Ellie asked. "Yes. Is that a problem?" There was a slight defensive edge to Hermione's voice. "Not at all," Harry said quickly. "We're just surprised you've had access to advanced magical journals." "Oh." Hermione relaxed slightly. Professor McGonagall was very helpful when she came to explain about Hogwarts. She arranged a special library subscription for me when she saw how many questions I had. The conversation might have continued, but a round-faced boy appeared in the corridor behind Hermione, looking distressed. "Any luck?" he asked mournfully. "Not yet, Neville," she replied. "But we'll keep looking." She turned back to their compartment. "If you see a toad, his name is Trevor." After they'd gone, Ellie shook her head with a bemused expression. "Well, that was interesting." "She read my paper," Theo said, still sounding slightly stunned. "And apparently understood it well enough to question the derivation methodology." "I'm more concerned about what those history books say about us," Draco muttered. "I can just imagine the treatment of the Malfoy Manor incident." Harry nodded grimly. The official ministry account of what happened at Privet Drive had been heavily sanitized, describing it as an unusual magical accident, triggered by Lucius Malfoy's attempted abduction. The destruction of Malfoy Manor had been attributed to sympathetic magical resonance, a vague term that magical researchers occasionally used when they had no real explanation for a phenomenon. The truth, that a 7-year-old Harry had channeled the power of an ancient dragon deity to destroy 2 buildings miles apart, was known to very few. Most assumed he had simply experienced a powerful bout of accidental magic, which had then been carefully controlled through specialized education. "We should expect all sorts of ridiculous theories," Harry said. "Best approach is to neither confirm nor deny anything, and change the subject whenever possible." The remainder of the journey passed relatively peacefully. A few other students poked their heads in, obviously curious about the famous Harry Potter, but most were deterred by the presence of his 3 clearly protective friends. They purchased snacks from the trolley which, discussed house sorting possibilities, and practiced basic wand work that would be expected of first years. As daylight faded and the Scottish landscape grew wilder beyond their window, conversation turned to more serious matters. "Do we know which teacher Morwen is supposedly assisting?" Ellie asked, keeping her voice low. "Madam Pants in the library," Harry replied. "Specifically working with the restricted section on some cataloging project. Perfectly positioned to access rare books on divine vessels and the reincarnation cycle. And to monitor students' research interests," Theo added. "If any of us start investigating those topics, she'll know immediately." Draco frowned. "We need a way to access that information without going through official channels. Someone with connections to older students, preferably." "I might have an option there," Harry said thoughtfully. "Sirius mentioned his cousin's daughter is a 7th year. Nymphadora Tonks. Apparently she knows about my situation. Her mother is one of the few people Dumbledore trusted with limited information about Dragon's Point. A potential ally in Hufflepuff," Theo mused. "Strategically valuable." "Assuming that's where she's housed," Ellie pointed out. "It is," Harry confirmed. Sirius was quite specific about that detail. As the train began to slow, they changed into their school robes and gathered their belongings. The atmosphere among them had shifted subtly, from the casual camaraderie of friends on a journey to the focused alertness of a team entering potentially hostile territory. "Remember," Harry said quietly as they prepared to disembark, "whatever houses we end up in, we stick to the plan. Regular check-ins, coded messages if necessary, and immediate alert if anyone notices something suspicious." The others nodded, their expressions solemn in the lantern light now illuminating the platform at Hogsmeade Station. As they stepped off the train into the cool evening air, a booming voice cut through the chatter of arriving students. "Furs years. Furs years over here." A giant of a man with a wild tangle of hair and beard was waving a lantern above the crowd. Harry recognized him from descriptions as Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. "That's our cue," Ellie said, nudging Harry forward. "Let the adventure begin." The traditional boat journey across the Black Lake was as magical as generations of students had described. Even Draco, who had heard stories of Hogwarts all his life, couldn't suppress a gasp when the castle first came into view, its countless windows glowing golden in the darkness, towers and turrets silhouetted against the star-filled sky. For Harry, the sight triggered something deeper than mere appreciation. Dracaratha's consciousness surged forward, memories unfurling of this place in earlier times, when the foundations were first laid, when divine vessels in human form walked these grounds, when magical knowledge was gathered and preserved within these walls. "Harry," Draco whispered urgently from beside him. "Your eyes." With a start, Harry realized his eyes had begun to glow, the draconic transformation responding to the powerful emotional and magical resonance. He quickly centered himself using Professor Kurosawa's techniques, pulling back the manifestation before anyone beyond their boat could notice. "Thanks," he murmured. "Stronger reaction than I expected." "I felt it too," Draco admitted, his voice barely audible over the gentle lapping of water against their boat. "Not as intensely, but Lunaris recognizes this place." Their arrival at the underground harbor and subsequent climb to the castle passed in a blur of excited chatter and nervous anticipation. Professor McGonagall, stern and impressive in emerald robes, greeted them in the entrance hall with a speech about houses and the importance of good behavior. Harry noted her gaze lingering on him slightly longer than on the other students, a hint of additional knowledge in her assessing look. Then they were entering the great hall itself, walking between long tables of older students beneath a ceiling bewitched to show the night sky. At the staff table, Dumbledore sat in a golden chair at the center, his silver beard gleaming in the candlelight. Harry quickly scanned the other teachers, wondering which ones had been briefed about his unique situation. His attention was drawn to a pale young woman seated at the far end of the table, next to a hook-nosed professor dressed in black. Though she appeared to be merely observing the incoming students with mild interest, Harry immediately recognized Morwen Crane. In this mundane setting, she had suppressed most visible signs of Nidhogg's essence, but to Harry's enhanced perception, shadows seemed to gather more densely around her, and her eyes held a violet tint that ordinary lighting couldn't explain. She met his gaze across the hall, and for a brief moment, a silent acknowledgement passed between them, two divine vessels recognizing each other in a sea of ordinary wizards. Then she looked away, returning to a quiet conversation with her neighbor. The Sorting Hat's song drew Harry's attention back to the ceremony about to begin. He listened with interest as the ancient artifact described the qualities valued by each house. When it finished, Professor McGonagall began calling students forward alphabetically. Harry watched as his friends were sorted one by one. Theo went to Ravenclaw after a brief deliberation, nodding in satisfaction as if this confirmed his own calculations. Draco's sorting took longer than anyone might have expected, nearly a full minute of apparent debate before the hat declared Slytherin, with what Harry could have sworn was a note of resignation. Ellie was a clear Gryffindor, the hat barely touching her copper curls before making its declaration. She shot Harry a thumbs up as she joined her new house table, clearly hoping he would follow. Finally, McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry." A hush fell over the great hall as Harry stepped forward. The whispers that had accompanied each sorting now intensified to an excited buzz. He caught fragments as he approached the stool, destroyed a mansion with accidental magic, special training program, can do wandless spells already. Ignoring the speculation, Harry sat on the stool and allowed McGonagall to place the Sorting Hat on his head. Immediately, a small voice spoke in his ear. Well, what have we here? Oh my. Oh my. It's been centuries since I've encountered one such as you, young vessel." Harry wasn't entirely surprised that the hat could perceive his dual nature. After all, it had been created during the time of the Founders, when Godric Gryffindor himself carried a portion of Dracaratha's essence. Hello, Harry thought back. I suppose this is complicated, isn't it? Complicated? Ha! A delightful understatement. I'm sorting not just Harry Potter but also Dracarath, Ancient One, Firebringer, Mountain Shaker. The question is, which aspects of your dual nature should weigh most heavily in my decision? Harry considered this. I'm both, not one or the other. Isn't the right house the one that suits the combined being I'm becoming? The Hat seemed to chuckle in his mind. Wisely said. Let me see then. There's courage here, certainly. Mountains of it. And a sharp mind too, analytical and strategic. Loyalty to those you've claimed as your own. And yes, a deep reservoir of ambition, not for personal glory, but for restoration of ancient balances. The Hat fell silent for a moment, as if deliberating. Harry was acutely aware that his sorting was taking longer than most, drawing even more whispers from the watching students. You know, the Hat finally continued, the last vessel I sorted ended up causing quite a stir in the castle. Salazar was never the same after that particular disagreement. You mean Nidhogg's vessel, Harry thought, making the connection. During the Founder's time. Indeed. And now both ancient rivals return to Hogwarts within the same generation. Most significant. Most significant indeed. The Hat seemed to be talking more to itself than to Harry now. The cycle accelerates. The convergence approaches. Do you know what's coming? Harry asked urgently. What this convergence means? I see patterns, young vessel. Echoes of ancient magic stirring once again. But the future remains unwritten, shaped by choices yet unmade. The Hat refocused on its immediate task. Now, where to put you? Gryffindor calls due to your connection with Godric, of course. But I sense Dracaratha's essence has evolved since that time, growing more complex with each incarnation. Harry waited, letting the Hat work through its analysis. He had no strong preference, trusting that whatever decision was made would be the right one for reasons that might not be immediately apparent. Very well, the Hat declared, both in his mind and now aloud to the hall. Better be Gryffindor. The red and gold table erupted in cheers, with Ellie bouncing in her seat and punching the air triumphantly. As Harry removed the hat, he glanced toward the staff table. Dumbledore was applauding politely, his blue eyes twinkling, while Morwen Crane's expression remained carefully neutral. Making his way to the Gryffindor table, Harry exchanged quick glances with Theo at Ravenclaw and Draco at Slytherin. Their plan was proceeding as expected, positioned in different houses for maximum intelligence gathering, yet united in purpose beyond house boundaries. Knew you'd be with us, Ellie said as Harry took the seat she'd saved beside her. Dragon fire and Gryffindor courage, perfect match. The Hat considered other options, Harry told her quietly. It was more interested in the combined aspects of both sides of my nature than just the Dracarath connection to Godric. Interesting, Ellie mused. I wonder if, she broke off as Dumbledore rose to his feet, spreading his arms wide in welcome. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. As food appeared on the golden plates before them, conversation around Harry turned to typical first-year topics, family backgrounds, Quidditch preferences, and speculation about classes. He participated enough to seem engaged without drawing undue attention, all while continuing his observation of the staff table. Besides Morwen, his attention was drawn to the hook-nosed professor beside her, who occasionally glanced in Harry's direction with an expression that mingled calculation and what might have been resentment. According to Sirius's briefing, this would be Severus Snape, potions master and head of Slytherin House, a man with a complicated history connected to both Harry's parents and the First War against Voldemort. Dumbledore had insisted Snape was trustworthy despite his past as a Death Eater, but Sirius remained skeptical. Either way, the man would bear watching, especially given his apparent conversational interest in Morwen Crane. The feast concluded with Dumbledore's start-of-term notices, including a warning about the third-floor corridor being off-limits to anyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. This struck Harry as suspiciously specific, particularly in a school filled with naturally curious children. He filed the information away for later investigation. As the Gryffindor prefects led them to their tower dormitory, Harry maintained awareness of his surroundings not just through ordinary senses but through Dracaratha's more subtle perceptions. The castle fairly hummed with ancient magic, wards and enchantments layered over centuries, some dormant, others actively maintaining the building's many magical features. But beneath those expected magical signatures, Harry sensed something else, a resonance that felt oddly familiar to Dracaratha's consciousness. Something old, powerful, and deliberately hidden within the castle's foundations. "You feel it too," Ellie murmured beside him as they climbed yet another staircase. "There's something more here than just school magic." Harry nodded slightly. Ellie's pyrokinetic abilities gave her a sensitivity to magical energies that, while not as comprehensive as Harry's draconic perceptions, was nonetheless quite acute. "We'll discuss it later," he replied quietly as they approached the portrait of the fat lady that guarded Gryffindor Tower. The prefect gave the password, Caput Draconis, an irony not lost on Harry, and they entered the common room. It was a cozy, circular space filled with squashy armchairs, tables for studying, and a crackling fire in the large fireplace. Red and gold dominated the color scheme, creating an atmosphere both warm and energetic. As Harry had anticipated, he felt an immediate affinity for the space. This had been Godric's domain, and through him, Dracarath had influenced the very design of the tower. The fireplace in particular seemed to welcome him, the flames leaping higher for a moment as he approached, responding unconsciously to his presence. After a brief orientation by the prefects, the first years were directed to their dormitories. Harry followed his fellow Gryffindor boys, including Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, and Dean Thomas, up the spiral staircase to their circular room. His bed, he noted immediately, was positioned farthest from the others and closest to the stone wall of the tower. This was no coincidence, it was part of the safety measures Dumbledore had arranged. The stone in that section had been specially treated with fire-resistant enchantments, and detection wards would alert certain staff members if his body temperature exceeded normal human ranges during sleep. "Blimey, is it true?" Ron Weasley asked as they began unpacking their trunks. "Did you really blow up Malfoy Manor when you were 7? Harry had prepared for these questions, knowing they were inevitable. "There was an incident," he said carefully. "But the rumors have gotten pretty exaggerated over time." "My dad works at the ministry," Ron persisted. "He said the whole place was just gone, nothing but a smoking crater where a mansion used to be." "Ron," Neville interrupted nervously, "maybe Harry doesn't want to talk about it." Harry shot Neville a grateful look. "It's fine. But yes, I'd rather focus on Hogwarts and the present. That was a long time ago." The other boys seemed to accept this, though Harry caught them exchanging curious glances when they thought he wasn't looking. He didn't blame them. If the situations were reversed, he'd be curious too. As they settled into bed, Harry activated the specialized privacy charm Professor Kurosawa had taught him, not a full barrier, but a subtle dampening field that would help mask any minor manifestations of his draconic nature during sleep. His dreams had been unusually intense lately, likely stimulated by the approaching enrollment at Hogwarts, and he couldn't risk his dorm mates waking to find his bed surrounded by flickering blue flames. Sleep came surprisingly easily despite the day's excitement and the strange surroundings. As consciousness faded, Harry felt Dracaratha's awareness expanding outward, exploring the castle through magical senses while his human body rested. In that liminal state between waking and dreaming, impressions flowed through him, the ancient foundations of the castle, the magical creatures in the nearby forest, the lake with its hidden depths, and somewhere, deep within the stone walls, that strange resonance calling to something in Dracaratha's oldest memories. A whisper seemed to form in his mind as sleep finally claimed him fully, "Welcome home, Flamebearer." The circle nears completion once again. The first weeks at Hogwarts established patterns that would define Harry's initial experience at the school. Classes provided a welcome structure, with transfiguration and charms quickly emerging as his strongest subjects. Defense against the dark arts was disappointing. Professor Quirrell's stuttering lectures and apparent fear of his own subject matter made the class more frustrating than educational. Potions proved challenging for entirely different reasons. Professor Snape's obvious dislike of Harry manifested from their very first lesson, when the potions master subjected him to a barrage of advanced questions clearly intended to humiliate. Thanks to his specialized education at Dragon's Point, Harry had known most of the answers, which seemed to irritate Snape even more. Fame clearly isn't everything, the professor had sneered, before moving on to criticize Harry's cauldron preparation despite finding nothing substantively wrong with it. Outside of classes, Harry maintained regular but discreet contact with his friends from different houses. They had established a rotation of meeting places, unused classrooms, quiet corners of the grounds, and a particularly useful alcove in the library that offered both privacy and good sightlines to monitor approaching students or staff. 2 weeks into term, all four gathered for their first comprehensive assessment of the situation. Ravenclaw is exactly as expected, Theo reported, consulting his meticulous notes. High academic focus, minimal interest in external politics. However, I've identified 3 older students with unusual research patterns potentially relevant to our concerns. Meaning what, exactly? Ellie asked, twirling her wand between her fingers, a habit she developed to channel nervous energy without accidentally igniting nearby objects. They're accessing texts on magical transference, divine manifestations, and ancient blood rituals, Theo clarified. Topics that align with our areas of interest. Could be coincidence, Draco suggested. Standard research for advanced classes. Theo shook his head. The pattern is too specific, and their checkout history shows a recent shift in focus. Something triggered this interest within the last month. Any connection to Morwen? Harry asked. Unclear. They've visited the restricted section where she works, but I haven't observed direct interaction beyond normal library assistance. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Keep watching them. What about Slytherin, Draco? The blonde boy looked uncommonly serious. Complicated. My family's disgrace has created an interesting dynamic. Some expected me to be ostracized, but my sorting seems to have reset certain assumptions. He smoothed an invisible wrinkle from his immaculate robes. Several older students have made overtures, subtle inquiries about my time away and my relationship with Potter. They're fishing to see if you're still aligned with traditional Slytherin values, Ellie surmised. Precisely, Draco confirmed. I'm maintaining strategic ambiguity. Enough respect for tradition to avoid alienation, enough independence to establish my own position. And Theo's uncle? Harry asked quietly. Any mention of the prophet or his movement? Draco's expression darkened. Nothing direct. But there's a subset of students, primarily from old families with historical dark arts connections, who occasionally exchange glances when certain topics arise. References to the old ways and true magical heritage that carry weight beyond their apparent meaning. Similar patterns exist in Ravenclaw, though less pronounced, Theo added. Coded language suggesting awareness of movements outside official ministry policies. Harry absorbed this information, considering its implications. What about you, Ellie? Anything unusual in Gryffindor? She shook her head. Mostly straightforward. Lots of curiosity about you, obviously, but nothing sinister. Though. She hesitated. I did overhear Percy Weasley, he's a prefect, telling someone that Dumbledore brought something important to the school this year. Something that needed special protection. The third-floor corridor, Harry said immediately. The one that's off-limits. That would be my conclusion as well, Theo agreed. The question is what could be valuable enough to store in a school, yet dangerous enough to warrant Dumbledore's dramatic warning. Whatever it is, Morwen's interested, Harry said. I've noticed her taking the third-floor route between the library and her quarters multiple times, despite it not being the most direct path. Draco's eyes narrowed. So we have mysterious object hidden in the forbidden corridor, Nidhogg's vessel showing interest, and potential sympathizers to this prophet scattered throughout the student body. Charming first year we're having. Don't forget the strange magical resonance in the castle foundations, Ellie added. Have you sensed it again, Harry?" He nodded. "Every night. It's strongest when I'm half asleep, when Dracaratha's consciousness is more active but my human mind is still partially aware. It feels like a beacon of some kind. Or a keystone in a much larger magical structure. Connected to the divine cycle," Theo suggested. "Perhaps the founders incorporated something related to their vessel nature into the castle itself." "Possible," Harry acknowledged. "But it feels older, somehow. Like it predates even the founders." Their discussion continued, sharing observations and developing theories about the interconnected mysteries surrounding them. By the time they parted ways, they had established a clear set of priorities: monitor Morwen's activities, investigate the third-floor corridor discreetly, and research the castle's original construction for clues about the strange magical resonance. As Harry made his way back toward Gryffindor Tower, he found himself thinking about how seamlessly his friends had adapted to their roles. Each brought unique strengths to their alliance: Theo's analytical brilliance, Draco's political acumen, Ellie's practical intuition, and his own leadership coupled with Dracaratha's ancient wisdom. So absorbed was he in these reflections that he nearly collided with a figure rounding the corner at the same moment. Looking up, he found himself face to face with Morwen Crane. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice carrying that same melodic coldness he remembered from the council meeting. "Out rather late, aren't you?" Harry maintained his composure, though he felt Dracaratha's consciousness rise closer to the surface in response to Nidhogg's proximity. "Just heading back to my dormitory, Miss Crane. Curfew's not for another 20 minutes. Her violet-tinged eyes studied him with predatory intensity. "So formal. One might almost forget we share a rather unique connection." She glanced around to ensure they were alone before continuing. "How are you finding Hogwarts? Does it meet the expectations of both aspects of your nature?" The directness of the question was surprising. In public spaces, they had maintained the pretense of mere teacher and student, with no acknowledgement of their true natures. "It's interesting," Harry replied carefully. "Lots of history here. Layers upon layers of it." "Indeed." Morwen smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Some layers more significant than others. I've been researching the castle's earliest enchantments, fascinating work, particularly regarding the foundations." Harry felt a chill at this confirmation that she too had sensed the strange resonance. "For the library cataloging project?" "Among other interests." She tilted her head slightly, regarding him with calculated curiosity. "You know, in previous cycles, our counterparts often found ways to collaborate despite their philosophical differences. Pragmatic alliances to address common concerns. Is that what you're suggesting? A collaboration? Merely an observation. The convergence affects us all, Vessel of Dracarath. Old rivalries may prove less relevant than new threats." She stepped aside, clearing his path. "Something to consider as you explore your heritage further. Good evening, Mr. Potter." Harry watched her glide away, her movements too graceful to be entirely human, shadows seeming to cling to her form longer than they should. The encounter left him unsettled, not just by her knowledge of the Foundation resonance, but by her implied offer of alliance. Was it genuine, or merely a tactic to gain his trust? Dracaratha's memories of Nidhogg were complex, ancient adversary, yes, but also occasional ally when greater threats emerged. The dragon consciousness recognized that despite their fundamental disagreements about how magic should be managed, both shared a commitment to preserving it against existential threats. The question was whether Morwen Crane's agenda aligned with Nidhogg's historical priorities, or if this incarnation had developed new goals shaped by human ambitions and modern magical politics. Harry reached Gryffindor Tower just before curfew, his mind still processing the encounter. As he gave the password to the fat lady, he resolved to share the interaction with his friends at their next meeting. Morwen's interest in the castle foundations added another piece to the puzzle they were assembling, one that might reveal the larger picture if properly connected to other clues. October brought crisp autumn weather, more challenging classwork, and a rhythm to school life that made Hogwarts feel increasingly familiar. Harry balanced his academic responsibilities with Quidditch training, having been appointed Gryffindor Seeker after Professor McGonagall spotted his natural flying abilities during their first broom lesson, and continued investigation of the mysteries surrounding the school. Their research had yielded several important discoveries. Through careful observation and strategic eavesdropping, they had determined that something called the Philosopher's Stone was being kept in the third-floor corridor, guarded by a series of protections designed by different teachers. It creates the elixir of life and can transform any metal into pure gold, Hermione Granger had informed them after joining their study group in the library. Her academic brilliance and thorough research approach had made her a valuable addition to their circle, though they were careful to keep their more sensitive discussions private. The ultimate symbol of magical manipulation of natural law, Theo had mused. Transformation, extension of life beyond normal boundaries, it represents exactly the kind of power Nidhogg traditionally sought to restrict to the worthy few. Or that the prophet would see as corrupting the natural cycle, Draco added. Extending life artificially could be interpreted as disrupting divine patterns. The stone's presence explained Morwen's interest in the third floor, but not her focus on the castle foundations or her cryptic suggestion of collaboration with Harry. That mystery deepened when Theo discovered references to a nexus point in ancient texts describing Hogwarts' original construction. According to this account, he explained during one of their meetings, the founders chose the location for the castle specifically because it sat atop a confluence of magical ley lines, a natural nexus of power that predated human settlement in the area. That could explain the resonance I've been sensing, Harry said. If the castle was built on a natural magical convergence point, Dracorath might recognize it from before the founders' time. There's more, Theo continued, his expression unusually animated. Later additions to the text suggest the founders didn't merely build atop this nexus, they incorporated it into the castle's fundamental structure, creating what's described as a keystone for the divine cycle itself. This revelation stunned them all. If accurate, it suggested Hogwarts was more than just a school, it was a linchpin in the magical system that supported the reincarnation of divine vessels like Harry and Draco. That would explain why multiple vessels converged here during the Founders' era, Draco said thoughtfully. And why we're all here now, at the beginning of another convergence. It also makes the castle a target, Ellie pointed out grimly. If someone wanted to disrupt the divine cycle, they'd start with Hogwarts, Harry finished, the implications settling heavily in his mind. Suddenly, Morwen's interest in the Foundations took on new and potentially alarming significance. Their investigation was complicated by the normal demands of school life, including the excitement leading up to Halloween. The castle had been decorated with live bats, enormous pumpkins from Hagrid's garden, and floating candles that cast eerie shadows through the corridors. Harry approached the Halloween feast with mixed emotions. While the celebration promised to be spectacular, the date also marked the anniversary of his parents' deaths, a connection that felt especially poignant now that he understood more about his heritage and his parents' knowledge of it. "You okay?" Ellie asked quietly as they entered the Great Hall that evening. "You've been quieter than usual today." "Just thinking about my parents," Harry admitted. "This date has always been complicated." She squeezed his arm sympathetically. "I can imagine. Want company, or would you prefer space tonight?" "Company's good," he said with a small smile. "Keeps me from brooding too much." The feast was indeed magnificent, with thousands of candle-filled pumpkins floating overhead, platters of seasonal treats covering the tables, and entertainment provided by the school ghosts, who performed formation gliding and reenacted their own beheadings to appreciative screams from the students. Harry was just helping himself to a baked apple when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Everyone fell silent as he reached Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. The uproar that followed was immediate and chaotic. It took several purple firecrackers exploding from the end of Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." As Percy Weasley began efficiently organizing the Gryffindors, Harry caught sight of Morwen Crane rising from her seat at the staff table. Instead of joining the teachers heading for the dungeons, she slipped out a side door that Harry knew led toward the grand staircase, and the third floor. Making a split-second decision, Harry grabbed Ellie's arm and pulled her aside. "Morwen's heading upstairs, not toward the troll," he whispered urgently. "This could be a diversion." Ellie's eyes widened in understanding. "The stone. I need to follow her. Can you find Draco and Theo? Tell them what's happening." She nodded, already scanning the crowd for their friends. "Be careful. Don't confront her alone." Harry slipped away from the Gryffindor column, using the general confusion to make his way to the same side door Morwen had used. The corridor beyond was empty, but he could sense traces of her passage, not physical evidence, but the subtle magical signature Dracaratha's consciousness recognized as Nidhogg's essence. He followed this trail up the marble staircase and along the third-floor corridor. The magical resonance from the castle foundations felt stronger tonight, pulsing in rhythm with his quickened heartbeat. Whether this was due to Halloween's magical significance or some action Morwen had taken, he couldn't tell. As he approached the forbidden corridor, Harry heard voices ahead, Morwen's melodic cold tone and another voice he didn't immediately recognize. He slowed his pace, moving silently as Professor Kurosawa had taught him, until he could peer around the corner without being seen. Morwen stood before the locked door that supposedly guarded the stone, engaged in quiet but intense conversation with Professor Quirrell. The defense teacher showed no sign of his usual stutter or nervousness. Instead, he stood straight-backed and confident, his expression sharp and calculating. "Cannot afford delays," Quirrell was saying. "The alignment approaches, and the vessel grows stronger each day." "Patience," Morwen replied. "Rushing the process would alert Dumbledore. The foundations must be prepared properly before the keystone can be removed." "My master grows impatient," Quirrell hissed, and something in his voice changed, deeper, colder, with an eerie resonance that made Harry's scar prickle uncomfortably. "He has waited years for this opportunity. Your master should remember his place in the greater design," Morwen said, a dangerous edge entering her tone. "Nidhogg does not serve, she allows temporary alignment of interests. The cycle will be reset according to the ancient pattern, not corrupted by human ambition." Harry listened in growing alarm. Their words confirmed his worst fears, a plot targeting both the Philosopher's Stone and the mysterious keystone in the castle foundations, with Quirrell apparently serving as some intermediary for another power. A power that made Harry's scar react. Voldemort. The pieces clicked into place with chilling clarity. Quirrell wasn't merely working with Morwen, he was hosting Voldemort's consciousness in some capacity, creating a three-way alliance between Nidhogg's vessel, Voldemort's spirit, and the Prophet's movement to disrupt the divine cycle. As Harry processed this realization, his control over his draconic nature slipped momentarily. His eyes flared with emerald fire, and the temperature around him rose sharply enough to create a subtle wavering in the air. Morwen's head snapped up immediately, her supernatural senses detecting the magical surge. "We're not alone," she said softly, her eyes scanning the corridor. Harry ducked back around the corner, but it was too late. He heard quick footsteps approaching, and new discovery was imminent. Making a split-second decision, he straightened and stepped forward to meet them, allowing Dracaratha's presence to manifest more fully, his eyes glowing, scales shimmering across his exposed skin. "Good evening, Professor Quirrell, Miss Crane," he said, his voice carrying the dual resonance of human and dragon. "Interesting place for a meeting during a troll incident." Morwen's expression shifted from surprise to calculation. "Mr. Potter. How unexpected." Her eyes narrowed as she took in his partially transformed state. "And how revealing. It seems Dracarath is closer to the surface than you typically allow in public." Quirrell's face contorted with an emotion Harry couldn't immediately identify, fear, hatred, or perhaps both. "Potter," he said, and the stutter was entirely gone now. "Always interfering, just like your parents." "I could say the same about unwelcome presences in Hogwarts," Harry replied, his gaze steady. "Including those hiding beneath turbans." Quirrell's hand moved toward his wand, but Morwen placed a restraining hand on his arm. "Not here," she said quietly. "Not now. The boy is merely confirming what we already suspected, his awareness of his heritage and his developing control. The master wants him eliminated," Quirrell hissed. "And risk destabilizing the entire convergence. Short-sighted." Morwen turned to Harry, her violet eyes gleaming with inner darkness. "You heard enough to understand the basics of our purpose, I assume. The question is what you intend to do with that information." Harry maintained his composure, though internally he was calculating escape routes and defensive options. Fully manifesting Dracoratha's power might give him a chance against them, but would likely cause catastrophic damage to the castle and potentially harm other students. "I intend to stop you," he said simply. "Whatever you're planning for the keystone or the stone, it threatens everything the divine cycle was established to protect." Morwen smiled, a cold expression that held genuine amusement. How predictably righteous. Dracorath always did believe in preserving the status quo, even when that system had outlived its purpose. She took a step closer, her own transformation beginning to manifest, shadows deepening around her, her skin taking on an opalescent black sheen like the space between stars. "The cycle is corrupted, vessel of Dracorath. Surely you've sensed it. Divine consciousness diluted through repeated incarnations, power diminishing with each rebirth, the original purpose forgotten as vessels grow more human and less divine with each generation." "That's not corruption," Harry argued, feeling Dracoratha's ancient wisdom supporting his words. "It's evolution. Adaptation. The divine learning from the human, just as the human gains from the divine." "A pretty rationalization for entropy," Morwen countered. "Nidhogg sees the truth. The cycle must be reset, purified and restored to its original parameters. The keystones must be recalibrated, beginning with Hogwarts." "With Voldemort's help?" Harry challenged. "Since when does Nidhogg ally with human dark wizards?" A flash of something, annoyance, concern, crossed Morwen's face. "Temporary alignments of convenience. Your old enemy provides certain resources we require, in exchange for considerations once the reset is complete." "And the Prophet's followers? Where do they fit in this alliance?" "Thaddeus not understands portions of the truth," Morwen acknowledged. "His interpretation is flawed, but his research into the original prophecies proved valuable. His followers provide necessary distraction and occasional useful service." Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps, many sets, moving quickly. Morwen's expression hardened. "It seems our discussion must be continued another time," she said. "Consider carefully where you stand, vessel of Dracorath. The coming changes cannot be prevented, only shaped. You could have a voice in the new cycle, or be swept aside by it." With that, she gripped Quirrell's arm and pulled him backward through a tapestry that concealed a hidden passage. They vanished from sight just moments before Dumbledore rounded the corner, accompanied by Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick. "Harry!" McGonagall exclaimed. "What in Merlin's name are you doing here?" All students were instructed to return to their dormitories. Harry quickly suppressed his draconic manifestation, his eyes returning to normal just as the teachers reached him. "I'm sorry, Professor. I thought I saw someone heading toward the forbidden corridor during the confusion, and I was concerned." Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes studied him intently. "And did you find this someone, Harry?" "No, sir," Harry lied, making a split-second decision to withhold the full truth until he could speak with Dumbledore privately. "It must have been my imagination." Snape looked deeply suspicious, his dark eyes darting between Harry and the tapestry that concealed the hidden passage. "A convenient explanation, Potter. One might almost believe you were looking for glory by confronting the troll yourself." "The troll has been secured," Dumbledore informed Harry, though his gaze suggested he understood more than had been said. "It was found in a girl's bathroom on the first floor, fortunately with no students present. Now, perhaps you would allow Professor McGonagall to escort you back to Gryffindor Tower while I verify that all is secure here." Harry nodded, recognizing the dismissal. As McGonagall led him away, he glanced back to see Dumbledore examining the door to the forbidden corridor with unusual intensity, his wand moving in complex patterns as he checked for signs of tampering. The walk back to Gryffindor Tower was uncomfortably silent, with McGonagall radiating disapproval. Only when they reached the portrait of the fat lady did she speak again. "Potter, while I appreciate alertness to potential threats, placing yourself in danger is never the appropriate response. You should have informed a teacher immediately." "Yes, Professor," Harry replied dutifully. "It won't happen again." Her expression softened slightly. "See that it doesn't. Gryffindor courage is admirable, but not when exercised without judgment." She hesitated, then added in a lower voice, "Dumbledore would like to see you in his office tomorrow morning before breakfast. The password is, acid pops." Harry nodded, understanding that the headmaster had anticipated his need for a private conversation. "Thank you, Professor. Good night." Inside the common room, he found Ellie waiting anxiously with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, all looking relieved at his appearance. "There you are," Ellie exclaimed. "We were worried when you didn't come back with the others." "Got caught by the teachers," Harry explained briefly. "I'll tell you more later." He glanced questioningly at Ron and Hermione. "They know you went after Morwen," Ellie said. "I needed help looking for Draco and Theo, and they were here when I got back." "Malfoy?" Ron asked incredulously. "Why would you be looking for him?" "It's complicated," Harry replied, too mentally exhausted to construct a convincing lie. "Look, I appreciate your concern, but I really can't explain everything right now." Hermione studied him with unusual intensity. "This has something to do with why you and your friends are researching ancient magical nexus points and divine reincarnation, doesn't it? And why Miss Crane watches you during meals?" Harry blinked in surprise. "You've noticed that?" "Hermione notices everything," Ron said with a mixture of exasperation and admiration. "It's bloody annoying sometimes, but useful tonight. She was the one who realized the troll was a diversion when we saw Quirrell leaving through the side door instead of going to the dungeons." Harry reassessed the bushy-haired girl with new appreciation. Her observational skills could make her either a valuable ally or a significant complication, depending on how much she'd already deduced about his true nature. "It's related," he acknowledged carefully. "But it's also dangerous knowledge. The fewer people involved, the safer everyone is." "Well, we're already involved now," Hermione pointed out pragmatically. "And if there's a threat to the school, additional resources could be valuable." Harry exchanged glances with Ellie, who gave a subtle nod of approval. After his confrontation with Morwen and Quirrell, it was clear the situation was escalating faster than they'd anticipated. Having additional allies, even if not fully informed about divine vessels, could prove crucial. "All right," he decided. "I'll explain what I can, but not tonight. I need to speak with Dumbledore first, and coordinate with Draco and Theo." He met Hermione's determined gaze directly. "And I'll need your word that whatever I share stays absolutely confidential." "Of course," she agreed immediately. Ron hesitated only briefly before nodding. "Yeah, all right. But I still don't understand why Malfoy's involved." "That's part of what I'll explain," Harry promised. "For now, just know that he's not what most people think. None of us are, really." As they headed up to their dormitories, Harry's mind raced with implications from the night's discoveries. The alliance between Morwen, Quirrell/Voldemort, and the Prophet's movement posed a more complex threat than he'd initially anticipated. Their target wasn't just the Philosopher's Stone, but the very foundations of Hogwarts itself, specifically, a keystone related to the Divine Cycle. Tomorrow's meeting with Dumbledore couldn't come soon enough. The headmaster's greater experience and historical knowledge would be crucial in understanding the full scope of what they were facing. In the meantime, Harry needed rest to recover from the magical exertion of his partial transformation and the mental strain of confronting Morwen. As he lay in bed, he reached out with Dracaratha's senses one last time, feeling for the mysterious resonance in the castle foundations. It seemed stronger tonight, pulsing with a rhythm that felt almost urgent, as if the ancient magic were responding to the emerging threat, perhaps even calling for help. "We'll protect you," Harry promised silently to the castle and the power it contained. "Whatever you are, whatever role you play in the divine cycle, we won't let them reset or corrupt you." With that commitment settled in his mind, he finally drifted into uneasy sleep, dreams filled with shadowy figures gathering around a glowing stone embedded deep beneath Hogwarts' foundations. Dumbledore's office was exactly as Sirius had described it, circular, filled with silver instruments that whirred and emitted puffs of smoke, with portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses snoozing in their frames. Fawkes the Phoenix sat on his golden perch, watching Harry with intelligent eyes that seemed to see beyond his human appearance to the dragon essence within. "Ah, Harry." "Right on time," Dumbledore said, looking up from a piece of parchment he'd been examining. "Please, sit down. Would you care for tea? Perhaps a lemon drop?" "Tea would be nice, thank you," Harry replied, taking the offered seat across from the headmaster's desk. He noticed that one of the silver instruments was producing smoke rings that shifted between emerald green and violet, exactly matching the eye colors of his and Morwen's transformed states. Not a coincidence, he suspected. Dumbledore prepared tea with unhurried movements, allowing Harry time to organize his thoughts. When both had steaming cups before them, the headmaster's expression grew more serious. "I believe you have something important to share about last night's events," he said. "Something beyond what was said in the corridor." Harry nodded, then provided a complete account of what he had seen and heard, Morwen and Quirrell's conversation, the references to a master who was almost certainly Voldemort, and the plot involving both the Philosopher's Stone and some keystone in the castle's foundations related to the divine cycle. Dumbledore listened without interruption, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his blue eyes growing increasingly grave. When Harry finished, the headmaster remained silent for several moments, seemingly lost in thought. "I feared something of this nature," he finally said, "though I had hoped we would have more time to prepare before such alliances formed. The convergence is accelerating more rapidly than previous cycles would suggest." "You know about the keystone?" Harry asked. "What exactly is it, and why is it so important to the divine cycle?" Dumbledore rose from his chair, moving to a cabinet from which he retrieved an ancient-looking scroll. "This is one of the few surviving documents written by Godric Gryffindor himself, describing the founding of Hogwarts." He carefully unrolled it on his desk. Most historians believe the founders chose this location for mundane reasons: geographic isolation, proximity to a magical forest and lake, defensible position. But the truth is far more significant. Harry leaned forward to examine the scroll, which showed a complex diagram of the castle's foundations with runic notations around the edges. Godric Gryffindor, carrying a portion of Dracaratha's essence, recognized this location as one of 7 major nexus points in the global magical network, Dumbledore explained. Places where the natural flow of magical energy creates confluences of extraordinary power. The founders didn't merely build a school here, they constructed a sophisticated magical framework that would harness and stabilize this nexus. The keystone Morwen mentioned, Harry realized. Precisely. At the heart of Hogwarts' foundations lies a physical anchor for part of the divine cycle itself, specifically, the portion governing reincarnation and the transfer of divine consciousness between vessels. Dumbledore traced a section of the diagram where multiple lines converged. When a divine vessel dies, their essence returns temporarily to the nearest nexus point before seeking a new compatible host. The keystones ensure this process remains stable and follows the patterns established in the original covenant. Harry absorbed this information, connecting it with Dracaratha's fragmentary memories of the cycle's creation. So if someone tampered with Hogwarts' keystone, they could potentially disrupt the divine cycle for all beings connected to this nexus, Dumbledore confirmed grimly. In the worst case, preventing proper reincarnation or redirecting divine essences to vessels chosen by whoever controls the keystone. That's what Morwen meant by resetting the cycle, Harry said. She believes the process has become corrupted somehow, divine consciousness becoming more influenced by human vessels with each incarnation. A perspective Nidhogg has held since the earliest days, Dumbledore noted. The eternal tension between evolution and purism. Dracorath embraced the mingling of divine and human perspectives as beneficial growth, Nidhogg saw it as dilution of power and purpose. And now she's working with Voldemort and the Prophet's followers to access the keystone. Harry shook his head, troubled by the implications. But how does the Philosopher's Stone fit into this? Why target both? An excellent question. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. The stone's primary powers, creating gold and producing the elixir of life, seem unrelated to the divine cycle. However, Nicholas Flamel's creation has other, less-known properties. At its core, the stone represents the ultimate alchemical achievement, the perfect union of opposing forces. A symbolic representation of what the divine cycle itself was designed to achieve, Harry suggested. The merging of divine and human natures into something greater than either alone. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with approval. Precisely. In magical terms, the stone could serve as a template or catalyst for changes to the keystone's fundamental structure. Particularly in the hands of someone who understands both alchemical principles and the divine cycle's magical architecture. Someone like Morwen, Harry concluded. Or whoever is advising the Prophet's followers. Indeed. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his expression troubled. This alliance presents a uniquely dangerous combination. Voldemort seeks immortality and power, Nidhogg desires to purify the divine cycle according to her vision, and Thaddeus not believes he is preventing catastrophe by breaking the cycle entirely. Their methods and ultimate goals differ, but their immediate target is the same. We need to protect both the stone and the keystone, Harry said. But how? I don't even know where the keystone is physically located. Few do, Dumbledore replied. The exact location has been protected by powerful enchantments for centuries. Even as headmaster, my knowledge is limited to general awareness rather than specific details. He paused, considering. However, it seems Morwen has discovered more than she should have. We must assume the keystone's protections are compromised to some degree. What about the stone? Quirrell's clearly trying to get past whatever's guarding it on the third floor. The stone's protections remain intact, though I fear not indefinitely. Professor Snape has been monitoring Quirrell's activities since September, when certain inconsistencies in his behavior raised suspicions. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. The confirmation that Voldemort's consciousness is somehow involved is deeply concerning, though not entirely unexpected. Harry processed this information, formulating a plan. We need to increase security on both targets, warn the other teachers about Quirrell without revealing everything about Morwen, and prepare for possible confrontation. All being arranged as we speak, Dumbledore assured him. I've already contacted certain members of the Order of the Phoenix, a group that opposed Voldemort during the First War, to provide additional surveillance. Sirius will be moving closer to Hogsmeade to enable quicker response if needed. And what about my friends? Harry asked. They've been helping investigate, and they deserve to know what we're facing. Dumbledore considered this request carefully. Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Not already share some of your unique circumstances, so their continued involvement seems appropriate. Ms. Wright has demonstrated both loyalty and discretion. As for Ms. Granger and Mr. Weasley. He smiled slightly. I've observed their growing friendship with you. Limited information, sufficient for their safety but not burdening them with unnecessary dangers, would be prudent. Harry nodded agreement, relieved that Dumbledore wasn't insisting on excluding his friends entirely. One more thing, sir. The resonance I've been sensing from the Foundations, it's gotten stronger recently. Almost like it's responding to something. Responding to you, perhaps, Dumbledore suggested. As the vessel of Dracorath, who helped establish the original keystones, your presence might be awakening dormant aspects of the Nexus. He leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. This connection could prove valuable. If the keystone recognizes you as a legitimate authority rather than an intruder, you may be able to sense attempts to tamper with it more accurately than our conventional detection methods. I'll pay closer attention to any changes, Harry promised. And let you know immediately if I sense anything unusual. Their meeting concluded shortly thereafter, with arrangements for regular updates and increased security measures throughout the castle. As Harry left the headmaster's office, he felt both reassured by Dumbledore's support and sobered by the gravity of the threat they faced. The weeks that followed brought increased vigilance and preparation. Harry shared carefully filtered information with his expanding circle of allies, full details for Draco, Theo, and Ellie, a modified version for Hermione and Ron that emphasized the Philosopher's Stone threat while minimizing references to divine vessels or Harry's true nature. Hermione, predictably, threw herself into research, combing the library for information about Nicholas Flamel and the stone's properties. Ron proved unexpectedly valuable for his knowledge of Hogwarts' secret passages and his strategic thinking, honed by years of wizard chess. Meanwhile, Harry continued to monitor the resonance from the castle foundations, developing a clearer sense of its patterns and fluctuations. With Professor Kurosawa's guidance via encoded letters, he learned to extend Dracaratha's perceptions more precisely, creating a kind of magical awareness that could detect disturbances in the Nexus energy. November passed into December, bringing snow to the castle grounds and holiday decorations throughout the corridors. Many students would be returning home for Christmas, but Harry and his core group of allies had all arranged to remain at Hogwarts, using the quieter period for more intensive investigation. The first real break in their surveillance came 3 days before Christmas, when Harry woke suddenly in the middle of the night, his scar burning and the resonance from the foundations pulsing with unusual intensity. Without needing to fully transform, he extended Dracaratha's senses downward through the castle, following the disturbance to its source. Something, or someone, was probing the magical defenses around the keystone, testing for weaknesses with subtle but persistent pressure. The magical signature was unmistakable, the void-like emptiness that characterized Nidhogg's power, accompanied by another presence that made Harry's scar throb painfully. Moving silently through the darkened dormitory, Harry retrieved the communication mirror from his trunk. "Sirius Black," he whispered, and moments later his godfather's concerned face appeared in the glass. "Harry? What's wrong?" "It's happening," Harry said urgently. "Morwen's accessing the keystone defenses now, and I think quarrels with her. I need to alert Dumbledore." Sirius's expression hardened. "I'm on my way. Use the emergency signal for Dumbledore, and wake your friends. Don't confront them alone, Harry. Promise me." "I promise," Harry assured him, though Dracaratha's consciousness was already urging intervention, recognizing the threat to a structure fundamental to the divine cycle. After sending the magical alert to Dumbledore, a simple spell the headmaster had taught him for emergencies, Harry woke Ron and instructed him to find Hermione while he retrieved their other allies. Years of training at Dragon's Point had prepared them for rapid response. Within 15 minutes, all 6 were gathered in an unused classroom on the first floor, quickly briefed on the situation. "The disturbance is coming from beneath the castle," Harry explained, his eyes glowing softly with draconic perception. "Not the dungeons, but deeper, some kind of chamber or cavern system that predates Hogwarts itself." "How do we get there?" Ellie asked, already checking her wand and the special focus objects Professor Kurosawa had provided for emergencies. "That's the problem," Harry admitted. "I can sense the location through the resonance, but I don't know the physical route." "I might," Draco said unexpectedly. All eyes turned to him as he continued, "Linaris's memories include a hidden entrance, a passage that only vessels can access. It's connected to the lake somehow." "The boathouse," Theo suggested immediately. "Arithmetically, it's the most logical access point given the castle's structural geometry and the known depth of the lake." "Then that's where we start," Harry decided. "Dumbledore and Sirius should be on their way, but we need to at least locate the entrance before Morwen completes whatever she's attempting." As they moved through the castle, Harry briefed Ron and Hermione on the immediate threat, focusing on Quirrell's connection to Voldemort and the danger to the school's magical foundations rather than the more complex divine aspects. Both Gryffindors accepted the limited explanation, recognizing the urgency of the situation. The night was bitterly cold as they crossed the grounds toward the boathouse, their breath forming clouds in the winter air. Snow crunched beneath their feet, and the nearly full moon cast everything in silver light that reminded Harry of Draco's transformed state when Lunaris's essence was near the surface. The boathouse itself was a simple stone structure extending partway into the lake, where small boats were stored for the traditional first-year journey across the water. Inside, lanterns activated automatically at their entrance, casting warm golden light across the wooden docks and stone walls. "There," Draco said, pointing to a section of the far wall where the stonework formed a subtle pattern visible only when viewed from a particular angle. "That's the entrance, but it requires a key of sorts." "What kind of key?" Harry asked, approaching the wall. "Blood of a vessel," Draco replied grimly. "Willingly given. The Founders built in safeguards to prevent forced access." Harry nodded, understanding the significance. "Both of us, then." Dracorath and Lunaris were both involved in establishing the keystones, according to what I've read. "Makes sense," Draco agreed, rolling up his sleeve. Though Lunaris's involvement was apparently rather reluctant, based on the memories I've recovered. Together, they approached the wall. Harry produced a small knife from his robes, part of the emergency kit he'd carried since arriving at Hogwarts. With quick, precise movements, both boys made shallow cuts across their palms, then pressed their bleeding hands against the patterned stonework. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Their blood seemed to sink into the stone, following the pattern's lines until the entire section glowed, gold where Harry's blood had touched, silver where Draco's had been absorbed. The glow intensified until the stone itself began to shimmer and then, remarkably, become transparent, revealing a narrow passageway beyond. "Wicked," Ron breathed, echoing everyone's amazement. "We should hurry," Harry said, already stepping through the now permeable stone. "The disturbance is getting stronger. They've almost breached the inner defenses." The passage descended steeply, curving in a spiral that took them deep beneath the lake and castle. The walls were ancient, predating Hogwarts itself, with symbols and runes that resembled those Harry had seen in the Divine Council's chambers at Nexus Mundi. After several minutes of descent, they emerged into a vast cavern illuminated by crystals embedded in the walls and ceiling. At its center stood a structure that defied easy description, a complex geometric arrangement of stone and crystal surrounding what appeared to be a massive opal, 12 feet in diameter, that pulsed with inner light in constantly shifting colors. "The keystone," Harry whispered, feeling Dracoratha's consciousness surge with recognition. This was more than just a magical anchor, it was a physical manifestation of the divine cycle itself, a linchpin connecting multiple realities and facilitating the transfer of consciousness between vessels. And before it stood three figures, Morwen Crane, Professor Quirrell, and a hooded individual Harry didn't immediately recognize. All three were engaged in complex spellwork, directing streams of magical energy at various points around the keystone's protective barriers, which shimmered like heat waves as they absorbed and redirected the assault. "We need to stop them," Harry said, keeping his voice low. "Ellie, Theo, focus on disrupting their spell patterns. Draco, work with me to reinforce the keystone's defenses. Ron, Hermione, watch our backs and be ready to run for help if things go wrong." They moved forward carefully, using the cavern's natural columns for cover. Harry could feel the keystone's resonance growing stronger with each step closer, as if it recognized his presence and was responding to Dracoratha's essence. Similarly, he noticed a silvery glow beginning to emanate from Draco's skin as Lunaris's consciousness rose in response to the ancient magic. They had nearly reached position when the hooded figure suddenly stiffened and turned in their direction. "We have company," he announced, his voice carrying clearly across the cavern. With a swift movement, he lowered his hood, revealing a gaunt face with intense eyes that Harry recognized from Ministry Wanted posters. "Augustus Rookwood," Hermione whispered in horror. "The escaped Death Eater." Morwen and Quirrell turned as well, their expressions showing more annoyance than surprise at the interruption. "The young vessels," Morwen said, her violet eyes fixing on Harry and Draco. "How appropriate that you should witness this moment. The renewal of the cycle begins tonight." "What you're doing isn't renewal," Harry called back, allowing Dracaratha's transformation to progress further, scales flowing across his skin, eyes blazing with emerald fire. "It's corruption. You're trying to redirect the cycle to serve your own purposes." "I serve the original purpose," Morwen countered, her own transformation manifesting as shadows deepened around her, her skin taking on that distinctive void-like quality. "Unlike you, I remember the cycle's true intent before human influence diluted it." "Enough talk," Quirrell snapped, and his voice had completely transformed, cold, high, and unmistakably inhuman. "Kill the others, but Potter is mine." With shocking speed, he tore the turban from his head and turned, revealing what should have been the back of his skull but instead showed a face, a terrible, chalk-white face with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. "Voldemort," Harry breathed, his scar exploding with pain at the direct sight of the parasitic consciousness inhabiting Quirrell's body. "Harry Potter," the face hissed. "See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. But not for long. Once the keystone is recalibrated, I shall have a vessel worthy of my power." Harry realized with horror what Voldemort intended, not merely to return to a physical body, but to claim status as a divine vessel himself, hijacking the reincarnation process through Morwen's alterations to the keystone. There was no time for further discussion. Rookwood launched a barrage of dark curses toward Ron and Hermione, who barely managed to erect shield charms in time. Morwen focused her attention on Draco, violet energy streaming from her hands to clash against his silver defensive aura. And Quirrell/Voldemort advanced on Harry, wand raised and face contorted with hatred. The battle erupted in full force, magical energies of various colors and intensities crisscrossing the cavern. Ellie immediately demonstrated why she'd been considered so dangerous before Dragon's Point, seizing control of the magical fire emanating from several nearby crystals and redirecting it toward Rookwood, forcing him to divide his attention between offense and defense. Theo, true to his analytical nature, identified and exploited weaknesses in the spellwork surrounding the keystone, creating localized time distortions that interfered with the alterations Morwen had already implemented. His precise wand work and complex incantations reflected years of specialized training in magical theory. Harry found himself hard-pressed against Quirrell/Voldemort's onslaught. The parasitic dark wizard wielded Quirrell's body with terrible effectiveness, casting spells with a speed and power that betrayed decades of dark magical study. Only Harry's enhanced reflexes and partial transformation kept him from being overwhelmed in the first exchange. "You cannot win, Potter," Voldemort taunted as a jet of green light narrowly missed Harry's head. "Even with the dragon's power, you are too young, too inexperienced to challenge Lord Voldemort." Harry didn't waste breath responding. Instead, he focused on drawing more fully on Dracaratha's abilities, not just the physical transformation but the ancient magical knowledge that came with it. Fire gathered around his hands, not ordinary flames but the blue-white dragon fire that had once reduced Malfoy Manor to ash. When he finally counterattacked, it was with a combination of wand work and innate draconic magic that even Voldemort hadn't anticipated. The resulting explosion of energy drove the dark wizard backward, momentarily creating distance between them. Across the cavern, Draco and Morwen were locked in a stalemate, her void-like darkness against his lunar radiance, two ancient opposing forces perfectly balanced. Their battle was less about conventional spellcasting and more about direct manipulation of the energies their divine essences commanded. "You're fighting on the wrong side, vessel of Lunaris," Morwen called to him, her voice echoing with Nidhogg's deeper resonance. "You above all should understand the need for purification. Your predecessor stood with me before." "I'm not my predecessor," Draco replied, his transformed eyes gleaming like quicksilver. "And neither are you. We're both more than just vessels now, that's what you can't accept." The tide began to turn when Ron demonstrated unexpected tactical brilliance, coordinating with Hermione to trap Rookwood in a series of interlocking spells that exploited the cavern's natural features. A well-placed reducto from Hermione brought stalactites crashing down around the Death Eater, while Ron's perfect timing with a full bodybind curse caught him in a moment of distraction. With Rookwood temporarily neutralized, Ellie and Theo were able to focus on the keystone itself, working to reverse the alterations Morwen had begun. Their combined efforts, Ellie's intuitive manipulation of magical energies and Theo's precise arithmetic adjustments, started to stabilize the fluctuating patterns within the giant opal. Seeing her work being undone, Morwen abandoned her duel with Draco and made a desperate lunge toward the keystone. No. The calibration must be completed. The cycle must be purified. Her movement created an opening that Draco exploited instantly, sending a concentrated burst of lunar energy that struck her squarely between the shoulders. Morwen stumbled, momentarily vulnerable, and Harry seized the opportunity to disengage from Voldemort and join the effort to secure the keystone. "It's over, Morwen," Harry called, positioning himself between her and the massive opal. "The keystone remains protected. Your purification has failed." For a moment, rage contorted her features, Nidhogg's ancient fury blazing in her violet eyes. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed, a cold, terrible sound that echoed throughout the cavern. "You think this is victory?" she asked, straightening despite the obvious pain from Draco's attack. "This was merely the first attempt, Vessel of Dracorath. The convergence approaches regardless of today's outcome. The cycle will be reset, with or without the cooperation of Hogwarts Keystone." Before Harry could respond, Quirrell/Voldemort launched a renewed assault, his rage at being thwarted manifesting as a barrage of increasingly dark magic. One particularly vicious curse caught Theo in the shoulder, sending him spinning to the ground with a cry of pain. "Enough!" Harry roared, and the sound was no longer human at all but the full-throated cry of a dragon. His transformation accelerated beyond anything he had previously manifested at Hogwarts, scales covering his entire body, his form growing larger, the heat around him becoming so intense that the stone floor beneath his feet began to glow. The others fell back, recognizing what was happening. Even Voldemort hesitated, red eyes widening at the spectacle of Harry's metamorphosis. Only Morwen seemed unsurprised, watching with cold calculation as Dracorath's essence emerged more fully than it had since Privet Drive. "Run," Draco warned the others, his own transformation advancing in response to Harry's. "Get to the passage. Now." Ron didn't need telling twice. He and Hermione grabbed Theo between them, supporting his injured form as they retreated toward the entrance tunnel. Ellie hesitated, her pyrokinetic abilities giving her greater resistance to the heat now radiating from Harry. "Ellie, go!" Harry commanded, his voice barely recognizable through the draconic resonance. "I can't control this much longer." She nodded reluctantly and followed the others, pausing only to cast one final spell that completed the stabilization sequence she and Theo had initiated on the keystone. Now only Harry, Draco, Morwen, and Quirrell/Voldemort remained in the central area of the cavern. The temperature continued to rise as Harry's transformation approached completion, not a full dragon form, which would be impossible in the cavern, but the most complete manifestation of Dracorath's essence possible while maintaining a roughly humanoid shape. "This changes nothing," Voldemort hissed, though he had retreated several steps. "I will return, Potter. And when I do, not even Dracorath's power will save you." "We should withdraw," Morwen said to him, her voice calm despite the deteriorating situation. "The keystone is stabilized for now. There will be other opportunities." Voldemort's face contorted with fury at the suggestion of retreat, but even he could not deny the danger posed by Harry's current state. With a final hate-filled glare, he allowed Quirrell's body to turn away from the confrontation. "This isn't over, Vessel of Dracorath," Morwen said, meeting Harry's blazing eyes without flinching. "What begins tonight continues beyond Hogwarts, beyond Britain. The convergence accelerates worldwide. Choose your side carefully when the true reckoning comes." With that cryptic warning, she and Quirrell retreated rapidly toward a different tunnel than the one Harry's friends had used, apparently an alternative exit Morwen had discovered during her research. Within moments, they had disappeared, leaving Harry and Draco alone with the pulsing keystone. The immediate threat removed, Harry struggled to contain the draconic energy now surging through him. He had never maintained such an advanced transformation without releasing it through destructive fire, and the power threatened to overwhelm his control. "Harry," Draco said urgently, stepping closer despite the intense heat. His own transformation had progressed significantly, skin completely silvered, eyes luminous, a cooling aura counterbalancing Harry's fire. "Focus on the keystone. Use it as an anchor." Understanding flashed through Harry's consciousness. The keystone was designed to channel and stabilize divine energy. It could potentially help him regain control without catastrophic release. Moving to the massive opal, Harry placed his transformed hands against its surface. Immediately, he felt a connection, the resonance he had been sensing for months now directly accessible, responding to his touch like a living thing. Energy flowed between them, the keystone absorbing the excess power of his transformation while simultaneously helping him stabilize the integration of human and dragon consciousness. Gradually, the fire receded. His form contracted, scales receding beneath human skin, temperature normalizing. After several minutes of this exchange, Harry stepped back from the keystone, exhausted but fully in control once more. "That was too close," he said, his voice rough but human again. Draco, who had also returned to normal appearance, nodded grimly. "Another few seconds and we might have had a repeat of Malfoy Manor. Except underground. Beneath a lake and a castle full of students." "Not an ideal scenario," Harry agreed with dark humor. "How's your control?" "That was the most advanced transformation I've seen you manage." "Better than expected," Draco replied, examining his now normal hands thoughtfully. "Lunaris responded more completely to my direction. Less conflict, more partnership." He glanced at the keystone. "Being near this probably helped. It's designed to facilitate integration, after all." They were interrupted by the arrival of Dumbledore, Sirius, and several other adults Harry recognized as Order of the Phoenix members from Sirius's descriptions. They entered from the same passage Harry and his friends had used, wands ready, only to find the crisis apparently over. "Harry! Draco!" Sirius called, rushing forward. "Are you all right?" "The others told us what happened." "We're fine," Harry assured him. "Tired, but unharmed. Morwen, Quirrell, and Voldemort escaped through another tunnel. Rookwood should still be back there, trapped under rubble and in a body bind." Dumbledore surveyed the scene, his blue eyes taking in the keystone, the signs of magical battle throughout the cavern, and the still cooling stone where Harry had stood during his transformation. "It seems we have much to discuss," he said gravely. "But first, let us ensure the keystone is secure and collect our captured Death Eater." The next few hours passed in a blur of activity. Rookwood was retrieved and taken into Ministry custody under heavy guard. The keystone's defenses were reinforced with additional enchantments designed by Dumbledore and Bill Weasley, a curse-breaker who had been summoned specifically for this purpose. Theo's injuries were treated by Madame Pomfrey, who asked remarkably few questions about how he had received them. By dawn, Harry and his friends were gathered in Dumbledore's office, recounting the night's events in detail. The headmaster listened intently, occasionally asking clarifying questions but mostly allowing them to tell the story in their own words. "You have all demonstrated extraordinary courage and capability," Dumbledore said when they had finished. "Few adult wizards would have fared as well against such opponents. But they escaped," Harry pointed out, frustrated despite the praise. "And Morwen said this was just the beginning, that the convergence is accelerating worldwide." "Indeed, that appears to be the case," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Reports have been arriving from magical communities across the globe, unusual manifestations of power, individuals displaying abilities consistent with divine vessel awakening, ancient sites of magical significance showing increased activity. The cycle is accelerating," Theo said thoughtfully. "But why? What's triggered this convergence now, after centuries of relative stability? A question we must continue to investigate, Dumbledore replied. Though I suspect it may be connected to Voldemort's unique status, a consciousness that should have passed beyond the veil, yet remains anchored to the mortal realm. Such a fundamental violation of natural law could potentially destabilize other magical constants, including the divine cycle. What happens now? Ellie asked. With Quirrell exposed but escaped, Morwen still out there, and the Prophet's followers still active. Now, Sirius said, placing a supportive hand on Harry's shoulder, we prepare. The battle for Hogwarts Keystone was just the opening move in what appears to be a much larger game. Professor Snape will temporarily assume defense against the dark arts duties, Dumbledore informed them. The official explanation for Professor Quirrell's disappearance will involve a nervous breakdown requiring extended leave, close enough to his established persona to be readily accepted. And Morwen? Draco asked. Also, resigned, for personal reasons, Dumbledore said. Though I suspect we have not seen the last of her. Nidhogg's vessel does not abandon objectives easily, particularly those central to her understanding of the divine cycle. The meeting concluded with practical arrangements for increased security and continued vigilance. Ron and Hermione, despite their limited understanding of the divine aspects involved, had proven themselves trustworthy allies and were included in plans for ongoing monitoring of potential threats. As the others filed out of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore asked Harry to remain behind for a final word. Once they were alone, the old wizard's expression grew more serious. What you achieved in the cavern was remarkable, Harry. Not just the defense of the Keystone, but the control you demonstrated over Dracaratha's essence despite the extreme circumstances. I nearly lost control completely, Harry admitted. If Draco hadn't suggested using the Keystone to stabilize the transformation. But he did, and you did, Dumbledore pointed out gently. That partnership, both between you and your friends, and between the human and divine aspects of your nature, represents exactly what the cycle was originally designed to foster. Integration, cooperation, balance. Harry nodded, understanding the significance. Morwen sees that integration as corruption. She wants to reset the cycle to its pure state, whatever that means. Nidhogg has always feared change, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. Even in the earliest accounts, she resisted the natural evolution of divine consciousness through human partnership. What she fails to recognize is that this evolution was inevitable, and necessary, from the moment the first vessel accepted a divine essence. Will we face her again? Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. Undoubtedly. And not just her. The convergence Morwen spoke of is real, and accelerating. Divine vessels are awakening worldwide, many without the guidance or support you've received. Some will become allies in maintaining the cycle's integrity, others may be drawn to Nidhogg's vision of purification or the Prophet's mission to break the cycle entirely. Dumbledore rose, moving to the window where the first light of dawn was illuminating the snow-covered grounds of Hogwarts. What began as a personal journey of discovery for you, Harry, has evolved into something far more significant. The choices you make, as both Harry Potter and as Dracarath, may well determine the future of the divine cycle itself. Harry joined him at the window, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. Yet alongside that burden came a sense of purpose and clarity he hadn't fully experienced before. The confrontation in the cavern had changed something fundamental in his relationship with Dracaratha's essence, less a duality now and more a true integration, each aspect enhancing rather than competing with the other. I won't face it alone, he said with quiet confidence. Whatever comes next, I have friends, allies, guides. He glanced at Dumbledore with a small smile. And a pretty good headmaster. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. High praise indeed. Now, I suggest you get some rest. Classes may be suspended for the holiday, but I suspect your friends are waiting anxiously to continue planning your next moves. Harry nodded and turned to leave. At the door, he paused, struck by a thought. Professor. Last night, when I touched the keystone, I felt something beyond just the magical resonance. A kind of recognition. As if it knew me specifically, not just Dracorath's essence. The keystones were designed to recognize legitimate vessels, Dumbledore confirmed. But there may be more to it in your case. The Potter line's connection to Godric Gryffindor, and through him to Dracorath, has deeper implications than most realize. Your parents understood this, which is why they were able to identify your nature so early. You think the keystone recognized me as both the vessel of Dracorath and as a Potter? Harry asked, intrigued by this possibility. I think, Dumbledore replied carefully, that you represent something unique in the history of the divine cycle, a convergence point in your own right, where multiple strands of magical heritage and divine purpose intersect. What that ultimately means. He smiled enigmatically, remains for you to discover. With that cryptic observation lingering in his mind, Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. The castle corridors were quiet, most students still asleep on this early Christmas Eve morning. But as he walked, Harry sensed the keystone's resonance more clearly than ever before, a steady, rhythmic pulse beneath his feet, the heartbeat of Hogwarts itself acknowledging his passage. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Mormont's continued efforts to purify the cycle, Voldemort's pursuit of immortality, the Prophet's misguided crusade, and the wider implications of the global convergence, Harry faced them with a new sense of integration and purpose. He was Harry Potter, yes, but also Dracorath, Flame of the First Dawn. Not two beings sharing a form, but a unique entity forged from both human and divine essence. As he reached Gryffindor Tower, where he knew his friends would be waiting despite the early hour, Harry smiled. The journey that had begun with an explosive manifestation of draconic power at age 7 had evolved into something far more complex and significant than anyone could have predicted. Not just a story of personal discovery, but the opening chapter in what promised to be a pivotal moment in magical history. The divine cycle was changing. New vessels were awakening. Ancient powers stirred worldwide. And at the center of it all stood a boy with dragon fire in his veins and determination in his heart, ready to face whatever came next. Not alone, but surrounded by friends who understood his dual nature. Not fighting his heritage, but embracing it. Not just surviving his extraordinary circumstances, but thriving because of them. Harry Potter, Dragon God Reincarnate, had found his purpose. And the magical world would never be the same. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.